Yeah, I mean, it's just Luke Ford and the dangers of e-personality. And he's an introvert, incel or whatever. And when he comes out on the internet, he has this, like the dark side of his subconscious becomes conscious. I mean, to me, it's obvious. It's what happens. It's what's happening to you on the same way. But your unconscious, your subconscious is different than Gandalf's subconscious.
Logic and science dictate that not only consciousness doesn't exist, consciousness is in fact scientifically impossible. And like, yes, it is going to involve math and calculus and science and computer programming. I'm sorry. And that have different implications of the process with the connection between the levels of a person's soul and how it reincarnates.
But I'm not going to spur on the issue because I'm not a woman. It's not my issue.
About how one day you're going to fulfill the Canadian dream or the American dream. So you watch Seinfeld and say, oh, I could do it. I'm going to go out tomorrow and go to work and have a great day, and I'm going to be successful. And one day I'm going to have my own apartment, and I'm going to have my own parties with my own friends over, and I'm going to have my own possessions. I'm going to see things that I want and just buy them.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of yours.
Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doovid. I'm your host, Jen, Church of Entropy. Great to be back here once again on a Sunday evening. Hand it over to you, Doovid, for the introductions. Thank you again for being with us here this evening.
Hey, great to be back. Hope everyone had a good week. Thanks, Jennifer, for putting together a Week in Review as always. So let me jump straight into screen share just to show some of these links right at the way. So hopefully some of the more studious viewers will check some of these links out. A lot of good information for people who are interested in learning more about some of the topics we regularly discuss. So just let me know when you get that.
I was actually proactive. It's already there.
Okay.
Got the two-step process down pat.
We were talking last week about writing a paper. Jennifer, maybe Doovid co-publishing a first scientific paper, possibly on the quantum periodic table, a 3D periodic table, and Stone University of Michigan has a senior thesis and honors program. So I guess it's not required to graduate with honors to write a senior thesis, although some programs do have a senior thesis. And I'm just saying that generally from an academic point of view, that's the goal, is that you do a master's or a PhD, that you publish, and then throughout your career you'll be able to publish the process, and you've done it at least once, and the format and the structure. So we'll probably end up talking about that more. Last week I mentioned that I forget even the name of the word, that for the fusion process that uses electromagnetism, the shape that they use, that was like a toroid with a center object that was similar. Oh, and Memes had Thad Roberts on. Jennifer, talked with Thad, so hopefully we'll talk about that more. So we talk about the toroid, and the toroid is a pretty simple structure. Mathematically, it's just 2 pi r squared times r squared times r, and it's a pretty simple shape. If Memes comes or sticks around, here's Wolfram Alpha, uh, some stuff about the toroid there, and programming, and so it's related to hopefully we'll get more mathematically intensive, and so we'll talk about that more, and so it's good to actually be conversant with equations and various things. Um, Charles Moskowitz was on Friday on T Jump. Hopefully, we'll talk about that. It's an interesting commentary. Charles requested to speak to T Jump, and we talked about the value proposition. And so I think from Charles' perspective, it's kind of like, I mean, he just likes talking with people, kind of like Luke Ford. He enjoys interviewing and talking with people, but I think to some extent it was kind of like self promotion and trying to put himself in front of a bigger audience to grow his own network. And saw T Jump's a popular streamer, and it was just a good opportunity to get himself in front of a audience. Uh, I'm not sure his arguments went that well, although Charles has some advantages over T Jump, and just the nature of logic that does Charles really use uh, straight logic formulated in his statements, or to foul logic? Not really. But you don't have to have a consistent, coherent worldview, and possibly like networking skills. Even though Charles doesn't have a consistent, coherent worldview, Charles is still probably a better networker than T Jump. But it was a semi-interesting conversation. So hopefully, we'll talk about a few of those points in the program. Did you get a chance to watch that?
Uh, Part of it, yeah, it was pretty long.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he went on with his post show, so it wasn't actually that long. It was only an hour and a half. Um, so, God forbid, Amnesty International came out with their report declaring Israel an apartheid state guilty of crimes against humanity. God forbid. So here's the whole 280-page report. And I was mentioning to Charles, like, Charles is kind of like, like the quintessential has an agenda. So he has a lot of good points. He's obviously written 20 books. He ran for Congress against Barney Frank. I looked online. He got over 60,000 votes. Like he lost to Barney Frank, who got over 200,000 votes. But I mean, Charles is a accomplished person. He's got a Wikipedia page. As said, like he got 60,000 votes when he ran for Congress. He's written over 20 books. But in terms of like propositional logic, so I was making the point, like I'm a Jew. Obviously, I'm involved in supporting Israel, but on a moral side, I tend to think we're wrong in terms of like the Israeli-Palestinian issue, as opposed to Charles is kind of like a Hasbora, where he's kind of trying to explain good guys and bad guys, and why he thinks his whole kind of the globalist or the Satanist or the various conspiracy theories, where he has kind of like these bad guys who have bad motives. And that's not my nature of understanding things. I mentioned a few weeks ago, like Pinker and Jonathan Haidt were speaking, and said when you bring good and bad into conversation, it takes like the IQ level down 10 points. Um, but unfortunately, God forbid, even though like I'm dedicated to Judaism, I lived in Israel, like all I do is think about Israel, I think we're wrong. And so it's not surprising Amnesty International came out with this, God forbid, condemning report about all these horrible things that are happening in Israel. If we could possibly talk about that, but we don't. Jennifer, try to avoid politics, but I just thought I'd bring that up. It was in the news this week. This was an interesting lecture series I found. Uh, a 4-part lecture series on the history of medical education, going back to the ancients and kind of like the philosophical uh, underpinnings, like curriculum coming from the Greek word, like to do circles from the old chariot racing, to like really a lot of things come in the last 100 years in terms of competency based education. Till 100 years ago, even in the Enlightenment in Europe, almost all education was personality based, where you got yourself under like an apprenticeship relationship to a personality, and your education was based on your relationship to a personality. And so the idea of like a competency base of a curriculum where it'd been decided that these are the elements related to mastery of a subject uh, is a matter of the last 100 years. So it'd be interesting if people want to talk about it more. I've been kind of harping on Jennifer with like publishing, and this concept of chunking theory in curriculum, and like had she continued and got a master's degree in physics, she would have had to teach an undergraduate course, and understanding like the nature, what does it take to understand a theory, how do you chunk together a curriculum. So this is based on medical school, and all 4 parts were pretty interesting, including the last one on gamification in education, where the last few decades, where call like a gamification, using computer software to run simulations, kind of like a video game, to train people. So in medicine today, education, even the last tens of years, has changed significantly. Like I said, competency-based education is something of the last 100 years, gamification something of the last tens of years. So hopefully people will check some of that out. Tomorrow morning, 9:30, I will be on with Jai Devi, who I mentioned last week, talking about reincarnation. And I think she's streaming now. I think today's her birthday.
Yeah, I just subscribed to her when I saw the link for your show. Congrats. It seems like it's right up your alley, down your alley. I'm not sure what the saying is, but yeah, she seemed to be alive at least at some point today.
It looks like she's going now, like 8 hours now. So she said today's her birthday, and I guess she'd been like Muslim and Christian, and now she's returning to Hinduism. So she had some sort of marathon stream that's still going. So uh, I think she's talking mostly in Hindi right now. Although I think she said she's in Australia, and so tomorrow will be in English. She had a pretty big channel. She had well over 100 viewers. Even now, it's got 80 viewers. So hopefully there'll be interesting conversation. 9:30 in the morning Eastern time, which I guess in Australia will be tomorrow night. Um, so anyone wants to catch that, please tune in. Um, Here's just a random video on the history of computer chess. Chess is like I guess they call it the Drosophila, which is like the fruit fly, which was one of the key things for evolution or certain biology understandings of genetics or certain things. That chess is one of the key research things for multiple fields, including cognitive science and like intelligence or memory testing, expertise testing, and also computers. That almost all of the first computers, one of the original attempts was to write computer programs, going back to Babbage and Ada Lovelace and Torres, Turing, Claude Shannon. Um, Almost all of the first computers, one of the first things they did was try to program the computer to play chess. Until today, with like DeepMind and machine learning, chess is usually one of the first things that is on the board for computing. So here's an interesting video on the history of computer chess. David Chalmers has his new book on uh, virtual reality. So here's an interesting interview on Future of Life Institute. And I guess, he's talking about the simulated universe, and somewhat of his prognosis or theory is that consciousness could exist even if we don't exist, even if we live in a simulation. What does it mean to be conscious? And like issues like, is there consciousness in like video games? And a lot of interesting philosophical issues that he's got his new book out. And so he's making the circuits now, doing interviews. I guess like Philip Goff was all over the place. I mean, Seth and Neil Seth was all over the place doing interviews because he just came out with a new book. So David Chalmers also came out with a new book. So he's doing the circuits all over on streaming. He was on Mind Chat with Philip Goff uh, last week. So check that out. And some of it's kind of interesting things. Maybe we'll talk about that a little bit more, related to the simulation. What is consciousness? Is there, and even in terms like dualism or monism, is there a practical difference? Could consciousness exist, or understanding of consciousness, even if the material realm doesn't exist, in some of these philosophical approaches? Um, I was looking just for some educational material and was searching for various things on consciousness. So I found some new stuff. So any eager beavers out there that want to learn, just stuff about consciousness and science, here's an interesting channel, the Institute Frederick Juliet, videos on um, biological structures and some on consciousness and medicine, kind of related to molecules and biological organic materials. Um, I didn't have a chance to watch this yet. There looked like a few interesting videos on the channel. Here is what role does consciousness play in Vastu architecture? So the Hindu architecture, the theory of how you should build things in certain directions or where rooms should be, and it's based on spiritual influences and also a theory of kind of like global consciousness. And so I didn't have a chance to check out this video yet, so I don't know if it's good. But the channel here also is a whole channel on Vastu architecture, subject that's interested me. I have a few books on it and hope to look at it more. Here's another video exploring modern projects in Vastu architecture, maybe looking at India, some buildings that have been built recently according to Vastu architecture. So I know Jennifer's looked into this topic in the past, and so have I. So hopefully I'll have a chance to check it out. Hopefully they're
Well,
good.
if by looked into it you mean made grand sweeping statements that I couldn't possibly verify in 1,000 years, then yes, I've looked into it.
There were a few videos. I was just watching this before the program. This new IDA Excellence Lecture Series from the AI Doctoral Academy. And so they just had a lecture about self-awareness, kind of related to like David Chalmers and the simulation. What does it mean for an autonomous system to be self-aware and intelligent monitoring? So it's interesting questions about the nature of consciousness. And this is more from a computer programming perspective of like robotics. Professionally, like a field that I never really worked in, but I went to all these shows in Metro Detroit of manufacturing processes, robotics, and you could think about it to say a machine being self-aware or self-correcting, from a programming perspective. Here is the Institute for Complex Adaptive Matter. So some of these are small channels. This one only has 84 subs. Its topic says quantum magnetism is a source of unusual fluids, thermal transport, a lot of interesting stuff on science and materials from a physics perspective. So a lot of these videos look pretty interesting. So it only had 84 views, the International Institute of Complex Adaptive Matter. So related to new materials that could adapt in a certain way, and it's also kind of related to consciousness. Like, does it mean that even an inorganic material, if it can adapt, is that a form of consciousness, or depending on how you define consciousness, or just a pure engineering level of what does it mean to have materials that could adapt to the environment, or just practical engineering. So interesting stuff. Here's another small channel I found, Brain Modes, from Dr. Petra Ritter, and looked like quite a few interesting videos on just neuroscience. Here was like a fundamentals of neuroanatomy. So I've been trying to up my game, perfect my understanding of neuroanatomy, and there's hundreds of just the nomenclature or what's known about neuroscience. So here's a doctor neurologist. I've been reading books on the subject, so a correlating video to go along with that. Here's another one, another smaller channel, the Center for Consciousness Studies, NIMHANS, and a series of interesting videos. This is actually from India, about sleep. And so it's a Center of Consciousness Studies. Usually consciousness studies is related to amnesia, to anesthetics, and but like Dr. Hamarov, but also sleep studies. So medical terminology of like when you're going to sleep is could also be a medical terminology of consciousness these days. God forbid, my mother and father, both over 70 now. May they be healthy and live a long time. but both have sleep machines to help them with their breathing. So in the medical fields, sleep studies is a big issue, and this institute's out of um, India. So hopefully I'll be able to check some of those videos out. Here's another interesting YouTube page, the Center for Quantum Technologies. Brings together physics, uh, quantum physicists, and computer scientists to explore quantum nature of reality and the fundamental limits of information processing, established in 2007. Um, and so they have an interesting collection of videos like the measurement of quantum correlates of the vacuum outside the light cone, optical quantum computing with continuous variables, studies in the trainability of quantum machine learning. So hopefully I'll have a chance to check some of those videos out also. Anyone in the chat looking for some great educational material, here's the Jewish Funders Network. Uh, some Israel stuff. Anyone who follows that on the Israeli Democracy Index, and just the state of democracy in Israel, and it's getting worse. Sectarianism. And it's interesting. Israeli Arabs have a higher trust rating in the Supreme Court of Israel than Israelis, kind of like really to the apartheid claim. And there's Arab justices on the Supreme Court, and they're known to be pretty liberal. But the confidence rating of Israelis is very low across the board, except in the IDF. And then of the Arab citizens, you can see large differences, and just different polling and various things. Also, interesting polling that the majority of Israelis now want to move towards a professional paid army as opposed to mandatory military service. And so, last one, I'll do a Hebrew chant I hadn't done in a while. So I chanted this one by the Told Sovereign Yitzchak Rebbe every week for years. So I'm not going to play this. It's probably a copyrighted musical performance, but I've chanted this tune many times before. It's one of the most famous Friday Night Zemiros. It's in Aramaic, Yoribon Ulam, which is Aramaic for master, master of the worlds. Um, God, sovereign of the worlds, you are ruler above all rulers. Your mighty deeds and wonders, it is beautiful to declare before you. And there's so many good tunes for this. It's one of the most common Friday night tunes. The rabbi I went to, who made a very big gathering, hundreds of people used to come and chant every week together. One of the biggest, gatherings, Tish they call, in Jerusalem. And this was the tune going back a few hundred years that they used in the link I shared, which really is not that great of a tune. It's an okay tune, like a good tune. There's better tunes to it. I've sang before the Bubba tune. I think Gandalf was coming. The Yorimoinu Lam Maya Anti Malku Melik Malchaya Oivegivur Take Visimaya Shrakadum Makleyakwaya. Bubba has one of the nicest Koribans. Vision also has a pretty nice one. Yoribanu Lavavam Almaya Antu Malchu Melik Malchaya. But this tune, I think I've sang those before in previous week in reviews. This tune in Told Zarm Yitzchak, I believe, goes back to the Blujever Rebbe, the Bnei Yissaschar, who was their lineage of rabbinic leaders. And the tune is about 200 years old, and it's the tune they use every week. And so I've chanted this tune probably more than any other tune. And it's a good tune, but not that great. But I figure I'd chant it this week. And sometimes chanting, it's kind of like cultish. If you're part of like a group, you chant the mantras and you chant according to the tune that they chant by. So there could be like another competitive cult that has a better tune, but like you have to chant the one that you're part of. So this one, I studied under this rabbi. I went to his Friday night gathering, and this was the tune that we chanted Friday night, even though there were better tunes. Yoribanu lam ve'al mahaya anti malchu melech malchaya anti malchu melech malchaya anti malchu melech malchaya anti malchu melech malchaya. And the tune basically just repeats. So, I mean, it's a decent tune. It's a good chanting tune. I guess if you have like hundreds of people together, but it's kind of like melodically, kind of like a hero's journey. It is rather mild. Doesn't have so many of the nuances. It's just kind of repetitive with not that much of a great hero's journey. Just quickly from the second stanza, I remember Gandalf was on the show when I chanted this a few years ago and really liked this, and maybe related to some of the stuff we're going to talk about. In the second stanza, the words are Lo yichye gevar shnin alfin lo yael gevir take b'kishbenaya. And if a man were to live 1,000 years, he still wouldn't touch the beginning of your glory, referring to God and the wisdom in the world. Even if I were to live 1,000 years, I would still only understand a fraction of what there is to understand. In a Hindu literature, they might, even if I were to live thousands of lifetimes, there might be a hint. You might be able to read this into reincarnation. But this was a better tune, the Bubba one. So it was just always chanting this year, hundreds, probably 100+ times, knowing that there were so much nicer tunes. Lo yikye givar shini nalfin lo yayil givir take bookish binaya. 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 Lo yayil givir take. Okay, so with that, even if we were to live thousands of lifetimes, would still only touch a fragment of the wisdom. So happy to be back for another week in review. I could show some new books. I'll hand it back to Jennifer for her week in review, but I finished going through most of my dad's math books, and so I showed about 20 last week. So now I have like 100. So if it's interesting, I could show some interesting math books, just to think about all the various wisdom that's out there. And, so hopefully week in review will maybe get more scientifically, mathematically technical. Maybe, me and Jennifer will look more into, even this week, talk a little bit more about possibly trying to publish on the quantum periodic table. So hand it back to Jennifer.
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is Memes mentioned a 2-pager on conformal cyclic cosmology. And I was even more confused as to where to start than I was with your idea. Because I don't know how to go from a bunch of big bangs, which I think is what Penrose is saying.
I mean, you have some your own personal religious belief system that makes it hard.
But it's
for
not
you.
my own personal religion. Like Ralph.
But I mean, your
like
belief system that makes it hard for you to understand the basic format and structure of publishing is really not that complicated. I was saying, like, the idea of publishing a scientific paper is that you're pushing forward the current knowledge base. And so the structure of the paper is the introduction that includes the historical review, of the topic you're talking about, the current understanding of the topic, and then the base of your paper is your idea, but that has to be framed within the historical review of what's new about your idea. I mean, you could only publish a paper. It's only, it's a paper that's being published because you're pushing knowledge forward. And so the structure of the paper has the introduction of the historical review of the topic, the current state of knowledge on the topic, and then how your idea extends the current state of knowledge on the topic, and then the conclusion, which would be a review of prediction moving forward of how your new idea on this topic might um, move the direction of science forward. So the structure of any scientific paper is extremely straightforward and pretty clear. And it's like if you actually had a master's or had published or got a PhD where you were required to write a paper for your degree, it's something that any person in a university with a professorship is expected to do every year, not in terms of just writing a paper, but of actually extending the state of current knowledge forward. So any topic that you wanted to publish, one means that you have to be actually expanding the current state of knowledge forward. And so if you are factually current expanding the current knowledge state forward, then actually writing the paper is not that difficult. You have to do, the research to, to demonstrate that you are expanding the knowledge base forward. And then, you just write your introduction, give an overview of what the current state of knowledge and the history of the idea is. Then you, in that framework, explain your idea. And then you conclude by showing, within the current framework of the understanding of science, how that will move progress forward. And so most scientific papers are relatively narrow, that it's just one single idea that you explain. And so any topic, uh, said like any professor is expected to expand uh, the current state of knowledge forward and publish on that every single year. So it's nothing super complicated. I think it's just your own personal philosophy or paradigm that you understand things in that is in contradiction to the paradigm in which papers are published. But I don't see why that should change your limit your ability to explain your idea within that paradigm and format.
Well, I tried to explain it and it didn't land, so all good. You did read my article, I think, or what did you think? But yeah, I mean, we could talk again about what we're talking about with the chemistry thing, but the memes thing. To me, the conformal cyclic cosmology and talking about the periodic table in a publication are different. We could theoretically put something out about both, but they're different topics to me.
Well, the periodic table is something that is conducive to publishing because it's something that's unique and new and could easily fit into a publishable paper where you're just going to provide something that people haven't seen before. You're going to show how it's unique and new and beneficial and put it in the paradigm of a scientific paper. So I looked at your paper and this is more esoteric or unclear. That if you're in a the periodic table has a very clear genre that it's like a 3D periodic table, a new periodic table that people haven't seen before. So like this, you're you'd have to to show are you, and it'd be easy to show that you're created something new that is expanding the knowledge base forward, a new way to understand the periodic table, a new method that has useful insight to anybody who understands the science of the periodic table would be able to look at it and be like, oh, that conveys useful information in a way that the previous ones hadn't conveyed, or in And so,
Is it okay, you think, if I put new method discovered, but then there's an asterisk next to new?
um, well, no, I would say
No,
you're
I
not.
know that's not at
Scientific
all how it's
papers
going to go.
aren't for preaching your. I mean, so you have. It's kind of like Charles Marx would say. He wanted to get on the T jump to self promote. So I mean, the purpose of a scientific paper is to push knowledge forward and to give something useful to anyone who reads it. And so you're not like self-promoting your ontology or your philosophy or anything like that. So if you have a different way of understanding science or philosophy, um, you really want to leave that out. That doesn't have any place in your scientific paper.
And then there's an argument as to whether that's possible. And
I mean,
I
that's
thought you
your own
already knew how
personal
I felt about
limitation.
that.
Well, it's your own personal limitation. So when you write a scientific paper, you use words in the terminology that are generally accepted. And if you're using words in a way that's different, you have to define them in your paper. And so if it's
And then
unnecessary
there's
to
a
say,
definitional problem, you understand, because science has said, well, consciousness is sort of outside the purview of how material science is carried out.
yes, that has nothing to do. I mean, your paper. So if there's a whole bunch of words that you understand differently, um, you
Well, I
just
wouldn't
use.
go that far. I would say that I'm using words provisionally to convey concepts.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. You're kind of like Charles Moskowitz. You can't step outside of yourself just for the sake of communicating and just saying that you're going to write the scientific paper using words the way they're understood by the consensus scientific community. And you can have your own opinion, your own
There's no
ideas,
consensus for the word
but you're going
conscious.
to leave that out. You're going to save that for your own separate thing, and just write your paper in a way that uses the consensus language. And if you can't do that, you're not going to publish. You're not going to be successful in that field. And so you might just have character issues that prevent you from doing it. That you can't bring yourself to just use the accepted paradigm and use words according to the way they're uh, you understood, and so you're just not
What?
going to be.
Okay, are you seriously not acknowledging what I'm saying here, that there's an issue with defining words, especially when a domain has said we're not going to deal with this topic, namely consciousness, because it's subjective or not objective or whatever the reason science gives itself for not dealing with matters of consciousness in modernity?
I mean, I accept that's why we're streaming. Like we're talking about it. I just said
So
for
you're
the
like, how
sake of
come
your
you can't make a
scientific
compelling
paper,
argument for a
for the
conscious
sake of
universe
your
within the
scientific
parameter
paper,
of
you're
a
just going to
scientific dogma that's
leave that
rejected
out.
the concept that consciousness can be fundamental in the universe? It's like, well, if they've
For the
rejected it
sake, I mean, so
on its
you
face.
really just are incapable of like separating. Like, I mean, you're like Charles Moskowitz, like that. You just want to preach your game, and you can't separate yourself from preaching your game. And it's like for the sake of the scientific paper, you're just gonna have to leave that out.
You're saying I have to essentially be less than 100% honest, or that's how it feels. I'm sure you think I'm actually being more honest if I take
No,
that
you
out
could
of it.
make like an asterisk note. Like I have my own system that doesn't correspond with the Main Street paradigm, and am using the terminology according to the general understanding, and that's it. And then the paper will all be according to the general consensus understanding. And so you could make like a one asterisk note or one sentence in the whole paper that just mentions that you have your own way of viewing these things that is not in correspondence with the way you're writing it. And for the purpose of the scientific paper, you're writing it according to the mainstream understanding. If you're incapable of doing that, you won't
I'm
publish.
capable of doing it. I don't think I'm
I'm
incapable,
saying
but I
if
think
you
I
if
need help.
it's like an
Okay, I need
ego
help.
trip
That's all I'm
where
saying.
it's like
Not
you have to go on this LARP or something where you say like I have this completely better different way of understanding the whole world, and if you can't understand it, like not like them, the purpose of the paper is to communicate, and you have to communicate according to the mainstream paradigm, and if you can't do that, you won't publish. And if you have to, and really the fact that you have a different understanding or paradigm is not worthy of anything more than one sentence in the whole paper. And so for the like a quantum periodic table, um, the paper would really only need to include one sentence, maybe not even a sentence, a footnote, an asterisk that mentions that you have a different view, that but for the sake of the paper, you're using the mainstream terminology and understanding.
Gotcha. And if I can just use the mainstream terminology and understanding, I don't even have to put the disclaimer in theory. Because I don't really think there needs to be any, well, I mean,
The purpose of the paper is not for yourself, it's for other people. And so,
okay.
saying you're using, it's like, communication theory, that, you're gonna say like the old way the world communicates is wrong and there's a better way of communicating, and you could, understand things in a different way, but that's not the way people currently understand it. And if you want them to understand, you have to explain it in the current mainstream terminology. I mean, it's like, that's it, end of
Sure.
story. And like, if you keep getting tripped up on this, we're not going to make any progress. Like, if you stop getting tripped up on this, you could probably write the paper in like the next 2 weeks to a month. But like, if you keep on getting tripped up on this, you're never going to write the paper, because you're busy with stuff that may or may not happen. And just use the language that they use. And if you disagree, it's like evolution. Like, say like how many people I told, when you take the test, give the answer that they want. You may disagree with it, but when you take the test, just give the answer that they want. Don't give your own personal understanding, or else you're going to get it marked wrong. And so, like a scientific paper, use the language that scientific papers are written in, even if it's not your understanding. And like, at most, if you insist, it'd be like on a test, like you like write a little asterisk on the bottom, like I answered, I disagree with the questions, and these are the correct answers, but I answered the way I know you're going to mark them correct, even though I don't think that's the correct answer. You're better off not writing an asterisk on the test saying that. A scientific paper, you might be able to word in a sentence, or some sort of disclaimer, or some kind of stay tuned for more. But even with that, you could basically leave it out. Then just explain how you're pushing forward the current state of knowledge, and that it's useful to anybody. Anybody who understands the current periodic table will be able to look at your periodic table and have some benefit from it. And they don't have to completely be turned on their head, some new paradigm of understanding everything. Even if they understand things in the future according to the same way that they understood it before, that your periodic table will be useful to them. And so, like, from that perspective, if you could get that crap out of your head, you could probably publish a paper even in the next few weeks. It's not that complicated.
So if the paper's so easy to publish and the stuff's so easy to understand, and no one's published anything on something I've had out there for 5 years, me publishing is not going to make any difference.
Well, it's a formality. The publishing's a formality.
So
And
why go through a formality?
well, it's like an official statement in the record that I mean, you could say like, okay, like the American Decay, and it'll never be forgotten. What? Because you made a YouTube video and your YouTube video recorded it. It's like, no, there's consensus canonization, and for your idea to be canonized, it has to be canonized according to the current procedure, and that means publishing a scientific paper. So you had the idea, you had a blog, that's good enough, but like, no, it will not be in the official public record unless you do it according to the accepted canonized standard, and that means publishing a scientific paper, and that means doing it according to the current canonization. No, I really don't. I mean, like,
You
it
don't
seems.
understand paranoia
I
over
mean,
posterity.
I don't mean to be offensive, but I
No,
think
it's
it's really
fine.
just.
I don't think
I
you
think
do. I
it's
think you're trying. I
basically just
honestly
a
think you're trying to
character.
help me.
I
I
think
think you're
it's
trying to help
yeah,
me. Seriously.
but I'm saying it's your character flaw, that like this really just comes from your own personal character flaw, that you can't get this because it's like extremely complicated. Like, there's people with 100 IQ, there's people in high school that I could explain this to, and somehow you don't understand, and it's saying it's your personal character flaws that prevent you from understanding it. Like, what is a scientific paper? How do you go about writing it? How do you go about getting it published? And the only reason you can't understand this is your own personal character flaws.
Mm-hmm. You're acting okay.
And it's like, how do you get something in the public record? And they look, I don't want something in the public record. Everybody's wrong. Why would I want something? It's like, well, that's what it is. It's the public record, and you're either going to do it according to their standards or you're not going to be included. End of story. You could be like Gandalf, thinking the whole world's dumb and stupid, and you're the only one. But you say like, no.
If I thought that, I
Most
wouldn't
great
put the stuff out there.
figure
I
out
wouldn't put the
how
stuff
to
out
do
there. If I
things
thought people
according-
were stupid, I wouldn't put it out there. That's a fact. If I was like, it's like the same reason I don't try to teach it to a dog, you know? So the fact I'm putting it out there means I think people are smart enough to understand it. There you go.
Yeah, it's saying like, it's like if your periodic table, like your average undergraduate, who's taken, like a few courses in
It was
chemistry.
that fucking easy. Somebody else would have figured it out. It looked exactly like I figured it out. Nobody else did.
Well, no, I'm saying that you could push the current state of knowledge forward. And it's saying like, what level do you reach where you could see the current state of knowledge and see like, here's a new way of looking at something that's useful. And so like, if you have a new periodic table, they're like, no, I mean, you could probably be like a junior in university and understood the basics of your quantitative periodic table that would be useful for them for understanding the concept, and also to see how it's a unique view of it. That, okay, there's this woman, Jen Scharf, and she came up with something that no one ever came up before. It's like a patent. You don't have to be some like super genius, that the world's never seen before to come up with a patent. There are millions of people that have came up with a patent, I mean, like an idea that no one else has thought of before, that they put on the
I
public
shall
record.
patent the space-time continuum. How can it fail?
Well, I mean, you're just being dumb for no reason. So I was saying that's all a scientific paper is. It's like a patent. You're documenting something in the public record that you've pushed the current state of knowledge forward.
You can't understand my paranoia with committing stuff to text, given the precedent with
No,
stuff
I mean,
that's been
honestly,
committed to text.
I think it's just your character flaw. I mean, I don't really buy any of your other stuff, and like honestly, I just see as your character flaws, and saying you're really the only victim of your character flaws.
I suppose that may be true for most of us. And I'm not saying you don't have a point, and I am thinking about it. I just don't come to any conclusions yet. So you're saying
my dad was a patent attorney, and saying like, like there's people in high school that have patents, and it's saying like, yeah, it's possible that you say like, no one ever thought of doing this before I came up with it, and I got a patent. And like maybe it's useful, maybe like maybe it could be a big thing that you make a bunch of money off of, or maybe it's just something no one ever thought of and it's really not that useful. So if you could get a patent, it has to be approved and accepted, and you have to pay the fee to have them review it. But if you follow the procedure, you could register your patent, and then you have your patent. And it's the same with a scientific paper. If you do it according to the format and you demonstrate that you have something new, then you could publish your paper. And then, the scientific community, so to say, will determine how useful it is. And so if
and I need help publishing a paper, and there's a limit to how helpful just railing me over the coals is. So someone's in the chat saying
I'm telling you something that's really not that complicated, and it's saying it's really nothing other than your personality flaws that are preventing you from understanding something that's just not that complicated. Like coming up with a new periodic table is complicated. Understanding, like the process of publishing a scientific paper is not that complicated. As I said, like you don't have a master's degree. Like if you had a master's degree, you would have done this. You would have wrote a thesis. You're saying every professor, that's why like people don't take you seriously. You don't have a PhD, you're not a professor. And to some extent you're saying like, yeah, you don't understand these simple processes. And like every professor at most universities is required to publish every single year. And like I don't know what don't you get about this? I mean, are you rejecting the conceivability? I mean, if there's some that
I'm
there's such a
thinking in
thing.
future misinterpretations, like 500 years down the line, if that's what's attached to my name, then that's really not my point. So it's like in 500 years, if people think the only thing Jen Sharp had to say was that the periodic table was a recombinant torsion field, well, I just as soon be some sort of urban myth rather than someone that, I don't want to say
that
egg-headed, but it's the first thing that comes to mind. You understand there's image problems
never
with
had your idea
credibility.
officially registered in the public record.
It's a superstitious thing with like, well, is it better to say nothing or something? There's always that
I mean, you already
balance.
put it out there. You have your blog,
Yeah,
stream,
and I have
saying
complete
you're talking
control over
about
what I write on my blog.
officially registering something in the public record, which is the analogy I'm giving to publishing a scientific paper. You're talking about an official registration in the public record of your idea.
There's been a public record of my idea ever since I was in the media, and I put it on Reddit to scientists to tell them that
I said
exactly
official.
what I'm telling you right now. Okay, well,
No,
put
I
it on
said
Reddit. It's pretty
official.
official in my opinion, but okay.
No, it's not.
Alrighty.
Well, I got stupidity again with your character flaws. I mean, like what's so complicated? Like, okay, I did building permits. There's a government office. You go down to the office. You have an official House of Deeds. There's a process. There's national, international organizations, canonization processes, and there's an official registry. And that's what a scientific paper is, that it's in the official registry. Doesn't mean like,
So
okay,
I
the
guess,
idea's out there.
yeah.
I had a blog. I mean, what the hell don't you understand about what I'm saying? And like, how the hell did you get a degree in physics without understanding this?
I do understand it. I just have my principles that I abide by, and that's what I do.
You're saying like, oh, the official record's not really official. You're saying like,
I'm just saying from where I'm standing, I put it on a record. You're saying it's not official. I'm saying fine. And then I'm saying there are issues with what you're describing. I try and make it clear, but you don't agree that there are issues. And that's just how it is. What could I say?
Of course there's issues with saying there's official. It's just like, I mean, it's like God forbid, that's why like, don't waste time talking to don't get the financial advice from poor people. It's like you own a house, your house is officially registered in the government, in the House of Deeds. There's a contract. And if there's not, you don't actually own the house. Maybe have some sort of like, illegal underhanded agreement. But like, no, there's an official deed that says you own the house. And if you don't own the house. And because there's a standardization process, and there is no exception to it. And so scientific papers is the same way. There's a standardizing canonization authority that has an official record, and you either register with them or you're not official. That's why every single person you talk about to, ask you like, are you published? Because asking, are you official? And so you answer like, no, I'm not official. And you say like, oh, I'm great, even though I'm official, maybe. But just like, I mean, it's dumb. It's like getting financial advice from poor people. You're saying if you actually own property, I would be able to go down to the government office and you look through the government records and see a paper that has your name as the ownership of the property. And it's the same thing with scientific ideas. You say, oh, I hate the government and the corruption and whatever.
I really
but
don't.
It doesn't change the fact that there's
you're
an
not
official
listening
registry.
to what I'm saying. Like
I'm listening to what you're saying.
Frustrated to have to
It's
keep
irrelevant
reiterating
to
this
the
point.
topic.
It's literally how I make decisions in my life. So you're saying it's relevant, and I'm saying it's not, and it's like, okay, can we just talk about something else, please, for a while?
We're not going to make any progress on. Yeah, I mean, so we just.
I've said what I need. I need help. I.e., somebody else to help me. I probably a bunch of people.
You're not helpable. I'm saying so we're not going to make any progress.
I'm not helpable.
Publishing the paper.
Well, we'll just wait till I am helpable. Then I guess.
It's like, okay, you want to buy a house. and saying this is what you have to go through, and you have some sort of like philosophical issue with like the procedures that you want to go through, and you want to keep on arguing about the philosophical problems with the procedure that you have to go through, and like, yeah, we could talk for years about these philosophical problems, but at the end of the day, the procedure is going to be the same. Until you go through it, you're not going to be able to buy a house. Until you go through it, you're not going to be able to publish a paper. And like, no, I mean, there's no way to like your philosophical problems are irrelevant. Like, this is the procedure, this is what you have to do. If you don't do it, you won't be part of the registry. There's nothing to argue about. There's no philosophical issues to discuss. There's a procedure, and there's you having to follow it. And if you can't follow it, you won't be able to publish. End of story. And so if you're saying like, well, no, I'm philosophical, I just can't follow that procedure, so I give up, I'm not going to publish.
I just don't want to have to repeat myself again. I said, when someone is willing to help me, cool. If there's nobody who can help me, then
I can't change the procedure.
worthless.
So I'm telling you, this is a procedure.
If the procedure's
You have
so
to follow
easy,
it. If helping you means like arguing and like no, I told you the procedure, and you either follow it or you can't publish. There is like, I mean, that's all there is to it. So they help you like, this is the procedure. Like, yeah, I don't like the procedure. Then like, you're not helpable, at least in this manner.
Why don't we talk about your stream that you're going to be doing? When is it? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow morning.
Oh, okay. Have you gone over the topics, or I know there's like
I think it's just
reincarnation, Judaism.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. I asked her if I should do any specific research, but I think I'm not. So I'm pretty comfortable for anything that comes up in the topic. And
I listened in real quick, and it seemed like, I don't know, chatting. What's her story?
She's
She's
like
Indian and used to be Muslim and converted to Stana Dharma.
Yeah, I'm not completely sure. It looks like, I mean, maybe she was Muslim, then Christian, or whatever. I mean, maybe she wasn't like officially that religious. I don't even know, like, what does it mean that she's becoming Hindu today? But I mean, she's a semi-popular streamer. She seems she's got a bigger channel than we do. You'll probably not super researched or academic, so she's bringing me on as an expert topical person, like a Jew, to speak about reincarnation. And then we talk like I'll be a generic expert on reincarnation in general, so not just like the Jewish view towards reincarnation, but all sorts of stuff related to the topic. And who knows, on the chat or whatever. So if it ends up like ask the rabbi on basic questions of Judaism, that's fine. And if they ask me questions I don't know, like, I'm happy to say I don't know and move on. But I assume that most of the questions she has on reincarnation, I'll be able to answer or just
maybe you can finally get a wife. Little Doovid's running around in the future somewhere.
I mean, possibly. I mean, she's
Definitely.
in Australia, so it's I don't think this is going to help.
As they say, it's a small world. I don't even remember if I shared this last stream, but topological order, I just love those words. And I just love that word combo. Because when I went to topology class, I remember it's all screwed up at my university because they had this protest with the French students. It was supposed to be a bilingual school, but they weren't offering these courses in French, so they went on strike. And then eventually the compromise was, we're going to offer them every alternating year, which ended up being situation where I didn't have the prerequisites to take a course I had to take that year. So like 4th year class, I'm in 3rd year, get D+. But I remember the first time I walked into the class, it was topology. And I had this feeling like, well, the answer that I knew I would eventually get, that's going to be this. I didn't know how I knew, it just popped into my head. So topological order, that just totally reminds me of the mushroom thing, which I found this awesome mushroom. In my garden. And it really, really demonstrates this principle of equipotential surfaces. So equivalent self-repulsion along a single surface and how to predict that and lining up the HFA. I guess I've been calling it a torsion field. That lingo I use kind of evolves and whatnot, but I was starting to write on this and then got, just was so nonsensically long. So I ended up having to do like a side piece, which put in the chat already and is in the comments. And that's mostly what my week in review consists of. It did not consist of doing anything to do with writing a paper for chemistry, because every time I think about doing that, I think, oh, there's probably something else I should be doing instead. And then I just can't do it. It's like topic specific ADD or something. But yeah, I'll eventually get to the other article, which is more along the lines of visualizing the mushrooms themselves, etc. Another article that hard to know what they mean, but still a lot of interesting word combos. People think you're being too mean to me. I think it's sort of like cultural.
I'm not sure.
It doesn't bother me.
Carol,
because to me, it's
years have gone by and there's no formal paper written and published. That's why Rebbe is frustrated. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I mean, the chat tomorrow is gonna be friendly. Yeah, I'm just. Yeah, I don't know. Being mean. I'm saying I'm just. It's like.
No, I don't think you're being mean. I think you're just
a paper.
You're trying to
being
help
mean.
Me.
You're saying like you're either you write a paper or you're not, and like like there's no room for your bullshit in writing a scientific paper, and so like we could have a friendly conversation and like maybe there, but you're saying like so I mean I'm trying to I guess help you just you're saying like just cut the bullshit, just the facts, and like if you can't do it, you're not going to be able to write a paper, and doesn't mean you can't have a conversation or that you don't have worth or value as a person, and just I mean kind of like business, something like if you don't have money, you're not gonna make the sale, so you don't want to waste a bunch of time on bullshit with a person who can't write a check, and even if it's scientific paper, you're saying like God forbid, like if Jennifer's a LARP and like God forbid it's bullshit and she doesn't actually have any ideas, she didn't actually push the forward the current state of knowledge and doesn't actually have anything publishable. And so if that's the case, and it's better off. Like I mean, you could still have like a YouTube personality designed around like a LARP of like being some great scientist when you're not. But like I'm actually believing you that you have ideas, and that's why you're saying like you.
Yeah, can't you like so you're just saying your own judgment's not enough? Why isn't your own judgment enough?
Well, I'm saying your inability to follow format, to follow procedure.
Why can't you just hear out what I'm saying and that's important to me and that it's not? I'm not going to put it aside.
Because it means you're going to fail then.
It just means I'm going to be held up until somebody wants to co-publish with me.
No, I'm saying you can't co-publish unless you follow format. You can't have a co-publisher that's going to be able to dance around.
I'm fine with following a format. I have no problem with it. It's just the actual doing it part. It was the same on my old job. It's like, well, should I publish paper? Or should I actually do my job? Let me think. Oh, gee, I guess I should probably actually do the work that matters. That's how it feels all the time. So I don't know how much more clear I can make that.
I mean, it's kind of like, it's kind of like taking low birth and like the humor thing, where it's like, okay, if you take high birth, you might be used to being in an environment of experts. And so if you're in an environment where you're around experts and everybody's an expert and you know how to function in that, and saying, well, I took low birth, so you basically no one I know, I'm never in a circle where everybody's an expert. And, so you have a certain way of dealing with the fact that like most people don't know what you're talking about. And so then when you get to the place, like eventually you're saying you're publishing, you're at the level where it's just for the experts, and you have to leave all that other shit behind. And you say, well, I took low birth, I'm not used to dealing with people who know what I'm talking about. Like most of the time I deal with people who have no clue what I'm talking about, people that whatever, people who took low birth. And so you have to get over yourself, like, oh, I arose from like taking low birth to accomplishing something great, even though no one expected me to accomplish something great because I took low birth. And saying like, no, now's the time just for your accomplishment. And so it's a certain discipline, it's a certain maturity level, and it's a certain humbleness where we're saying it's not about you, it's about the idea. And there's a formatted procedure, and you have to fit yourself into the formatted procedure. And so if you took high birth, kind of like if you have a bunch of money and you have a whole bunch of gadgets and toys, and so like if you took high birth, like, okay, all of these toys and gadgets have their own procedure and protocol that basically you have to follow to use. And you're like, oh, if I had all of your money, I would just buy these toys and do what I wanted with them. It's like, no. If you grew up in the academy and these things, you would know that all these toys and gadgets had a procedure and protocol, and you can't use the gadgets or toys unless you follow the protocol. And if it's like like airplanes and cars and trucks, that like there is even license, and you have to even go through official licensing, and you have to do things exactly according to the way the instructions say. My dad's very meticulous like that. It's like, make sure watch the garage door, go all the way down. Like don't close. Because sometimes it catches and it doesn't go up. And well, I don't want to follow the procedure. And so it's kind of like a low birth type thing.
I have no problem with following the procedure. I have a problem with that being the only thing my name's attached to for this entire lifetime. Why are you conflating the two?
We're saying you have nothing. Your life will be attached to nothing. So you have to start with something.
Why is it so hard for you to understand that that's preferable than a misunderstanding?
Because it's how many times do I have to go back to this? These are such basic things. They say most universities, every professor is required to publish something every year. You're not a professor. You're not at a place. You're never going to be pushed to do that. You didn't excel and continue in advanced education. You only got a bachelor's degree. And so you either say that it's not your lot in life. You're never going to publish. You didn't get a master's. You didn't continue in that. You didn't go down the route. So, most people who publish a lot. Most people who publish one paper, publish lots of papers. And, so it's a procedure. Should you, like buying a house, most people who, buy one house, not like to live in, but for like property for rental, end up buying a lot of houses, because once they figure out how to do it and they buy a house and start renting it out, they end up buying more houses, because it's like once you've done it once, the learning curve, the inertia has decreased, and it's easier to do again and again. So just like publishing a paper, like in the beginning, it's very difficult because you have to humble yourself and fit your thinking to the required format, which is like near impossible. They said if you got a PhD or a master's degree and they forced you to do it, you would have done it because that's you wouldn't have got your degree if you hadn't done it, and you would have had like a thesis advisor or someone that was basically yelling at you like I am for a few years. Like if you had a master's degree, and like it took you 3 years to get your master's, and you would know you have that thesis coming, and you have a thesis advisor, and you would know that like the pressure, and your thesis advisor would be there saying like, no, that's not good enough, I'm sorry. Like you want the master's degree, you have to do it according to the format and requirements, and what you have right there is not good enough. And so like you didn't go through that procedure, I didn't go through that procedure, but I think
Are
we
you
could
talking
do
about
it.
my last blog post, whether that's good enough to go into a journal? You're not saying that,
I'm
are you?
talking about the standardization process that anybody in any university around the world who has a master's degree or PhD went through. I'm saying, like, don't you know anyone who got a master's degree or
Yeah,
PhD that
I
published a
do.
paper?
I do, yes.
They're like, how the hell don't you know what I'm talking about?
I do know what you're talking about. I don't know why you won't acknowledge that you just keep
Most
straw
people who
manning
go
what
on
I'm
to
saying
publish
over and
once
over, and it's just
publish a
like,
whole bunch of times.
okay.
So it's like it's unlikely that if you actually publish, pull through and like publish this paper, you probably, less than half your life is over, and over the rest of your lifetime, you'll probably publish tens of papers. Should you not publish this paper, you will probably not publish any papers. And so the likelihood of your worry that like you don't want to be in the public record just for this one thing, it's like like a
Can
hump, a
you
learning curve.
understand why I would think that that was an issue?
No,
Okay.
no, I mean, it's nonsensical. It's an irrational fear. Saying like I don't want to like, I mean, it's that like you can make it comparable.
Irrational to you, maybe. Okay.
I
But,
mean, most fears are irrational.
you
That's
don't
what I'm trying.
understand it. I think it's very rational, given the precedent of misunderstandings of things being committed to writing and then someone's name getting used as some sort of battering ram. And if I put it in whatever I can put in a paper is not going to be anywhere near the totality of my point. So then to put it in paper makes it a lot easier for people to say, well, that's all Jen was saying. Is this toroidal random shit, periodic table stuff. And
so I'd rather be a loser
drawings.
and accomplish nothing.
Do you understand that that's not what my core of my teachings are, though? And that
I'm saying like, I mean, the point is like the core of your teachings
straw
are probably
man of what I represent to present
no. I'm saying
that way.
the core of your teachings are basically bullshit and non-existence until you publish a paper. And so if you don't publish a paper, the consensus will be
there's a science to
there is nothing
non-existence.
core to your teachings, and it's basically a bunch of bullshit.
I suppose that depends if you consider non-existence to be something that can be formally systematized and parameterized.
And saying so, if you successfully publish a paper, you'll likely publish a whole bunch of them. If you don't make it over that hump, the consensus will be that you didn't actually have anything. It was just a bunch of bullshit and a LARP. You couldn't even publish one paper. And once you go, say like, no, I have something. I published a paper. Then, you probably have a whole bunch. You publish a whole bunch of papers.
So what we need to focus on is me being, approachable enough to co-write a paper with someone who's willing to put their name as the first name and mine as the second. Because then it's like, well, that's not really that's not really my main thing, and then it's okay.
It's really just your personality flaws that saying that probably like an issue of humility, or whatever it is, just to recognize that you haven't actually accomplished anything. No one actually believes that you have anything. You might have a few people that believe in you, or like a few idiots and like some LARP or like Gandalf or something like that. But like no, the consensus is that you're full of shit and you don't have anything. And that will be the consensus until you actually publish something.
Thank you very much. Jason, who has published things, is going to come on. I just have to send him the link.
Yeah, it's like Jason, just like a country boy from like middle America, but like he went through the standardized procedure of the university system. He has a master's degree. He published, and he probably published a whole bunch of papers, because once he published one, he understood the format, and he was able to publish a bunch of times. Saying, like, I know hundreds of people that have published tens of papers. Thank God, the synagogue I haven't went to because of COVID-19, there are multiple doctors there that have published a whole bunch of papers, that publish a few papers every year. And it said, like, in the professors that are, like a synagogue. I go to synagogue, and there's like 10 professors, and they publish tens of papers because their professorship requires them to publish every single year. And you're saying, like, yeah, I don't even get your complaint, like, nonsensical. It's saying, like you have something, put it forward in the accepted format, and then do it again. And so just pick one of your ideas, and we'll work on, you have Jason. There's probably quite a few people that believe in you and are willing to help you. And if it's like Jason, like a thesis advisor, that you come on, and and you really need, like I was mentioning in the video I shared about teaching. Generally, it was an apprenticeship, and it was a personality type thing, but there's a competency based thing that you have to demonstrate competency, and that competency means publishing. And until you've done that, the assumption is you don't have competency. And so anything in your own head about you having competency is bullshit. Because, like, if you had competency, you would meet this standard. I mean,
I gave you what I feel is a perfectly reasonable justification for not publishing.
Excuse. There's no justification.
Well, potato.
I mean, so you could say you're not really a great scientist. You're just like,
sure, I would actually be.
You're just a woman who likes yoga and spiritual things and has a few ideas and likes to goof around. Like I know hundreds of rabbis that are basically full of shit like you are. That they, that they have, they read a bunch of Talmud and Kabbalah stuff, and then they read a few articles on science, and they think they have some great unification theory between physics, like Low Gallon.
I happen to go to school. I happen to go to school and not just read someone's fucking mind to win a test or whatever. I actually learned that stuff, so I resent that.
You resemble that. So you don't,
only to you, who has very little knowledge in this domain.
I'm saying completely knowledgeable things. I believe in you, but no, I mean, I'm not a dumbass. I'm not going to fall for some sort of fraud. I'm not going to recognize an accomplishment that's non-existent.
What you're saying is you don't trust your own judgment.
No, I trust my judgment, and saying that there's protocol and standards, and that it's result based. You either accomplish or you don't. And so, talking like picking winners and losers. It's like, oh, this person has so much potential, but at a certain point, they either accomplish or they don't. And if they don't accomplish, their potential doesn't mean anything. So, I mean, you're reaching that age, you're approaching middle age, and the accomplishment's just not there. So, and there'll be some sort of point. I mean, you could maybe be 50 and publish your first paper, but it's not so likely. If you're going to publish, you're probably going to do it before you're 40. And you could publish at any time. But it's saying that the point that you like the time is ticking, and the accomplishment's not there. And anything else is just bullshit. It's not worth arguing about. It's like if you understand money so well, let me see it. I don't need to hear the shit about how good you are with money. If you can't.
When did I say I was good with money?
Well, because you don't. Because it'd be obvious. Like, if you were good with money, you'd write a check. It'd be obvious. You're saying, like, Jason, I'm so good with money that here's all my money. Here's all the great investments I made, and here's all the money I made off of it. In the same way with science, if you were so good with science, and had so many great ideas, you'd have a whole bunch of papers you published.
Unless I was focused on other things.
No, I don't think so. I mean,
there's nothing else to focus on.
I mean, we got Jason here, but no. I mean, did he drop off? It's like, no, because like I know so many people that publish many times a year. And it's like, I mean, Jason here, man, like, I mean, are you listening to this? I mean, it's like, am I not right that like publishing is not that difficult once you reach the hump and write a paper, that when you have an idea and putting it in format and publishing it isn't that difficult. And like most scientists publish every single year, and a lot of good scientists publish multiple times every year. Even a lot of mediocre scientists. I mean, how many articles have you published?
Can you guys hear me?
We hear you fine, yeah.
Yeah, we
Great.
could see you and hear you just fine. Thanks for joining. Great to see you.
Yeah, good seeing both of you guys. Wow, Doovid, tearing it up.
Yeah, I'm saying like I had no time for the bullshit. I'm saying like I want to see results. I'm a
Yeah.
result-driven person.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't. I mean, I respect your opinion. I probably wouldn't put it as harshly as that, but I can understand what you're saying. I mean,
What do you mean? Like the first time you were on the show, you said what I'm saying.
yeah, no, I know. I'm just trying to be. I'm trying to be nice here.
I mean,
Like,
good cop, bad cops. I'm playing the bad cop. You'll play the
Okay.
good cop. But
That's
it's like
fine.
no, like I'm saying the exact same thing that you said the first time you came
Yeah.
on the show after she was on Modern Day Debate.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, certainly, if we're talking about legitimacy of scientific work, that publishing your work and having your peers review that work is typically the way that scientists and non-scientists do this. There's a reason why this structure exists, is because for many, many, many years, we've deduced that this is the best way to evaluate scientific hypotheses, and even, non-scientific positions, history or some other, or literature, do peer-reviewed work where people write up their research and others review it. So I would agree that if the topic is that Jen has some hypotheses and theories on a topic, how does she legitimize her work? That certainly publishing in a peer-reviewed journal is one way of doing that. It's probably the best way of doing it. And how do you get to that point of doing that? Well, typically you would go to graduate school and work under a professor or somebody else that has experience in doing this particular kind of research. You learn from them, you publish your work in that capacity, and then you move forward to when you can become a full-fledged researcher and publish on your own and collaborate with people and get research dollars. But if you're somebody that like doesn't have a degree or has a bachelor's degree but didn't go to graduate school, and you have some ideas, technically you still could publish that work. You could go to an open access journal. You could submit a paper for review. You're nothing precluding you from doing that other than money, which in some ways could be a limiting factor. And that's a complaint amongst academia, is kind of the financial aspects of journals. If I want to publish in an open access journal, I have to be able to pay to get my article published, or I have to go to a journal that that's not open access, that doesn't charge for me to publish per page, etc. Those journals are harder to get through. There are a lot of more people submitting their work, but you still have to go through the peer review process.
I mean, to submit and get an ISSN number, I mean, I was thinking like getting a patent, but I'm saying like, no, I mean, you could it said if you write a paper according to the format and you submit it, and so say self-publish and you have an ISSN number, then you're published. Then you've done it, even if it's not in a journal.
Yeah, I mean, you mean if like you certainly could do that. But
I don't know what to get like an ISSM number, if it has to be like reviewed and accepted by the certification, I don't know the exact details of how you get an ISSM number, or if you have to like what the fee is, if it's like I looked online. I mean, there's a form and probably a fee, but it's probably like a patent, like you could get, it's only a few hundred. Most patents cost a few $1,000s by the time it's done. But like just the registration fees, only a few $100s. So just the registration fee to get ISSN number is only like, I mean, it can't be more than a few $100s, as they maybe if you get rejected or you have to resubmit or.
Yeah, typically that though, like if you're publishing a book or some type of, if you're an editor where you've collaborated with other researchers and you're kind of compiling everything into a book, those are less the ability to publish in that aspect, that the threshold is not as high. I mean, I could publish a book and it could just be bullshit. And
there's no threshold for a book. I'm saying like an ISBN number.
Well, but
you don't need. But I'm saying to get an ISSN number, an official like scientific paper, you have to submit a form. It has to be reviewed. But I'm saying like there's a lot of crap that gets published. Like just because it's crap doesn't mean it can't get published.
Well, I think you're confusing
to some extent.
ISSN
It is
with
just
DOI.
filling out a form.
I think you're confused. Typically a paper is given what's called a digital object identifier, a DOI, and that is. But you can get DOIs for anything. You can get DOI for data. Like as an example, in my field, that I typically have to provide my data. I have to provide data and my code to allow for the reproducibility of my research. And one of the ways of doing that is to publish my data on something like Data Dryad. I go to Data Dryad, upload my data, upload my methods, upload my code. It assigns it a DOI. When I publish my manuscript, I give them the DOI so they can then link to my data. If my paper is published, then the paper gets a DOI, and then it becomes searchable and findable. It gets accessible through Google Scholar. It gets accessible through my ORCID. So typically, when I think of an ISSN number, those are for like books. Typically, I mean, a paper.
I mean, I could be wrong. So I mean the DOI.
It's fine. I mean, DOI, ISSN, whatever. But the only point is that if you want your research, and again, I don't think this is controversial. People may disagree with me, but if you want your research to be taken seriously, it needs to be published and it needs to be peer reviewed. And if your work is if you can't publish your work because it gets rejected everywhere you submit it, then you might want to think about whether your research is structured in a way that is correct, that makes sense.
Can we define the terminology? Like,
sure.
Like, to publish means saying to publish, you don't actually have to be in a journal. You're saying that you have a paper that was accepted and got a DOI number, and then you could submit it to a journal and be included in a journal. But so when I say like a professor at most universities is required to publish every year, that might include being actually published in a journal. But to have to get a DOI number, you just have to submit it to the organization and have it accepted, and then you have, so to say, a paper. You're in the database as having like a published paper, but it wasn't actually published in a journal, and then you could submit it to a journal, and it's like a higher level of publishing, so to say, to be included in a journal, but it doesn't actually have to be in a journal to be published.
All I'm saying is that in order for your research to be taken seriously, it needs to be published in
I'm talking about levels. I mean, there's levels to say that you say, like, I wrote a paper, I'm a published scientist, even though it wasn't in a journal. So, you say, okay, there's a higher level. I'm a published scientist. I wrote a paper and I got it, included in some journal. And then, higher level is that other people responded and cited. And, so when you look on the Google Scholar or something and you see my paper, you'll see a whole bunch of links or like a list of how many times the paper's been quoted. But just say publish, you could self-publish it and be a published, so to say, author. I mean, a scientific paper, even if it's not included in a journal. Yeah, and saying it's better to be in a journal, and then to have sort of peer review in a sense that I was saying the basic, like the theoretic that you're pushing the current state of knowledge forward, and all you have to do is follow the basic format of demonstrating what's the current knowledge base, the history of the thought on the idea, what's your idea, and then how how your idea fits in or pushes forward with the current ideas on it. And so if it gets included in a journal and saying if it's successful in saying that other people read your paper, and then when they publish, they include your idea. So like if Jennifer, like I said, for example, her quantum periodic table, and we did the due diligence, and no one else has something similar to it. It has useful, unique information in this format of the periodic table that doesn't exist in the other periodic tables. It could be published, and then maybe some journal would take it, and then if some future writer publishes in a similar area and they're doing their due diligence of the current state of knowledge, they might include her paper, and then they would have citations like how many times her paper has been cited. And that's because the basic theory that you've pushed the current state of knowledge forward. So when people are doing research as 3D periodic tables, and you search through this database of papers, even if she wasn't included in some journal, her paper might still come up. That if you search 3D periodic tables, even if her paper wasn't included in a journal, but if she gets like a DOI number and someone searches the database, her paper will come up.
Okay, hold on. Okay, that's a lot. So just let's just take this bit by bit. If you write up your research, and I just put it online, like as an example, I was looking at Sal Cordova's work.
When I put it online like her blog, I mean, it has to be registered.
Well, but like I can write.
I guess that's the difference between registered and published.
Well, wait
you
a
have
second.
a paper and it's registered. It has a DOI number. It doesn't mean anything. What it means is registered.
But whatever. That doesn't mean anything.
But it means something, saying it's officially registered.
Well, look, I could write something up, and I'm not sure if I can get a DOI assigned. I probably can get a DOI assigned to something that is called a paper. I wrote it, but it's not peer reviewed. Like there's a whole spectrum of work. An example might be an extension. I don't know if you guys know what extension is, but like agricultural extension, or like people write a manual that is like they're at the USDA and they write up some research around a particular topic, and it was reviewed internally for consistency and scientific validity, but it wasn't sent out to a journal. They publish that as like extension paper 124.1 of the USDA, but it didn't actually go to, and it has a DOI, but it didn't get peer reviewed. People cite work like that. It wasn't peer reviewed, but it's from a legitimate organization. It's a legitimate scientist. There are scientists that are reviewing it, but it wasn't officially peer reviewed. That occurs. That's one level. If you go down and you're like, I wrote this up, but nobody looked at it at all. I'm just a person on the internet and I stick it out on the internet. Nobody's going to really cite that. Nobody's going to put in their peer-reviewed paper, I cited X person, and they're going to consider that like not really even a paper.
Someone actually did cite me, but it was for, not physics or anything related to that. But I still felt extremely.
Did they cite you in a paper?
It was a paper, but it was not a scientific paper. It was probably something,
Yeah.
You're talking if it's registered, that like if for example, a quantum periodic table, you say even if it wasn't in a journal, if it was just registered and has a DOI number, and then someone searches it for some reason and has a paper, it will be linked because it's registered. So just registering it, having the number is, that's what I'm talking, like the minimum. So I'm saying that, if she's done the research, she has the article, I think within a month we could probably have a paper in proper format on the quantum 3D periodic table, and we could register it.
But wait a second. But
to submit it and saying that we could pay the fee and get a DOI number.
Yeah, but wait a second. Just hold on.
And then say like if you want to call that published,
It's
that
not published.
she's a self-pub. Well, it is. Saying
Okay.
that it's self-published. It has a DOI number.
Okay.
She can include it on her blog.
You can get a DOI.
And it's a self-published. It's an
How
official.
deep are we going to get dragged into a semantic hair split here?
You can get a DOI number for virtually anything. I can get a DOI number for something that's not peer reviewed. So just having a DOI number is not somehow legitimize the work.
Well, it means it's officially registered.
But so what? If it's not peer
It
reviewed,
is a so what? It's saying that's the first level. That's the first level of having it officially registered.
I don't think, like, as an example, that if, like, on my Google Scholar, if I had work that, well, that's not true. I'll take this back. On my Google Scholar, I have abstracts of presentations that I presented at, like, American Geophysical Union, and it shows up in my Google Scholar. Now, it's not a paper. I wouldn't put it on my publications list. It doesn't get cited.
It's called a preprint. It's basically a preprint.
Yeah, but
so saying that is saying. I mean, I don't know if a preprint has a DOI number, but saying
preprints get DOIs. Yeah, but
yeah. So I mean, basically, I'm talking about a preprint.
Yeah,
saying that Jennifer in the next month could have a preprint that would mean that she wrote her paper, she registered it. It's a preprint. I mean, what people call a preprint.
Yeah, I mean, you could do this. Certainly, like, as an example, I mentioned Sal Cordova.
Well, I'm saying that's the first step. That's exactly what she would do.
You could do that.
She would write a paper, she would register it, she would have a preprint.
But
that's exactly what she would do, and like that's the procedure. I'm saying I'm telling you.
I don't know if that's not technically a preprint. A preprint is a paper, a manuscript that you submit to a peer-reviewed journal. The peer-reviewed journal immediately, they accept it to review, but it hasn't been reviewed yet. It hasn't gone out to reviewers, but in that interim stage, it's considered a preprint. It's not a reviewed article, but they assign a DOI. It can be searchable, and they note at the top of the article, this paper has not been peer reviewed yet. It's in the process of being peer reviewed. That's a preprint. If you have a paper that you're not submitting, but you just want to get a DOI for it, that's not a preprint. But you still could do that and say, this is the DOI to this paper.
Is it a problem that I've never been a professional chemist?
No,
I don't know.
You don't have to. You don't even have to have a degree to publish a paper.
You could publish a paper without a degree, technically. Yeah, if it can get past peer review, then that is fine.
Doesn't the thing that makes the most sense is to go with someone who's already gotten through peer review to have them put their name on a paper that I write that they tell me is all right or not, and then
that
goes through. And I'm a footnote on that for my own reasons that we don't go into because it doesn't fucking matter.
Most papers have a lot of names on them.
This is what students do. This is
saying, like, we could have the first paper. It could be me, you, Joanne, and and Jason's name on it. Saying all of our names could be on a paper.
But as an example, this is what happens in academic institutions. You have a student writes up their research. The student is being mentored by the professor. The professor puts their name on it, and the student puts their name on it, and they attempt to get this published. But it's like everybody knows, they see the senior person as the last author or the second author, and they see an author that people
who
don't really know
on the list is going to look like the person that had pretty much nothing to do with it.
That's the senior professor. That's the guy that's like just reviewed the work and the student did all the work, but the professor is the senior person.
No one would have heard of any of us. I mean, how many papers have you published, Jason?
I've got 17 papers published.
Yeah, I said like most people who publish one paper publish a whole bunch of papers.
It's not that much.
But I'm saying most people haven't heard of you.
17 more than me, man.
If me, you, and Jennifer published a paper together, even though you've published 17 papers, like most people never heard of you, and so you might have more credibility. So if it's just our names on the thing, and your names has more letters after it, more credentials, you may or may not mean anything, but I mean the concept is that you're pushing the current state of knowledge forward, and so if you're procedurally like the historical review, the analysis of the current state of knowledge, your idea, and then some sort of analysis of how your idea changes things, and then it's in the record, and if someone else uh, tries moving knowledge forward, the current state of knowledge will include your paper.
Look,
And saying if what
of
she's saying is
course.
legitimate, like the quantum 3D periodic table, it's new and unique and conveys information that doesn't exist. I was mentioning like chemistry, this book like Mazur in the collection of like 170 or some periodic tables, and but if her periodic table conveys new and useful information that doesn't exist in other ones, it's possible and likely that someone else will come along with an idea, and they'll look through uh, a collection of the current periodic tables that have been published, and they'll look at yours also, even though you're nobody who maybe doesn't even have a preprint. But I mean, certainly if you get it published in like some journal of like chemistry or science, they'd be more likely to see it. But just in the due diligence that that a person might come across your idea, just they might come across your blog. If someone else had this idea of a 3D periodic table and is searching for it, even though you don't even have a DOI number, they still might come across your blog.
Wait a
But if
second.
you have a DOI number, then so like if we were writing in a correct format, that would be included. So in where I'm trying to demonstrate that her idea is pushing the knowledge forward. So in the introduction, where I'm saying the current state of knowledge, I would link and cross-reference papers that are already in existence.
You understand it's a bit confusing where it's like, oh, I'm trying to tell you your thing's good by shitting all over it, and if you're the person who doesn't have anything to do with what's written, your name's going first on the publication. Can you understand how a person might be a bit confused by that?
Say that again. Repeat what you said.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, because people focusing on like names and whose name goes first. I'm just focusing on the basic concept that you actually have an idea that's pushing the current state of knowledge forward, and if it is, it's you could make a paper, and like
and all I'm saying, I'm sorry,
yes.
All I'm saying is there's more considerations than just that. I'm not saying you're wrong. Don't even disagree with you on what you're saying.
Yeah, go ahead. You're both right.
Go ahead, Jason. Please. Love your input.
You're both right. You certainly, if you have a unique theory that is pushing science forward in a particular discipline, you can and it can pass peer review. So the peers look at it and say, this is legitimate. I'm reading this. This is novel research. Then absolutely it can get published regardless of your background, etc. But the point is that
do you think your quantum 3D periodic table is publishable?
It almost never happens because
Jason, do you agree with me?
It's a metaphysical argument.
Table is publishable.
Do I think I don't know. I don't know. I don't know enough about this particular discipline to know.
Yeah, it makes a whole lot of sense to publish something no one understands, even if it's true. Let's think about that for a minute.
But wait a second. Like the typical way that this works is you go out and read all the literature on a particular subject. So like, if you're like, I'm very interested in this particular area, I should be able to go out. The first step of a student is go do a literature review, go out and read all the work that has, or not all of it, but a lot of work that has been done in this particular area. When you read that work, you suddenly start to say, wow, this is how in this discipline papers are structured. You start to understand the discipline. You also, through your mentorship, start to understand what it actually means to write a scientific paper. Like, it's not just like throwing words down on paper and just write like stream of consciousness. It's a very structured mechanism of how science is communicated. Those things typically take a mentor going into, being a graduate student and being trained on these things. And it takes years to do this. Now, some people, if you're like a savant, you could just go read papers and write up your research, and it's like totally novel. submit it to a journal. Nobody's going, like when I submit a paper, it's blind. They don't know who's written this paper. They don't know that it's this person at this university.
Oh yeah. We'll
They
definitely
don't.
be able to disguise that it's me that wrote it.
Well, they're only looking at the content. Now, if your content is such that somebody reads it and says, this was written by somebody that has no clue on a particular subject, then it's going to get rejected. But if that person has gone through and said, look, under quantum computing, I have read a plethora of research at MIT and Stanford and all these different places that are working on this stuff, and it's in alignment with that research and is pushing forward the science, or maybe it's even questioning that research. Let's say you're like, I think this quantum computing theory that has been proposed by these researchers at Stanford is bullshit. And I think my theory is much more legitimate. You should be able to write up. I
can't see myself saying something like that. I would faint.
Well, but you know what? This is what scientists do. Scientists oftentimes are extremely critical of each other and say, this doesn't make any sense. And here's why it doesn't make any sense. Very specifically, I can show why my hypothesis is much more valid than this author and this author and this author and this author and this author. And they spell out their methodologies, they show the results, they publish their data, they publish their code. That happens all the time. This is how we move science forward. So I understand, like, people may be like irritated at the peer review process. They're like, I want to be able to publish this. I don't have a degree. I can't get through the door. Well,
I keep saying I support it. I support it. I just don't want to be the person. I don't know how I can make this more clear, that I don't want to be seen to be the person. Do you understand my problem? Maybe you were here before, but I just don't want that to be the only thing that survives this lifetime. I'd rather nothing survive this lifetime than that.
Than your work?
It's not my work. It's one teeny tiny little application of something that really isn't even central to what I'm all about.
No problem.
That's all I'm saying.
Totally get that. Totally get that. I understand that. I think that
obviously not to the, like, I don't want to hold science back, and it's not like I'm holding anything back in regards to what I'll talk about, but in regards to secular science. But like, to me, the publishing, I need help, at least one other person.
Well, I mean,
and I'm going to need them to put their name as the first author as well. Even though they're like, oh, I didn't come up with it. It's like, I didn't come up with it either, and I cannot be bothered to have my name be the first author on this thing.
Here's what I would suggest. Read the literature. Find the top 5 researchers in this specific area. I think I sent you a video on a couple things. And like, I actually watched a video on a woman from MIT who's working on quantum computing. She has a very accessible video. It's like explaining quantum computing from a 4th grader to an expert. And she explains it like 6 different ways. Like, how do I explain it to a high schooler? How do I explain it to a graduate student? How do I explain it to an expert? And she increasingly amps up the level of complexity. She's at like MIT. I can find her name. Email her and say, I'm a fledgling student. I have a bachelor's degree. I'm very interested in this topic. I've done some work. I would love to just have a talk with you about my work and whether what I'm doing in terms of how I could get it published or how I could get engaged in this research, how I could do that. Most professors are extremely approachable and accessible and would be willing to chat with you on that. So that would be the first step, is to get some feedback from somebody in those areas. If that person's like, I'm confused, I don't quite understand what you're talking about.
We've tried to do that, and that's mainly what the feedback is. So to come back and to tell people that that's the feedback, it's like, we didn't even need to ask them. I could have told you that was going to happen.
Well,
if it was so damn obvious, it wouldn't have been me figuring this shit out. The point is, if it was so obvious, somebody else would have figured it out.
But wait a second.
No, it's not the case. I'm saying we don't have to rehash all this stuff, because a lot of the stuff is like obvious, and you learn in school the process, and that's why, you know, it's likely to be the quantum 3D periodic table. And I've already done the majority of the research already, and you just say, if she has a unique way to convey the periodic table that has useful...
so it's like, instead of helping me publish it, you just want to rag on me on a stream. It's like, okay, but why don't we just fucking publish it?
No, I just want to talk about the ideas. If you didn't have such bad character, we would just talk about the idea. We don't have to talk about any of this other bullshit than the idea. And that's why I tried the other week, and you have to, like, your stupid bullshit is saying, I gave you so much information, and just say, here's your periodic table, here's your layout, here's the information that is conveyed in the normal structured periodic table, and here's the use of your layout. That I went over the periodic trends and the useful information that could be garnered from the current structure, and then saying what's the useful information that could be garnered from the way you have the periodic table structured and laid out, and saying that that's a paper there. And like I've already done the research. I mean, there's still more to do, like, of the history of the periodic table, the basic elements, that why we have a periodic table, what's its use, what people garner from it, and why alternative formats of a periodic table may be useful. So I mean, we don't have to talk about anything other than the information that's conveyed in your periodic table. It's saying it's you that makes it about you.
Well, you
I'm not
already
making
said
it
that
about you.
I have to
I'm
establish
making it
that it
about the
establishes
idea.
you're saying first I need to establish that it establishes all the previously established patterns in the periodic table.
That's not
It's
what I said.
unclear. Well,
I
you
said
said
you
I
have
had
to
to do
establish that your periodic table conveys
I'm sorry,
useful
but you said
information
literature review,
in a
did you
new
not?
way that previous periodic tables don't convey. You don't have to convey all of the pieces of information that the other formats, but that there's some use, that someone who understands chemistry will be able to look at your periodic table and understand useful information that's conveyed in a more convenient or straightforward uh, way that is not conveyed in other tables. And like, yeah, I think you could publish that. It's not that complicated. Like I said, like if you could get over yourself and just talk about the idea, you could probably have a paper and a DOI number in less than a month.
Well, I mean, I would just restate what I said, which is the fastest way to validate your ideas is to talk to some folks in the field, and if they're confused as to what you're talking about, the what to think from that is not they just don't understand it, or this is over their heads. Because if they're saying, I'm just confused, I don't quite understand your idea, what they're just being nice and saying that this doesn't make any sense to me. So if that's the case, I would suggest, and I know I'm not telling you what to do, but like, what about taking some classes in this? What about like,
Yeah, so you don't have to be like, no, I mean, I think I've already said, like, no, I mean, I think her periodic table, I don't think there's necessarily people in the field that like, I don't know. I mean, I didn't look and find like anybody that's coming up with different periodic tables. Like I found some people historically, there's hundreds of people who've came up with alternative periodic tables, but like, no, I mean, there's no one necessarily in the field, but all to show any chemist that would look at say that her periodic table doesn't convey useful information that is not given over in the current periodic table. And it's not saying it's going to replace, and every student is going to carry around a copy of her periodic table, but yes, she could publish a paper that will have officially in the record that here is a unique new periodic table that conveys information in a useful new way, that there's certain information that's easier to garner from her version of the periodic table than the current versions. And like, I think I already understand it well enough to to show that, like, show what the
All right,
current
well, talk me through how you can predict valence states.
from your model
Yeah.
or from the current model.
Oh, I thought you were talking about my model. So I was going to say, like, I don't even think you understand my model.
Or say if I understand enough to say that you're demonstrating in a way.
this is not the
You're
the
not
approach to
demonstrating.
take.
She's not coming up with like a new theory. It's just
This
a
is not the
periodic
approach to
table
take.
that conveys information in a useful way. And if it's even one trend that so if I understand one element of chemistry and say it's easier to understand this well-known piece of information from her table from the current model, then it's use and it's publishable. And
I
was
don't.
just trying to get her to understand
Yeah,
that also. Like anybody
look,
who has a basic understanding of chemistry and physics, that you look at her model and see what is the benefit of her model in conveying that information. And that she's coming up with some new like atomic theory. It's just a table that's conveying information of understood theories. So any chemist or physicist that already understands the theories of the information that's meant to be conveyed in the periodic table, and seeing an alternative format and saying like, yes, this is definitely a more intuitive way of conveying at least a few of those pieces of information.
I just don't think that like the way to approach this is not like for us to discuss this model and to try to figure out if it makes sense or not. Because I'll be honest, nobody here is an expert in this particular area. You're not.
You don't have to be
Nobody
an
here
expert
is.
to say, saying like if you're, say like even a high school student, but saying, so even at your level of science, like I showed last week the periodic trends and the basic information that's being given over in a periodic table. And if you look at that and you're saying, how are these pieces of information understood in a 3D model, and why it would have, so to say, explanatory power of these basic scientific concepts. So saying, here's the regular model, here's a 3D model, and according to this new model, these concepts are explainable. Like saying, if you were a high school chemistry teacher, let alone you like some sort of research, great mind, and you were trying to explain someone the periodic table, that you would be able to take her periodic table and use it to explain these concepts, and someone would say like, yes, I understand these concepts, uh, so to say, better, or at least a few of them in a more intuitive way from your 3D model. And that's why I mentioned my high school chemistry teacher told me that when we had the periodic table, and she said, really, the periodic table should be three-dimensional. And she had some of these three-dimensional attempts at a model, and use that to try to teach high school chemistry. So I mean, you don't need like some world class chemist and physicist to just here's a periodic table, and here are the basic trends and purpose of the table and ideas that are meant to be conveyed and given over. That really like someone with a basic undergraduate background in chemistry and physics would be able to say like, yes, those basic periodic trends, I understand better or in a different way from your model as opposed to the generic 2D model.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if I agree with that, but I think that this topic is not like I took some undergraduate classes so I understand it, or even I have a basic understanding of it. I think it's more complicated than that, and I think that I can only use my own research as an example. Like I do, like one of the areas I work in is climatological impacts with agriculture, and so we talk about like the energy balance of the planet. All these things are built upon layers, like levels of understanding. And I had to use years of work to get to a point where I can then do more sophisticated work, to then I can have novel work. So you have to understand all the underlying research and what people did previously, to then start to say, I'm going to start to formulate my own ideas and not my novel thoughts about how I can push forward the science. If you suddenly say, I've got this novel idea, but I don't really understand under the underlying components, then it calls into question whether your so-called novel hypothesis is actually novel at all. You haven't even, you could be like, I have this novel idea, but guess what?
I'm not talking, I'm saying maybe she does, but just separate. I'm not talking about a novel idea. We're talking about a novel table. And saying
but
that,
that's
like,
the same
no,
thing. It's
another semantic digression, please.
So can I just say one thing, Doovid? You run on like a long time. You should be able to just, maybe I'm doing the same thing, but like let's try to keep it like concise. So
yeah, so let's take it to the point. Like I'm trying to help her publish a paper.
All right.
I think it's. I mean, it could be different, but it's saying the most likely it's going to be her periodic table. So I'm not talking about like some new theory on quantum physics. Like
Here's
maybe
the
she
thing,
claims she has that. I'm talking about a table, and like her table is unique. I've looked through the index of the tables that are out there, and there's none that look like hers. So she has a table.
I found
it's
a
new.
table online that
It
looked
could
like
be
that.
published as long as it conveys useful information.
No, I found somebody else that's published a quantum, like has put, all they've done is
There's
they
hundreds
put
of periodic tables.
they've just taken the periodic table and they put the spins on there and the orbitals. That exists. That it's not.
Is it in the shape of a space-time event, dear? That's the key thing.
It's in the shape of the periodic table.
Well, if it's not in the shape of a space-time event, I mean, that's sort of the main thing.
So if I've seen what you've shown with that, you're going to have to show all the math as to why that's the case.
You do realize that it doesn't necessarily admit mathematical decomposition, right?
Well, then if that's the case,
so you're saying, Jen, could you please give us some metaphysics to justify a new system of mathematics, to justify a new system of physics in 2 pages?
No.
I'm sorry, but that's how I interpret it.
She doesn't have to show the math like to solve some like quantum theory. She just has to show that her periodic table conveys new useful information, that someone could look at her model and understand current understandings in a way that is not understood in the current periodic tables, or even if it is understood, that her way of representing it is useful.
But
she doesn't have to write a whole paper on every single element. Like, it's publishable as long as she has something new that's pushing forward. So there's a new model, the way to represent current information.
You've got to provide clear and unambiguous reasons and methods as to why her model, how it works, how she came up with it, and typically that would be formulated in math. Like, you would stipulate the mathematical equations that show the vector spaces for what she's showing. Now, if you want to publish it in a metaphysical journal,
do you understand that a vector space inherits tacit metaphysics through its mathematical axioms?
I don't know what that means. I don't know what you say. It inherits inherent metaphysical aspects. I have no idea.
Mathematics has an intrinsic metaphysics to it, in the sense that it uses axioms to deduce shapes from those axioms. Like parallel lines theorem and all these other things.
If you read a scientific paper in this particular discipline, would they discuss that?
That's the whole thing. They would not discuss that because it just wouldn't be.
Well,
so what am I going to have to try to argue as to why?
No, I'm not asking you to.
I've thought about this a lot and how to frame it and how to phrase it to get, the most benefit. It's unclear. That's why I need other people to see where they're not understanding, and that's where I'll bridge the gap rather than just the only thing I can speculate really is torsion fields and recombinant microstates, which, as far as I can tell, no one's understood, including Doooovid.
Well, let's check it out. If I wrote research that nobody could understand, then that's a problem. Even for a scientist, like, let's say you have this cutting edge idea and it's actually correct. You have to be able to communicate it in a way that people can have some semblance of understanding what you're talking about.
Well, put up the one that has the elements listed. So it's saying, like, she could publish her first paper that doesn't have to, be the finality of everything that's included in it.
Like, if you came to me with a fully written paper, I'd look at it. If there's any, it's all good, I'd literally just sign off on it.
Saying that, Jennifer, can you put up your periodic table that it has the elements?
I'm trying to pull it up right now, and I'm not sure if I'm able to find it, but I'll try.
I mean, it's okay.
We can just in a way that it's saying but hopefully there's more to it. You could publish a whole series of papers on the same topic of the quantum periodic table. It's saying just a first publishable paper. All she has to do is show that she's pushing science forward and that she has a representation that conveys information in a new,
I just think
useful way.
You're completely underestimating this, Doooovid, because, like, to say all she has to do is publish this table that's a novel idea, it's not that simple. If she were to write a paper on this, she has to actually write an introduction and a background that talks about the background literature on this particular topic.
That part I would be doing.
Which is what I was alluding to earlier, and how difficult that would be.
I don't think she's going to be capable of doing. Like, I'm the one who's probably going to do that part.
Okay, and then you actually also have to write up the methodology of how you've structured this, and that typically would be structured in equations. You have to be able to write out the equations.
You want me to
for
write
this.
out equations and methodology for something that, by its own definition, can't be equational?
You know,
It doesn't have to. I
This-
mean, you're saying equation and just the simple algebra of a periodic table that represents basic information, and saying that basic information that people garner from the standard periodic table, how they would see that information in her table, and how there would be a beneficial use to her layout. So I mean, if there's more to it, that could be for a future date. But it's saying just an initial paper, just introduce her model, and that people would at least be able to garner some new insight.
Jason, why are you getting frustrated? I don't want Jason to get frustrated.
I'm just frustrated because I'm trying to explain this, and I feel like I'm not communicating my ideas effectively, because I just think that writing, first of all, doing research and writing papers is very, very difficult. It's not just like, I'm going to write a paper on this. It's very difficult to write papers. People think that it's simple. It is not. I can't tell you how many times I've written stuff that I've had other people look at it and go, this sucks. I've had my major advisor be like, this is so confusing. I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, I just insult me over and over again. Like, did you even take like differential equations? Do you understand any of this at all? Like, so my only point is that
You can't find the table that has the elements written on it.
I'm still looking for it. My potato has trouble doing searches when it's running a stream.
Yeah, maybe
So
you make it more
hopefully-
complicated, unnecessary, saying like the logistics of publishing a paper.
The
is very
irony
simple.
of that statement is not lost on me.
That is saying just like how to publish a paper, how to like it's not that complicated. Like the structure, the format of a paper, and to demonstrate that you've so I say here's something relatively easy. It's like she has a table no one else has. Like you could look through the literature, she'll have the table, and you're not going to look in some book and say here's the table. So all of the precursor information, you're saying just to demonstrate that any scientist could look at her version of the table and understand that that's a periodic table, how to garner the useful information of what a periodic table is supposed to represent from her table, and then some like benefit of why someone would want her table as opposed to the generic table that everyone uses, and saying like I think we could already write a paper on that. Like obviously there's more to it, but just the simple basic information, like here's a table that doesn't exist anymore. Here's a historical review of
Here's
the
a
basic
table that
history of
doesn't
the
exist
periodic
anymore?
table, what the periodic table is supposed to represent. Here's the new periodic table. Here's some basic information that's represented in it in a way that someone like Jason could read and be like, oh, yeah, I see this is a periodic table. I see this is an interesting way of laying out this information, and like you have a paper there.
I don't think so.
We've
Well,
already
that's just
solved
me.
this. Remember, Joanna's gonna ghostwrite it for us.
But I mean, you're saying I don't think so. I'm saying like, well, I'm saying like no. I mean, it's saying you could.
It's not that
We
simple.
register it. You're saying
well,
whether
forget about registering. Forget about registering. Forget about any of that. It's about writing, like having novel research and being able to write it and structure it in a way that can pass peer review. And that statement sounds simple, but it's not, particularly in extremely complicated topics. So if we're talking about a scientific topic like quantum computing and coming up with novel ideas in this particular area,
it's not a novel idea. It's just a table. It's a representation.
But that's not just a representation. If it truly is novel, so nobody else has come up with it. Why has nobody else come up with it? What does the literature say in this particular topic? And because I can't believe that it's just like she stumbled upon it. I don't think so.
You've seen
and by the way,
table before, right? You know the basic information that a periodic table is supposed to represent and convey.
Yeah, I found a quantum periodic table online. This is not, and again, it's not what she's mentioned. Like Jen mentioned, like
a lot of
some
modern
3D version that is like, I've seen what she's shown with that, but I'm talking about the 2-dimensional periodic table. That's what I'm talking about.
A lot of modern quantum field theory has some connection to the periodic table.
Yeah, of course.
Like the alternating orbitals, plus a half, minus a half, plus a half, minus a half. Like those are considered quantum spin states. You can look this up. So there is some numbers confusion. In this. This is something I learned on the T-Jump servers, that there's some confusion in the degree to which chemistry influenced the development of physics, to the point where people are thinking like that math somehow was some miracle savior that came in and fixed science. Bit of a misconception there.
Maybe if you had the numbers, I mean, if you can't include the numbers also, instead of having the elements, just the numbers, and in some way like intuitive, it's like that's a periodic table, there's a logic, and that the periodic trends that represent useful information could be understood in this way, that you're looking at like, oh, here's the periodic table, here's the element, and then the basic understanding of your periodic trends that you're seeing in a novel, useful way.
Okay, there's some. There's a book published in 2019, Periodic Table, Quantum Biting Its Tail, and Sustainable Chemistry, where they talk about the periodic table, and they have a quantum periodic table. It was published in.
You're gonna put it in the chat. You're gonna put the link.
It's a book.
In the chat.
I can. Yeah, I'll link it. It's published by Taylor Francis, but here's the book. I'll put it in the YouTube chat. Oh shit. Okay, I gotta go back. Hold on.
You mean overcomplicate it and saying like you're saying like they say like in my mind like, yeah, this is publishable. You're like,
I'm really glad, and let's get it done, but understand that I have certain requirements that I can't be negotiable on, and it's nothing to take personally, and I really don't want to upset people.
I mean, you're the one who has to. You don't get to make requirements. Like, you have to fit your idea into the procedure and protocol that's already established. I want to fit my idea
in with my own.
I mean, you're the one who has to do the work. Like, you're not setting rules for somebody else. You have to follow the rules to do this.
So can you see how it might be tough, Jason, when people are always in a very specific field, to go to something so broad that would apply to chemistry and physics and possibly math in a way that most people just aren't used to thinking about?
Well,
that combined thing has sort of made me discouraged from even starting. I appreciate where Doowovid's coming from. It's just that, the next step is unclear without somebody who's already in the field who could say, it might make sense to actually go this route with regards to publishing. And this is sort of,
It's an 8-page paper. If you want to write a book, you write a book. But like you're talking about like an 8-page paper. It's not like you don't have to make it more than it is.
I just think that that's simplifying things big time.
Because it is simple.
I don't think it's simple.
It is that simple. It's an 8-page paper. You're saying it has to be more than an 8-page paper?
I think that the implication is that if Jen had a PhD or Jen had research experience in this area, and or let's say she didn't have that, but she had said, look, for the last 6 months, I've went out and I read 50 papers on this topic, and I know so-and-so in 2018 did some work, but they didn't do a quantum computing table. And
did you put that link in the chat
2010, just wait a second. So-and-so in 2010 does something, but it's similar, but not quite like this. And so-and-so did this, and it's not at all like this. Like, she would be able to then provide a supporting case for what she's talking about. But if she can't even do that, then I think that it doesn't lend any credence to an 8-page paper that shows the periodic table. She could publish an 8-page paper that has the periodic table, but if everybody's like, this doesn't mean anything, I can't understand, then that's a problem.
No,
That's
it's
all I'm
not.
saying.
I'm saying what you're saying is irrelevant. They're saying that she is
How?
documenting, registering her idea, and that's
I
it. Like whether it gets accepted or it changes the
Okay.
world or she gets it published,
If
she's
that's what you want to do,
documenting and
fine.
registering. This
That's
is her
fine.
idea, and that's it.
Well, then, okay, if that is the intention to say, look, I don't care about any validation. I'm going to take what I've done. I'm going to write it up and I'm going to get a DOI and I'm just going to submit it somewhere. Go
It is
for it.
validatable. They're
What do
saying
you
an
mean it's
8-page paper is
validatable?
validated. Here's a new model that doesn't exist. Here's a new periodic table
Yeah.
that conveys the same information that any basic scientist would understand is in the periodic table, and she explains how this is conveying
But it's
the
not peer reviewed.
information that all
She's not going to
scientists
send it
already
anywhere.
understand about the periodic table.
She's not going to send it anywhere. She's not going to publish it. She's just going to get a DOI and it's just going to hang out there on the internet, but nobody's validating it. It's just
Well,
something
that's
she
a
wrote
lot of
up.
work. It's like, yeah, that's networking, and yeah, like I mean,
It's not networking. There's no
well, it is.
networking
It's
in getting
like submitting it to papers and getting it published.
Well, that's
Is
not networking. I'm not networking to get a paper published.
well, you are saying you have to get it in front of people and push it, and
No, I
saying that
don't.
there's corruption and like you could
No.
make but it's saying like, yeah, I'm saying like you like once she writes the paper, like getting it submitted and looked at by other people is a separate part, and then how they react to it. But it's saying like for the first step is just a simple 8-page paper.
Okay, well,
I
this
don't know
is
why
just
you're trying to make it more complicated.
if
Saying
that,
like, yeah, once she has a unique idea, she writes the paper, she does
Yeah.
the due diligence to do the historical literature review, and then she starts submitting it to people. She starts like, here's my paper, will you take a look at it? Maybe to journals, and she gets reactions. But it's saying like, no, I mean, the beginning, it is that simple. It's just an 8-page paper.
Well, she can do that. If she wants to do that, that's fine. I just
I'm
don't, but
saying,
I
like,
don't think that's going to go anywhere.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't matter if it goes anywhere.
Okay.
So
Okay.
you're talking about the first step,
Okay.
getting a paper published.
Okay. Yeah.
So the first step
you
is
can do
writing
that.
it. Like so I said, like there's the table. Like I've already done a substantial amount of the historical review. That like I mean I said like it wouldn't be more like if I did that, like my part would maybe be 3 pages. I would write a page and a half in the beginning of a historical review. She would write the bulk of like 4 pages that explain her table and how to garner the useful information, how to look and understand the table. I mean, she doesn't even really have to explain how she came up with it. She's like, I like to, she thought about the periodic table. She came up with a new way of representing it. And here's the basic information when people think about the periodic table, and here's how to garner it from this layout. And here's the benefit of this layout in terms of understanding, the basic scientific concepts that the periodic table is supposed to represent.
This is the problem. There's
no
is that,
problem there.
Well, it is a
Then-
problem because the process of going through to formulate your research and write it up is not like I'm going to write 3 pages on this and she's going to write 4 pages on this and she's going to put her table in there and she's going to publish it. It's not like that. Like
It is like that.
Well, you know what? It's a lot more complicated than that.
No,
like
it's not.
Maybe you
I
should
mean-
listen to someone who actually, Doovid, you keep complaining about people not wanting to come on the show. This guy's actually published a bunch of papers. How many papers have you published? Oh, that's right, none.
No, but I say like, yeah,
So
I
maybe
know
we should listen
I
to
know
him.
100 people that have published tens of papers. It's not that complicated. I go to synagogue and like
Published
there's
papers
tens of
in
people there
particle
that
physics
publish
and
2
advanced
papers every
material
year.
science and
You don't have to give me
chemistry.
this bullshit like it's some like every person who has a PhD, every professor publishes a few papers every year. It's not some sort of magic.
It's a lot harder than you're making it out to be. And like, and I think that like,
why you gotta pretend like it's like, no, it's just
it's
writing
not
a
like,
paper.
you know what? If it was so easy, then everybody would be doing it.
Well, everyone would do it. Like all professors do it.
Well, that's because they've
A lot
spent
of
years
doctors
and
do
years
it.
of
Like
training.
everyone with a PhD
They've
does
went
it.
to an undergraduate. They've went and got their master's and PhD. They've probably postdoced. They've spent at least 15 years working under other people who have done this, and they have focused in on a very specific area, and they have read all the literature, they've taken all the classes, and they actually understand how to formulate this stuff in a manner that can be accepted. Like I constantly, like, I was online with somebody the other day and they were like, oh, I wrote this thing up about this. Will you look at it? They sent it to me. It was incomprehensible. Like, if a student handed it to me, I would be like, you shouldn't even be in college. I mean, eh, there's a reason why formal education works. And so I'm not saying you need formal
Yeah, I mean, you're
education
just
to do
preaching
this.
basic things like
Well,
you're saying,
but I know, but you're,
there's the
but what,
idea, the quantum
but
periodic table,
you
and
know what? We'll just write it. Why don't you just say, take the periodic table, slap it on a piece of paper and try to publish that? Don't even write anything up on it.
well, I mean, I don't know why you're not being serious.
Well, because
Saying,
I don't
like,
feel,
I mean, good
I
for
feel
you.
like,
You've published a paper. You have a master's degree, or whatever. But it's saying, like, it's not some like magical thing. It's not like I don't know 100 people that have your same accomplishments.
well, Tack, I have a PhD and I have a postdoctoral work too. So it's not, I don't
But I'm
have
still,
just
like, it's not like I don't know 100 people that have your same level of accomplishment. And
Okay.
a thing like it's
Sure.
saying that if you're saying like you think our periodic table is bullshit, that's that's fine. That's what you're saying.
He is being a good skeptic.
I'm just trying to
and
be a
he's not
skeptic here.
He's not saying one way or the other, which is the reasonable thing. To say, oh, it's
Look.
right or it's wrong, those may both be unreasonable if one doesn't have the background knowledge and who can say that they do to just make a judgment call like that. You can say,
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
taking a leap of faith and it's definitely right or it's definitely wrong, but admit that
You know
that's
what?
what you're doing.
Write up your work, write up a draft and give it to me. And I will show it to multiple people who have physics PhDs who work in this area, and I'll get their feedback. I'm happy to do that. At the University of Idaho, I work in a modeling institute. I work with several researchers that they do molecular modeling. They also have some associations with quantum physics. They teach these classes. If they look at it and go, I can't understand what this is, then that's a sign that you need to step back and think about what you're doing. So write up a draft and send me an outline.
It's just an 8-page paper. That's all. Like, at the end of the day,
8-page paper on what? Just the it's like, what's the title of the paper?
Quantum periodic table.
A new quantum periodic table, or something like that. That's what
Doesn't
this
even have
is.
to include new, but yeah, I mean, just however, if it's quantum periodic table,
Is it
quantum
novel?
3D
Is it
periodic
not? Is
table.
it novel? It's novel. Nobody's ever come up with it.
So, this is where I'm going to be difficult, and I'm going to say it's not novel because that would be going against my religion. So this is yet another.
Did you put that link in the chat of the book that you said?
I put it in the YouTube chat.
Did I miss that?
I'll put it again.
Can you just comment? It might be rejecting the link if you're not a mod, but I can make you one, but you have to comment. Right now, I can't see your.
I mean, if you were saying,
comments.
Look, we have this idea about formulating a new way of structuring and understanding quantum computing or quantum mechanics through the periodic table.
She's not. I'm saying if you want to talk about it, you can. Like this is
well,
episode
what is it?
140. We've already spent hundreds of hours talking about her 3D periodic table model. So it's about something specific. Like, you're not talking like, I mean, she might have ideas on that. We're not talking about some new quantum model. You're just talking about a different model of the periodic table. It's not a scientific theory. It's a periodic table. It's a 3D model of a periodic table.
So I don't understand.
Yeah, this is the third semantic digression. It's like,
I don't understand.
You're saying it's a table, it's not a model. What's the difference, Doooovid?
Because it's not a scientific theory. It's a model that graphically
is it new?
Represents already accepted scientific theories.
Is the model new?
Well, the model's new. I'm saying that.
Okay.
I mean, we've been talking about this for 3 years now. Unless
so the model is new.
If you figure out how to get that,
I'm going to deny that it's new. Everyone's going to say it's new, but I'm going to deny it. So
no, it's saying like. Yeah, I mean, stop with your semantic word game bullshit. There's will make some progress, and just say like, no, you're not going to open up a book and say that here's this exact model that this scientist in so and so year had this exact same thing. Like, no, it's a new model.
Okay, it's a new model. Okay, it's a new way of.
How are we going to define the term "new" here?
Nobody's come up with it before. Nobody's ever seen this before.
Yeah, you're not
I don't
going to
agree
look
with
in
that.
some
So now
paper
already, if I want to
search.
publish something, I have to lie.
No.
So there's the problem there.
Okay, so if it's not new, you should be able to cite somebody else that's done this work.
You really can't put this link in the chat? Is there some issue?
I did. I put it in the YouTube chat.
Am I the only one who doesn't see his
Look,
link?
no one can see it because you weren't a mod, but I scrolled all the way back to the last comment that actually came through, and I made you one, so it should show now.
Oh, okay. I'm not
Yar, matey, yar, a mod.
Right, so we waste a bunch of time with bullshit.
Drop
And
the
it's saying
booty
that-
in the chat.
There it is. Sorry. I put it in multiple times, but I guess it just didn't show up. Oh, thank you. Okay.
It's a YouTube thing. It's you have to be a mod. It was my bad. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I got it. Yeah. Anyways, I'm not trying to get everybody irritated. I'm just trying to give my perspective on, like, as an academic, if you were to present these ideas and the ideas of publishing this, like, what is some of the pushback? Now, if you're like, look, I don't care what Jason's saying on this. We think that we could publish this. We're going to put it together in a paper. Then I would say do that. Don't be discouraged by what I'm saying. Then just plow forward and do it. You know, write it up. And, you know, but I just think that it's not as simple as you make it, but maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Maybe you guys have these ideas formulated and coalesced and it's ready to go.
So if I give you something that explains torsion fields in chemistry, you're going to give it to these physics people and they're going to look at it. And I'll do my best to make it comprehensible.
You should.
And you'll preface it and say, look, I know it's hard and you have to think in 3D to do it. And at least in 2D, well, yeah, it's hard, but it does work.
Well, remember, these guys are going to understand all these topics. So if you're writing it and they read it and say, this doesn't make any sense to me, then I don't think that the comeback from that is, well, then it's over your head. I mean, if it's something that is extremely complicated and you're like, I'm thinking that these physicists aren't going to understand this because it's new, then you have to be able to explain it in a way that they can understand it. If if I were to write something and I write it and it's just it's extremely complicated writing, but somebody in my field can't understand it, then, and multiple people can't understand it, then it's on me to be able to say, I may not be articulating my hypothesis or theories in a way that is clear. And so all scientists have this issue. We have to be able to be clear in what we're doing and what we've done, what kind of research we've done. If we can't be clear in writing that up, then that's a problem. So yeah, if you've got something, what I would suggest is you just use the classic format: introduction, background, methods, results, conclusion, discussion.
The method that I used to discover the quantum periodic table.
Correct. So you obviously put something up on the screen that showed these little balls and like certain locations. You're going to be like, what is the method that I used to construct that? And why? Obviously there is a relationship between those balls and each other, and the balls are different sizes. And there's a rhyme and a reason as to why you did that and how you did that and the process of constructing that. So if you're just like, I just came up with it, that's not a methodology. You ought to be able to mathematically explain, there's a mathematical relationship between those balls in the air and where they are in space and why they're that way and why they have relevance to this topic. You need to be able to explain that in your methodology. You need to be able to explain the background and history of at least minimally of saying, this is you want to lay out an introduction that supports what you're talking about, which is essentially getting to the point that nobody else has done this. There's so-and-so did this, so-and-so did this, and so-and-so did this, but guess what? They didn't do what I'm doing. And here's the reason why I'm doing it. Why am I doing this? Because I'm doing this because this is novel in this way. Then you go into your methodology. Okay, now that I've explained the background and why I'm doing this, now I'm like, how did I do it? And you're like, then you get your results. These are the results of my methodology. And then you're like, have a discussion. So what is the outcome of what I've laid out? What are the repercussions in the field of quantum computing and quantum mechanics? What can we take away from this? What things didn't I do? I didn't do this and I didn't do this because of whatever reason. And in my next paper or my next research, we will explore those ideas.
Do you honestly think I'm going to be able to give you a step-by-step methodology of how I came up with the space-time continuum?
Look,
You don't have to. You just have to explain how your
and-
table conveys the information that a table is supposed to. You don't have to explain how you discovered your idea.
you should
Yes.
be able to
Jason
minimally
just said I had to talk about
Yeah.
methodology.
she should minimally be able to explain the process of how she came up with that. Like, as an example, what she showed me on the screen, I'm going to wager that that's just
She doesn't have to explain
Photoshopped.
her process of how she came up with it. She has to explain the process of how someone with the basic understanding of chemistry and physics could garner the useful information from that table.
I'm saying that if that is a novel
How she
way-
came up with it is irrelevant. She doesn't have to include that in her paper.
No, it's not irrelevant of how she came up with it. It's actually
She doesn't have
it's-
to include it in her paper.
Well, then you know what? That's not how papers are written. Scientific papers are written with methodologies that show how she came up with that. Not, you just don't gloss over that, because somebody's going to be like, well, how did you do that? Like, what was
She doesn't
the
have to
process?
include that. I'm saying it's a new idea. She demonstrates that how she came up with it doesn't have to be included. I mean,
Well,
she wants to
I
explain.
don't agree with that.
Well,
I mean, we could just disagree. I don't agree with
if you
that. That's-
disagree, you're saying like what, like you don't like papers like that, but it's saying like you're
No,
incorrect.
I'm not saying I
You're
don't like
incorrect.
papers
She
like
could
that.
have her
I
paper.
disagree that
She could have
that's
her
how
paper
papers are written.
registered. She could get it published
That
without
doesn't mean
including
anything
that.
about getting the DOI registered. We're just talking about the science and structuring your paper in a way that other people can understand it. She's got to have a methodology
They
in there.
don't
She
need to
doesn't. Nobody will
understand
look
how
at
she
it.
came up with it. They need to understand what she's
that's how-
talking about.
Well, that's you know what? How she did it is, in theory, how she's talking about. How she's talking about it.
I don't
just
think I don't even think you're right. Like I read scientific papers like every day.
and they don't have methodologies.
Most of them just include the idea. They don't include how the person came up with it. Some of them do, but it's
They don't have
completely
methodologies.
unnecessary. The paper needs to include the idea, the explanation of the idea. It doesn't need to include how the person came up with it.
No, I'm saying the method that she used to perform the analysis or
She's
work
not.
that she
It's
did.
not an experiment.
Well, but I know, but so this is just a theory.
Saying if
and
it's
she's
like
got
a
this-
methodology for like an experiment that includes a methodology. She has a new idea. I mean, it's not necessarily a new idea, a new table, new representation of current ideas. She doesn't
why
need
is
to
that even
explain how she
relevant?
came
How
up
did
with it.
she-
She just needs to explain
So
what
she
it
just
is,
came up
how
with
it
that out of
works.
thin air. So just came to her in a dream.
It doesn't matter. So like if I have a new device, a new idea, I just a paper, here's the new idea.
All right.
You don't have to explain how you came up with it.
Okay.
You just
know
have to
what?
explain what's the idea and how it works.
Doovid,
I-
you don't understand science.
I
I'm
do
sorry.
understand.
Well,
Okay,
all
And
right.
like,
this is-
I mean,
yeah,
if you're
this is
if you're
really,
claiming
like,
this as factual, that like, no, you can't write a paper and
You
then
can-
you
you know, you
explain
can
how
write
you
whatever
came
you
up
want.
with the idea,
Nobody's
and I'm
gonna
telling
read
you, you are 100% incorrect. You could
Okay.
publish a paper without including how you came up with it. You just have to explain the idea and how it works. You don't have to
I really
explain
think
how you came up with it.
Jason
How
has
you
a
came-
bit. I think you should listen to him even if you don't agree.
Look,
frankly.
the concept.
Well, he's
of-
just saying that something that's incorrect. You're saying I published 17 papers, and I'm saying
look,
you
you
have
asked
to
me,
include in
dude.
your
No,
paper
he's-
how
Look,
you
man,
came up with
reasonable.
it.
You've been
and I'm
running
saying
your
I
mouth
published 0
over and over
papers,
again.
but
There's
you're
shit
wrong.
about
That's
any of
not
these
a
subjects.
rule.
I'm not going to put up with your shit. I don't give a fuck what you're saying. You haven't you don't have any background in science.
You
even
don't
have
make
a
the
science
rules
degree
on
at
what
all.
could be published or
What
not just
science
because you
degree do
published
you have?
17 papers.
What background do you have in science at all?
I
do you have
an
any science
undergraduate
background?
degree.
Do you have any science background?
I
Have
an
you done
undergraduate
any?
degree.
Have you done any science at all?
No,
Then fuck. You don't know shit about this. You should shut your mouth.
I took
You're
2
just
courses.
rambling.
I took 2 courses on
Okay.
publishing scientific papers. I
You
know
took 2
hundreds of
courses on how to
people
publish a
that have
scientific
published
paper,
tens of papers.
but you don't know shit about any discipline in science. At least Jen's got a bachelor's degree in what, physics or math? Don't you have a degree, Matt? Jen has a bachelor's degree.
Yeah, I'm saying. I mean, it's your same like
So she
Jennifer, your
she has
stupid ego
infinitely more
bullshit.
experience in this than you do.
Like I'm just talking about the basic protocol and procedure,
Of
and
which
we're
you've
having
never
a
done.
factual argument that you're just giving some authority. You're
Of
saying,
which you've
trust
never
me, I'm an
done.
authority. I
Have you
published.
done it?
And I'm saying you're factually incorrect. You do not have
How
to
am I factually
explain
incorrect?
how you came up with your idea.
How am I
Your
factually
paper, you
incorrect
just
that
explain
what I just
the
explained is
idea
how you
and
should
how
write a
it
scientific
works.
paper?
You do not have to include how you came up with it.
Okay.
You're saying I'm factually incorrect. You can't publish a paper unless
well,
you
you can
include how
publish
you
whatever
came
the
up with
fuck you
it.
want, but it's not going to get actually published in a peer-reviewed
It's
journal. If you don't have a
You have no
methodology.
power over that.
unprecedented, not to mention at least something about methodology.
Yeah, look, if you want to say
You're not- you're
what
saying-
a methodology
Talk
is,
about
you want to
what you know,
redefine
not
that,
what you
fine.
don't know. You're not going to be able to get her paper published. Like, the fact is, I have a significantly better chance, even though I don't know shit about science, through networking and connections, to get her paper published.
Listen
than
to your ass. You're saying, we're talking about networking when we're talking about publishing. The fact that you're mentioning networking is an example that you don't know shit about getting a paper published. Papers don't get published through networking.
It's about
I don't call up my buddy and go,
connections.
hey, buddy, I'm thinking about publishing this paper. Will you think about looking at it so I can get published? Hey, will you network with the journal editor and see if they'll get my paper published? Oh, I know so-and-so on the editorial board.
So you
Hey,
went to university and you know it's about money. And you're saying that people who
this
donate
is a
money
prime example of somebody that has never published that talks about money. I don't get any money for publishing papers. I don't get any money from my grants. Grants support my time. I don't see any of that money.
Yeah, but there's millions of papers published. I'm saying good for you that
So
you
what?
published some papers.
Okay, fine that there are millions of papers published. Great.
I mean, it's
What's
not
the
some
point of that?
insurmountable accomplishment. Like, it's not.
I'm not saying it's an insurmountable accomplishment. I'm just saying you can't do it because you don't have a scientific background. So you should shut up about it.
You don't need a scientific background.
Well, then,
to
you know what?
publish a
Write your
paper.
paper and publish it. Maybe Nature will publish it. And you could be on
It
the
doesn't
cover
have
of
to. I
Nature.
mean, you're talking about being published from a journal.
Maybe
I
science
mean, one
will
thing you
publish
could
your
pay
paper.
your paper published.
Yeah, okay.
But
Well, why don't you do it then?
Well, she doesn't even have a paper.
I'm talking
let
about
alone
you.
what-
I'm not
what
even
pay
talking
to
about
have her
Jen.
paper published.
I'm not even criticizing Jen on this. She's actually got a degree. You don't. You should shut up.
Why the
Maybe
hell
you
would
should
I
listen
shut
to
up?
her. Maybe you should listen to her.
I mean,
Hey, man, when you wanna
I'm the only one like pushing her to do this. Like, I mean,
All right.
you're basically. I'm saying what you're saying isn't true. She doesn't have to include how she came up with her idea. All she has to do is explain her idea and how it works.
Just what
And
Jen
you're
should
giving
do-
this. Yeah, I'm
she
saying
should
what
take
you're saying
advice
is
from you,
bullshit.
the person
That you
that
don't have to include how you came up with
Maybe
your
she should
idea.
talk to somebody else that's actually published scientific papers in this area. That's what I said. Maybe she shouldn't take your advice. She should take the advice of other people that publish in quantum mechanics areas. Think about that.
Why would she take advice from whoever the hell she wants? I mean,
Well, she
probably
can't. She
take
can.
advice
You know
from
what?
as
I can
many
take
people
advice
as
from
many
anybody I
people
want to. It doesn't
as
make it
she
good
wants. But
advice.
like, no, I'm trying to like get something done with accomplishments. And I know what you're saying is factually untrue. She does not have to include how she came up with her idea.
Okay.
And you're
Well,
saying,
you know what? I could
no,
publish a paper about squirrels and not write anything about squirrels. I can make up some bullshit and put it down on paper and say, I could publish it. I could publish it. I could get a DOI. That doesn't mean shit. I'm not
you want to
talking
put some
about
sort
that.
of
I'm talking
poll
about
or something?
actually
I mean,
writing legitimate
do you
scientific
understand what I'm
research
saying,
and publishing.
Jennifer? We're talking about like the purpose of your paper is that the idea is yours, that you're pushing knowledge forward. So you have to explain your idea and how it works. And you do not have to explain how you came up with it. If you want to include that, good. It might be a better paper, but like,
Okay.
no, you do not have to include
problem,
it.
yeah, I acknowledge your point. The
And
issue here is that we're conflating
Jason
between
is saying like factually that like his advice is you should include it, or if he's arguing with me and saying like, no, you cannot get it published. It's impossible unless you include
You can
it.
get it fucking published, but it's not going to get published in a
Okay,
peer-reviewed
so why are
paper if
you
you're not going to
arguing?
explain how you did your work.
So you
So
gave
you're
your
just gonna
advice.
write some
You
shit up
think
and not
she should
explain how you
include
did
it. Don't give me this bullshit that you can't get it published without including
What's
that.
getting
So that's
getting it
all I was
published
saying.
mean?
You don't
What does
have to
getting
include
published mean?
how you came up with your idea. You do have to include what your idea is and how it works. You don't have to
Oh,
explain
you do
how
have
you
to
came
include
up
that.
with it.
Oh, okay, you do have to include how you did it.
No,
And
she
that's a
doesn't have to
method.
include how
You have to
did it.
include
She
your
has to
methods
include what it
of
is and
doing
how
it.
it works.
That's what a
fourth
methodology
semantic
is.
digression. Fourth semantic digression. Giving transcendental knowledge of how something was revealed versus explaining how something was done within the context of other experiments. Clearly not the same thing, but it would be very well unprecedented. Might very well be unprecedented to have no methodology mentioned at all. So I think that's something you could see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you
I
don't
had
have
a dream and God revealed this to me in my dream.
that's so you could put that in a paper. You think that's legit?
Well, yeah, it could be, but I mean, she
Oh,
doesn't have
fuck
to.
me,
All
man.
she has to do
You know
is
what?
explain
We're on
what
different
it is and how it
planets.
works. If she could explain what it is and how it works, it doesn't matter how she came up with it.
All right. Well, then this is the problem, Doovid. She's taking advice from you. Maybe she should take advice from somebody else that actually done work in these areas. Maybe the problem she's so stalled is because she's taking advice from you who says, hey, I thought it in a dream. Guess what? That's good for a paper. You can publish that.
That's why I told her to have you on. I'm just
Okay, well, then
actually
good.
getting out here. I mean, to like just enough of the bullshit.
I
Like,
agree.
no, I'm saying
I
like she
totally
doesn't
agree.
have if she doesn't actually have to include how she came up with her idea. She just has to explain it, how it works.
Maybe we're getting caught up on when we say how she did it, how she came up with this 3D periodic table. She didn't just dream it up.
She did. She
Well,
thought
then
about
that's
it for
a pro-
years.
that-
She didn't.
That's a problem because
It's
nobody's.
not a problem.
It is a problem because if you're a scientist and you're like, you know what, I just have this dream that this is how it should look. That nobody is going to. That is not a publishable work. She needs to say, look, okay, guess what? I had it in a dream. You know what? Then she went out and mathematically verified this and actually performed some analysis to legitimize what she's doing. Okay. You know, Einstein could have had a dream about what he was doing, but he didn't just publish it and say, had a dream that this is what it was. He actually validated it mathematically.
Yeah,
like,
but
that's what I'm saying. And she
that's
shows
what it
the
is and how
method
it
of how
works.
she went about to
That's
do
not
that
how
validation.
that's not. She has to explain how it works. What it is and how it works. Like the process that she did to come up with the idea doesn't have to be included.
Okay, I said my piece. I'm not going to keep regurgitating myself like you do, which you do that a lot, man. You repeat yourself over and over and over again. I get it, man. So maybe being concise. That's the other thing in a paper. Being concise. Words, like every word matters. You can't just write 50 pages and get it published.
I said 8 pages. Like I said, aim for 8 pages, and it does not even including how you came up with it. Just a historical review. What's a periodic table? The basic history of the periodic table, the basic information that a periodic table conveys, and then her periodic table, an explanation of how her periodic table works.
It's not a problem that you dreamed it. I'm not saying it's a problem that you dreamed it.
Well, I thought it was hilarious because I actually didn't dream it, but I want to know that had I dreamed it, if people think it would be a problem. Just a hypothetical.
It's not a problem that you dreamed it, but what it is a problem is that you don't put I dreamed it in a method. That's not your method of how you came up with it. Don't say that.
But it's not true. So I wouldn't. Anyway.
That's what I'm saying. She didn't even have to include it. Just the historical review, how her table works, what new useful information or trends or what understanding of the periodic table that's unique from this layout could be conveyed and understood. And if that's describable, like that's what she needs to do. She needs to write really just a few pages, 4 pages on her periodic table, how it works, how someone could understand the derivation of the basic information that you expect to get from a periodic table from her layout.
Look, there are people that, guess what? There are people that write 3-page papers and they're like ground shaking. So if you could write your shit up in 3 pages and you can clearly articulate your stuff, awesome. Do it.
Yeah, what it is and how it works.
Sure. And the way that
are you agreeing that that's all she needs to do? The way that you did it. I'm saying 4 pages, what it is, how it works. That's all she has to do.
Yeah, but first of all, don't get caught up on the pages. I don't give a fuck about the pages or the word. Like it's about your research. But you need to be concise and clear in what you're writing up. So I don't care if it's 4 or 14 or whatever. But
I mean, why are you focused on how she came up? And you're saying that
because that's important.
You're agreeing that the main thing she needs to focus on is writing what it is and how it works.
Maybe like when I say how it works, what does that mean to you? I mean, like she obviously came up with it, but there has to be a method that she actually formulated what she did. She didn't just say, I saw it in my mind and now I'm writing it up and there it is. That's not that. No, that's not a scientific paper.
And that's why you're getting me saying because that is what she's saying, but that's irrelevant.
Well, that's a problem.
It's not a problem as long as she could explain. As long as she could explain how it works.
It's a problem if she wants to get it published in a scientific journal.
It's not a problem. It's saying as long as she could explain how it works, and then if you want to say like, oh, you didn't go through the scientific method to come up with it, it's like, no, I didn't. I just had a revelation that this is it.
Okay, you know
but
what?
as long as she could explain
Put that
what it
in
is and how it
put
works.
that in your paper and see if it gets published anywhere.
Well,
If you
that's why
say I had a
she
revelation.
just explain what it is and how it works.
All right. Well, then look, then do it. You
I'm
guys
saying,
then
and I
go
think
for
it will get. I mean, if it conveys,
You know what? I'll bet you $100. I'll bet you $100. I'm saying on stream, I'll give you $100 if in a year, 1 year's time, you have a paper that is published anywhere on this. I'll give you $100. What's today? Today
Well, I mean, God
is
forbid, the
the
country boy with
February
high IQ,
6th,
like money's not your big thing.
2022. By February 6th, 2023, if you've written this up and have it published, and so I mean, like, I'll even say this, like, not just a DOI. I'll give you $50 if you write it up and it's online and it's actual legitimate paper that makes sense. I'll give you $50. If you publish it in any journal at all, the shittiest journal possible that's peer reviewed, even submitted, I'll give you $100. Okay? Prove me wrong. Write it up.
Well, here's the thing, like, what type of journal does it make sense to publish?
You know what? That's on you guys. You should be like, if you don't even know the journals to even publish in, then that tells me that you haven't even read any of the stuff. I'm not slamming you, Jen. I'm not slamming either one of you guys. It's your stream. You guys can kick me off at any time.
She just needs to write the paper. I mean, really, she just needs to.
Doovid has this idea that I have to write a paper. I keep explaining to him that that's not what I want to do.
that I'm just trying to just get some accomplishments, like waste time in the sense, like, we talk about this and moving forward, and just like the reaction you're getting from Jason, and just the
Jason's helping me. He said he would show my explanation to some physicists, and
but you don't need them for that. I'm saying, like, we appreciate your work, but saying, like, physicists, I know physicists. Like, you need to bring on someone else to show your work to physicists. If you had a paper, I could show it to physicists. You could show it to physicists. I'm saying, if he does that, great. But, like, no, you didn't need him for that. Like that. I mean, I'm not saying your help is no help, but I mean, from that perspective, your help is no help. I'm saying, like we don't need you to show it to physicists. I'm saying, like,
all right, well, if physicists in this area and you could show it to them, then do that.
Well,
I would suggest doing that.
But I'm saying, like, I mean, she could go to her local university. She could go to her alumni university, go to her contacts. She knows physicists. She could show it to. What she needs is a paper.
Yeah, but then it's a burden.
She doesn't need to worry about.
Then I'm imposing myself on my old professors. It's like, do they necessarily want that burden?
Yeah, I mean, what she needs is a paper.
I feel like I'm imposing myself on them to,
She doesn't need to really focus on what she's going to do with the paper. Just, like, she needs the paper. And, like, what she needs to focus on is a clear, concise explanation of what it is and how it works.
I love Jen.
And you keep being frustrated, and I keep telling you that that's impossible because of the nature of the teachings, and you're like, that's not good enough. And it's like, we're back to the same, and thank you very much for saying that, Jason. With the same conversation 10 years ago. No, we don't give up when we reframe it in a way that we won't fail.
Write an explanation of what it is and how it works.
Between Dawkins and Chopra. We haven't advanced in 10 years from that. So what's the next step forward?
Well, so you already have, Jason. We brought him on. He's betting against you.
I'm betting
against you. So we brought this guy on. Okay, maybe he's your friend, but he's here to bet against you. You're like, okay, we brought Jason on.
I want you to publish it. I want to give you $100.
Said that he's willing to put his own money to bet that you're going to fail.
No, actually, I'm betting that Doovid will fail since you're writing the introduction. But you know what? I want you to succeed.
I'm failing. Like, I'm the only one working with her.
You know what? I want to see this.
She has no interest in doing this part, and she's got no one else other than me to help her with this. So you're betting that she's going to fail.
In your write-up, have you written of what you've written up? Have you cited anybody? Is there any citations at all, or is it just your own work, no citations at all? Do you have any citations? It's a yes or no answer.
Are you asking me?
I'm asking Doovid. Of the introduction that you said you were working on, do you have any citations at all? Do you know what a citation is? You know what a citation is?
Yeah, I'm saying, like, if you watch Week in Review last week, which probably a handful of people in the chat right now, I went over, I mentioned Mazur's book, and, like, it's out of print, and I got to pay $150 to buy it, but I mentioned, like, these previous examples of attempts at 3D periodic tables, and I didn't look in their papers yet. So like
Okay.
I mean,
That's
honestly,
fine.
like I don't waste a bunch of time. Like if Jennifer's not serious enough and saying your buddy Jason's betting against you. So like
No,
look,
he's
I'm,
not.
I'm
know
He's
supposed
what?
to do
saying
this work.
he's
I'm
saying
supposed to do this
I'm
work.
not look,
Like what the hell? I'm
maybe
supposed to
betting
waste
against
my
you is
time,
what you need.
doing this work, and like your own buddy's betting against you.
Maybe you need that.
And
Guess
it's like,
what?
no,
Don't
he's
you wanna
betting
get this shit
against me.
don't you want
And
this
it's like,
published?
fuck you. Like I'm supposed to help you out for
Don't you
free, and
don't
like
you want this
this shit
published?
for nothing. And
Don't
said
you
like,
want this
you want me to
published?
do all this
So
work?
what if I'm betting against her?
It's like, yeah, I mean, you're not help.
You
You're
know
not
what?
going to help. You're
I
just
want
you're just like a common with like your bullshit. Like, oh, I published. I'm a master. So that, but you're not going to help. You're just
dude,
going to say
stop
you're
calling me a
awesome,
master, man.
and you'll say like you're not going to accomplish what I accomplished. And so it's like, I mean, no
Oh
offense,
my
but you're
God.
like your help's no help. It's basically just a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah. Somebody was like,
So
citations
maybe
are
that
like
like
YouTube.
so like okay, like great, you brought on Jason to tell you you're gonna fail.
You
So
know
like
what?
great,
I'm
okay.
not telling her she's going to fail. I'm just saying that by the attitude that you have, Doovid, on this, you're not going to have shit written up. But you know what? I want you to write it up. If you can write it up, I hope you do. It'd be the best $100 I give away. You know what? Because Jen's been on here talking about this stuff. If the best thing she can do
I
to
only need your
legitimize what she's
money.
doing
I
is
mean, it's
publish it.
funny that you're mentioning $100
I just threw that out there because you know what? I keep hearing you
because
talking
that's the
about
way
this
you
shit.
talk. You're the country boy with a high IQ.
Why am I country boy? Is my accent?
Well, I mean, it's like just that you mentioned like $100,
Why am I country boy?
Yeah, betting
Well,
I
$100
could make some
sounds like a
snide
city
remarks
thing.
about you, but I'm not.
well, I mean, that's why I said you say
Although I did call you-
you're
I
from
did-
Iowa. You're saying even just that you
How do you know
mentioned
from Iowa? I could be from California.
well, I mean, that's what you said. You're from.
I didn't say I was from Iowa. I'm from Ohio.
And
Ohio,
even that you
Iowa,
mentioned
same
like
fucking thing.
$100, like if you mentioned like
Ohio,
$1,000 or like
Iowa. They're like,
$10,000,
aren't,
like even like $100. I mean, I mean, like how much you expect? Like okay, like Jennifer, like I tried to get her when she worked like at least $50 an hour, and so like $100, that's like 2 hours of work.
yeah.
And like
So?
I'm talking about like
Would you
I'd
want me to say
probably be putting
$1,000?
in like I mean we've already put like hundreds of hours into this, and like me just to help her with this introduction, like
You've
I'm
put
talking
hundreds of
about
hours into
10
this
I'm
paper.
talking about like probably tens, hundreds of hours of work for me to help her write this paper, and so like your $100 is a joke.
All right. Well, then fuck. Don't take my $100 then. I don't care.
Can I just interject real quick? Peter Beck in the audience wants to know about the Chopra Dawkins thing. So it's about 10 years old. There's a video debate between them, and Dawkins is like, nah, and then Chopra's like, I'm just thinking, like, I don't want it to be that. It's 10 years ago. Come on, let's move
I mean,
on.
if you're discouraging, I mean, so we move forward. If you're discouraging, so I'm trying to encourage Jennifer to write a paper, and that's like you were in the chats. I told her to bring her on because you publish papers, but like it basically seems like you're discouraging. So like like we brought you on, to try to get like some help and advice that you might actually accomplish writing this paper, but like no, I mean, so we brought you on to basically say, so your expert advice is you're never going to publish a paper.
Well, the
I
attitude
even wager my own
I
money
don't think
to
that at
guarantee that
all.
you fail.
I feel
Doovid.
like he's been very helpful, frankly.
Doovid, the attitude that you have only is making me think that if she's taking your advice, that you won't get the paper published, because clearly when I was explaining about methodology and putting that in your paper, you're like running on and on and on about how I don't need to do shit. And I could just be like, hey, I had it in a dream, put that in the paper. You know what? If that's your attitude, no, you will not get it published. And that's why I said, I'll bet $100 that you don't with that attitude. But if you actually had a humble attitude where you were like, you know what? We haven't published any papers. She might have a good idea. Guess what? Let's look at some of the literature. Let's talk some people in the area. Let's maybe think about what other people have done, get some assistance in that. Then maybe you could actually get that done.
Yeah,
but if you're going to be like, hey, the methodology is going to be, she dreamed it up and that's what we're going to put in there. And we're right and they're wrong. And we don't have to follow. And guess what? It's about networking to get it published. And it's about corruption in the journals. Then you're not going to get the shit published. So maybe rethink that attitude. That's what I would say.
No, I mean, that's her attitude, really. I mean, I largely agree with you. But
that is not my attitude. And I keep reiterating that it's not. And it's like, dude, do you even understand what my position is on this? I feel like you've just repeatedly insisted not to hear what I'm saying. Or you're saying basically that my religious, superstitious things don't matter. And that's the standstill that we're at.
Well, I mean, they matter to you. But no, in terms of like the protocol of writing a paper, that I'm saying they don't matter, but they don't matter for the paper. And so I'm saying like, no, you don't have to include. I'd recommend not including. Just explaining your idea and why it's useful and how it works without explaining how you came up with it. And if people, like that, if your idea is useful, that it will be published regardless of whether you explain how you came up with it or not.
I
Here's an
disagree with
idea
that.
that's useful, and it's clearly it's new because it's
You know
your
what?
idea.
You
It
could
doesn't
have
exist.
a genius idea that is actually valid, but you don't have any way of explaining how you came up with it or the method you did, and you can't validate it. And technically, in the work that we do, and I do, I don't know if this area is that being able to actually reproduce it, being able to show what you did is reproducible. If you can't
It's
show
not an
any of that,
experiment. It's a table.
okay. Well, fair enough. But if it's a table, then there's a way that you came up with that, and you should be able to mathematically show how you came up with that. And if you're just going to say, I dreamed
That's
it
how it
up,
works. The mathematics of not how she came up with it. The mathematics is how the table works.
well, then put that in
She
a
didn't
methodology.
use like mathematics of how she came up with it. The mathematics of how you look at the periodic table and expect the information that's in a periodic table to be there. That yes, you'll have to explain that mathematics. That's what I mean. How it works.
Would that be in a methodology?
No, it's not. I mean, because it's not an experiment. It doesn't have a methodology. It's a table.
Okay. Then publish that. Go for it.
We're talking about like I don't know if she has like something like that. I mean, she has an idea. Maybe she does. She has a whole bunch. I'm talking about the table. It's not an experiment. It's not a theory. It's a table. There's not necessarily like a methodology of how you come up with a new periodic table.
Okay.
Which is the point, which is why publishing it is so hard, which is why it makes sense
It's not so hard.
Start from
You have to explain how it works and how it's useful. And I've been trying for a few weeks now to try to get you to went over the periodic trends and the basic to show how your table works and how it's useful and the information that should be expected to be conveyed in a table and how someone would look at that table and see that information there.
So how many pages do you think it should be? 4?
I said 8 pages. Like, how many times do I have to say that?
Don't think about the page numbers. Seriously, just think about your ideas. Don't even worry about any of that. You just want to be able to coherently put your ideas down, have them be clear and concise, and explain what you're talking about, and structure it in a way that is appropriate and just a basic way that I talked about before. Don't worry about the page numbers. There'll be opportunities to whittle things down, like put whatever figures you're in there, put your references in there. At least do that. Like have your literature.
What do you mean
structure.
References?
Well, you've got to have references in your paper. You're obviously, this isn't like, there are others that have done work and you're going to be referring to them.
Yeah, I'm going to do that part. Like, she's not going to do that.
The fact that all right, okay.
See, this is the thing. Doooovid's already agreed to help me on that because I have problems with executive functioning, I guess. So I just need like a posse to help me out. I'm not saying you need to be involved at all.
If she can't do the basic of like,
look, I'm going to do what Jason said. The thing is, I need like guidelines. Otherwise, if you tell me it doesn't matter how long the thing is, it's never going to get finished. So let's go with maybe 4 pages.
I mean, like,
it's not easy to understand, but theoretically it's comprehensible. It's basically combinatorics. And you're saying simplify it down to to me, it's like 3 dimensions. But like, I don't know if I could expect these people to be able to think in 3 dimensions.
Don't underestimate like people in the field. Like they absolutely understand like quantum mechanics and these aspects. So don't water your stuff down, but make it clear. It should be clear and concise, period. I mean, again, for that discipline. And again, usually you've read other folks who have done work similar in this field. So you should be able to rattle off
she
like
hasn't,
5 or
and she might not, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, I know the names of people who came up with theories, and I have read a fair bit, but to give a citation of a paper, that's not how I did any of this work. So yeah, there wouldn't be.
Okay. So one thought would be to maybe take a step back and to say, I did this work, but I didn't consult or look at anybody else's work.
Well,
Maybe,
I did. That's the thing. I did a full review of all the extant literature,
Okay.
and then I
Okay.
just
Good.
said some prayers and and
All right.
poof. So that's where that
Okay.
doesn't really translate. So it's like, even if I could say what it was, it wouldn't be believed. So you do it as a point, but you also have a point. And that's why I'm thinking just like one little tiny slice of it. And I think I can explain it in 4 pages probably. And it's just not going to be using the standard number system. Is that okay?
Look, if you can explain your ideas that in a way that makes sense, and if you feel like they're novel and you have some novel numeric structure that is unique and it supports your hypothesis or your theory or what you're proposing, then do that. I don't want to limit you in that. I would question whether it's actually like unique, but
Well,
if it
can
is,
it be unique, right? Because it's the periodic table, and theoretically, we already knew about that. So, can any of it be unique? So, there's a bit of a philosophical inquiry in that whole thing.
Are you talking about publish? Do you want to publish this in a scientific journal or a non-scientific journal, or not? You're not going to publish in a journal at all. You just want to write it up and stick it out there.
I'm sort of open to different venues and more guided by religious principle. And Doooovid thinks it's a good idea to publish.
Maybe you shouldn't publish it in a scientific journal.
All she needs to do is explain how it works. Saying that I mean, if she has to do like a little work to know what the information that a periodic table is supposed to give over, and then just how it works. Like someone looks at it and they're going to see these balls and the elements, and to make sense that like yes, it's a intuitive mathematical representation of as the atomic number goes up in a certain pattern that conveys the basic principles of chemistry and physics.
You know what? What you're describing is a methodology. Do you put that in the methodology? It's the method that you're using.
That's what I'm saying, how it works. They're not the methodology of how she came up with that representation, but how it works. So that anybody looking at it.
That's what a methodology is. That's what a methodology is. It's the method of how this approach is constructed. That's what you need to describe.
Yeah, I'm saying like if
you've got that, then fine.
If it's a good periodic table, like millions of people, like chemistry, high school chemistry teachers will have that on their desk, and they'll have a pointer when they're trying to teach basic chemistry using this model because it's conveying useful information about basic scientific principles that are more intuitively understandable than in the standard 2D model. And there's alternative 3D models, but this is a unique 3D representation. So just say how it works. How do you get from the center to like that's why I showed her to show the one that has the elements listed on it, and maybe if she had atomic number on it or something, but to show just how it works. How does the basic structure of an atom get you from helium in the center to hydrogen, helium in the center, moving through to the elements, and that's all she has to explain how it works.
All right.
I mean, the rest I'm probably gonna have to do.
Okay. I'm gonna get out of here because I've said my piece. But here's what the only last thing I would say is I'm happy to look at whatever. You don't have to give me anything. You could go through your own mechanisms to have people evaluate it. But I'm happy to pass it along. But I'm just gonna tell you, for one, like if I told some of my colleagues I was on here talking about this, they would be like, "Why are you wasting your time? This is a big waste of time. You should be working on your own stuff. Why are you even talking to these guys?" But like I like you guys. You're nice. I enjoy chatting with you. If you have an actual novel idea, I want you to be able to publish that. And sometimes publishing can be difficult. I acknowledge that. But I would just say, don't just poo-poo what I'm saying, because I think what I'm saying has some foundations in what other scientists do. And you know, if you actually want to get it published, I think it would behoove you to think about those ideas and not just think, it's marketing and it's corruption and I don't care about that. And I know what I'm doing and I don't have to think about what anybody else is doing. We're just going to put it together the way we want to. I don't think that's going to benefit you. I think it's better to step back and take a look at what other people are doing. Think about that. Think about how to formulate your ideas.
That is not how I feel, but thank you for saying that.
Okay. I'm not trying to put words in it.
No, it's fine. Are you saying you think that's how I feel, or that's how you think Doovid feels?
No, I don't know. I think that's how Doovid feels, but I'm not saying that's.
Yeah, I don't even matter how it feels.
I don't think that's how Doovid feels. I think Doovid thinks we do have a chance at getting this published, and that I'm being unnecessarily cagey about the whole thing.
Well, yeah, I just think she has character flaws. Like all she has to do is explain how it works, and like the only thing holding it back is her character flaws.
I don't see how character flaws have anything to do with like publishing this.
Because all she has to do is explain how it works.
I think you're simplifying it, Doovid, but you know, I think just saying
that's the purpose is to simplify it.
What would he
do?
All
she has to do is explain how it works.
Just do it. She could do that tonight, 2 hours, and she'd be done.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like she's already done we've been working at this for a few years.
Okay.
All she needs is a few page explanation of how it works.
Okay.
And then, you know, so it could be that, you know, like in a month, like if she get over her character flaws, like we'd have a paper, like I'll do the work of historical analysis and, you know, the structure and, you know, giving a few citations of some of the precursor, other people that have had similar ideas, how it fits in with the current understanding, you know, so to say how it's new. And then, you know, we'll work together on some sort of analysis on what it means, you know, how this would be helpful or useful for science. And then she has it, you know, saying if it doesn't get published, it doesn't get published. But she at least, you know, saying could get a DOI number, register it, and then she has her paper, and
sure,
and,
I agree.
You know, and once she has her paper, then, you know, like people like you could actually look at it, and then, you know, like maybe she'll have to you know, do a bunch of drafts and review and change it, you know, and eventually get it published. But like at least when she has a paper, then someone like you could even look at it.
I agree. I agree, and frankly,
that's why I'm yelling is just to get like to get her to the point. Like, yeah, let's have an 8-page paper so someone like you could look at it. And
I love you, Doovid.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, we're religious people. I know, you know, hundreds of rabbis and Hindus and you know, even Christians that you have like this conception of like you know, like I'm a spiritual person. I read some books on science. And I'm gonna, you know, somehow unite, you know, some sort of unified theory, and like most of the time it's just bullshit. But you know, that's what people like to think about. And you know, Jennifer actually has a model here, and I'm pretty sure as long as this table successfully conveys in a logical, structured way the information that the periodic table is supposed to convey, like in a mathematical way, that you could derive, you know, from the basic principles of how to create this table.
It's funny because it's a vector field.
You always
talk about vector fields. So I think the patterns that exist right now are technically vector fields in that 3D model. So
yes, all you have to do is.
Are you fucking telling me you can't do that?
What, you're asking me to do it? So you mean you're saying like
I'm giving you the chance to take an opportunity that
you're giving me the chance
to just say
I'm going to publish a paper and it's not even going to include you. There'll be a footnote that, you know, this woman Jennifer who I streamed with, who has extreme character flaws, was incapable of doing it, but she gave me a picture of it, so I published on my own and did all the work on my own.
And I told you for religious reasons that I didn't want to be seen to be the front man for this whole thing, front person, whatever. And it just seems to be not something that is getting across.
They're not a front man. It's just to convey an explanation of how it works.
Don't you understand that these concepts are mystical and cannot be explained in that manner?
No, this could be explained in standardized science. You might have some mystical understanding, but no, you explain how this works according to the standard science of how you know, chemistry in the periodic table is already taught. And if you can't do that, you're not going to be able to publish a paper. If you can explain how this works according to standard science, you could publish a paper. And like, yeah, I think you'll even get it published. Like, I think you find a journal that would be, but all you have to do is explain how this works in standard scientific language.
If you write, you could probably write something up and send it to me, and I can read it. Like, I mean,
Now, are
I
you
should be.
agreeing with me on that, Jason? Like, all she has to do, I mean, you say it's not going to be the great paper, it's not going to get in some
Yeah.
great journal. All she
Yeah.
has to do is explain how this works. And
Well, but
I'll do a little historical,
but
write an introduction, and then
don't
we'll
just say
put it
all
in a
she has
standard
to do.
paper.
That's not, don't just say, well, all she has to do. It's kind of dismissive. Like, just say, well, all you have to do is write it up. That's like saying, all you have to, I mean, it's not so simple to say that. That's what I'm saying. And maybe there's a reason why it hasn't happened, is because it's more complicated than you're making it out to be. And so maybe take a step back.
I'm just saying there are character flaws, but I mean, saying that
I don't
that
think it's
just
her character
explain
flaws.
this in standard scientific language of how this works.
I don't think it's character flaw. It may be that, like, she just doesn't have experience in writing papers, or that, which is not, I'm not
But I'm
criticizing.
saying,
That
like,
just happens to
it's
be the way.
abilities that she has currently, and the only reason she hasn't done it already is character flaws.
Well, I don't look. I don't
It's saying,
say,
like,
I
we're
wouldn't
just
consider
talking
those
about a
character flaws.
3-4 page paper of stuff she already knows, and the only reason she hasn't done it is because her character flaws.
I don't, but don't. All right. Well, you can say it, but I wouldn't consider those character flaws. I would just say that maybe she just doesn't have experience in those areas, and that makes it difficult for her to structure it in a way that can be written up in a paper. And maybe Jen was right when she says she just needs to partner with somebody. Somebody may have some experience writing papers and can work with her on that. I think that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, and that's why we're talking about it. I mean, we're talking about this every week, and like, I'm really the only one encouraging her to do this. I mean, you said the obvious when she was on the modern day debate, and you just maybe you heard her for the first time, and you're like, who is this crazy woman? And she had these ideas, and you said, well, if you have these ideas, how come you don't publish it? But like, I'm basically the only one encouraging her to do this.
Well, I want to second it. I am encouraging her to do it too, even though I bet against her. But my bet against her is actually trying to get her to publish it. So how's that?
What are you saying, like reverse psychology or something?
Exactly. Yeah. Why not? Yeah.
Well, I mean, okay. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's good to be skeptical, and like, no, I mean, I think I mean, like, I mean, I don't have a degree. My degree is not even in science, general studies. I took some master's courses in civil engineering, but I took 2 years of chemistry, organic chemistry. I took basic physics. I'm reading books. I think about the periodic table is not like a super complicated things, although some of the principles behind it are complicated. And I think I basically understand aspects of her model that I could see, this is a unique representation that is publish worthy as long as you could explain how it works. That's representing information in a new, useful way. That if someone were trying to explain the periodic table and they came across this model, that they might, look up and be like, oh, here's an interesting 3D representation of the 3D model that will be useful, like in my science class.
And you're into a question of like how much teaching is a reproducible methodology.
Well, I mean, teachers saying just the model. That as long as someone
just said someone should be able to teach it. It's like, why should they be able to teach it from reading some random shit? Most people aren't teachers.
Because, I mean, it was interesting. I was looking on the periodic table, and I found in India, there was like hundreds of videos on the periodic table. Like, and there weren't that many in, generally. But it's saying because the periodic table is one of the most standard education materials that everybody across the world learns. And it's saying most people, like standard U.S. education, even like low standard underqualified schools, a person with a high school degree learns the periodic table. It's a standardized curriculum that basically every educated person in the world knows the periodic table. And there's a standardized form that, we've talked about the history of it many times, and we'll talk about it more, of the current periodic table that's on the wall of basically every single school in the world, from India, China, US, every school in the world. There's there's a chemistry class and there's a periodic table on the wall. And, so it's a useful concept. And so if someone has a unique new model of the periodic table, it's very likely that it would be picked up and even published in maybe even major journals. That if she had, that if this model, if she could clearly explain how the information of the periodic table is logically ordered and structured from her model, that of course, like, everyone learns the periodic table. And if someone comes up with a new tool for helping understand it better, there's going to be a lot of people who jump on it. And it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter, like Jennifer, or how she came up with it, that once the model's out there, if it's useful, people are going to use it. You don't agree with that, Jason? Like, I mean, periodic table is one of the most fundamental things of science curriculum everywhere in the world. And, she has a model that doesn't exist. It's new. I've been looking around. And if it works, if you demonstrate that the basic principles of the periodic table are represented in, the mathematical form of basic chemistry and physics in a model, it's very likely that I think it could be published, and it could be useful, and it could be that even millions of people across the world, teachers in high school science, the university science class, might even have like a little model on their class that they use to try to demonstrate basic principles that they already teach to almost everybody in the world.
I think that's a stretch, but if hey, I guess that's possible. But
I mean, when you took chemistry, did you look into alternative models? I mean, that's why I mentioned I went to a good high school, and my chemistry teacher, mentioned that, like, the periodic table is really supposed to be three-dimensional, and she even had some alternative models that that used in trying to explain.
Oh, the story's gotten more complex. It's not just she knew it was 3D. It's she had some special models. Do we have any evidence of this?
Well, I've told you a bunch of times. I'm saying, like, I'm not sure. I have to. I mean, I could message her, like, she's on Facebook. I'm in my high school alumni group. I haven't messaged her about it, but I'm saying, and I showed the last week that there's a whole bunch of 3D tape period. There's at least tens of 3D periodic table, probably published papers, and that like, I mean, if we get over this hump of what I'm basically saying, just Jennifer's character flaws, I would do the research and get these papers and read these papers of the other people who have made 3D periodic tables, and actually read their papers. But like, no, that just like my chemistry teacher in high school showed me alternative models and some 3D models of periodic tables, I think it's likely that that she might have used yours too. If she had known about yours, and like there was a model, she probably would have had it on her desk too. That doesn't make sense to you? Like, when
before
you
you
took
keep
chemistry,
going, I'm leaving. But I
Thanks
just want to
so much
say
for coming on, and I'll be in
thank
touch
you for
with
coming
my
on.
write-up.
I didn't mean to be rude to you, Doovid. I apologize if I was a
No, I mean,
little
we
bit
appreciate your help.
aggressive. So, anyways, I
It was
love
super
both you
helpful.
guys.
Love
I
you
like
too,
hanging
man.
out with you. I like being on your stream. So,
Okay, good, great. I mean,
Can't wait
I
to
think
see
my
you.
$100 bet's
pretty
still out
simple.
there, though. I'm happy to give you $100 if you publish the paper. So,
Well, I mean, maybe it might be more basic help. Like, I don't need your $100, but
yeah, right. I know maybe it's just peanuts, but
well, I mean, maybe people in the chat, like, I mean, I don't know why Jennifer even has to, like, be snide or like something obvious. Just like my chemistry teacher, had alternative models and 3D models that she used to try to help us understand the periodic table better, besides the generic model. That it's likely, if she had known about your model, she probably would have had your model on her desk too.
See you
on
next
that
time,
note,
Jason. Thanks
yeah,
for
hey,
coming
man.
on.
Yeah, love you
And that's
guys.
why, like,
Love
so
you
if,
too.
even if you published it, and that's why it said, like, probably the 3D periodic table is the first thing you should publish. One thing, that's the main thing you talk about, I think, and it's probably the most useful, beneficial, because the periodic table is one of the most fundamental things of science education. It's almost universal everywhere in the world, and someone could see, like, yeah, that's a unique, interesting representation, and so you just have to show how it works, to a way that, like, how would a high school chemistry teacher trying to teach some of these basic ideas of science, when they point to, like, the regular periodic table, point to your table, and that it would be useful. And if you can't even do that, like, whatever reason, like, you can't do that, Like that's not the type of abstract
Well,
thinking. You're like
I
it's a
can.
chunking theory. You're not really capable of that kind of abstract thought. All you have to do is explain how it works.
For the 3 millionth time, I was waiting for a student to have the credit. But
Yeah, I mean,
does
even in
not
terms
appear to
like,
be
yeah, I mean, it's basically all work
happening.
and no.
So
It's
whatever.
basically all work and no pay. But I mean, so the pure love of science and accomplishment that we're doing the show anyways, and like credibility that it's probably worth doing. It's like, okay, monetization, saying like if you made like a patent and like sold a bunch of them, that might be a little different. You'd be a millionaire by patenting, and then if you actually sold millions of these. But like in terms of a paper, saying that just add a credibility factor, and
The problem is, I see someone like memes have even just a sliver of a spiritual experience, and I just get too engrossed in stuff like that to care about anything else. Welcome to the show, memes. Thanks for joining. Nice to see you.
Exactly. Well, Doovid, that's the thing.
Well, I mean, that's
Jen
one
has
of the
some
character
flaws,
flaws.
in my opinion. Sure, I think we all have certain particular flaws, but humanity, that's the thing.
Well, hold
We
us
all
back
have a
from
different
accomplishment. I don't
skills.
mean like character flaw just to rag on her, but
Right.
saying like this is what's holding you back from your accomplishments.
Well, you
I mean,
spend a lot of
even
the
her
show
own
just
chat
ragging on each
largely
other.
agrees.
So
Like
I'm
we've
just
been
saying
putting these
it's
things.
the
Like her
dualistic
own
thing,
chat
kind of.
agrees with me. Like we've done this test. She's done her own surveys in her chat. Like her own audience in chat largely agrees with what I'm saying.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you. I think Jen should totally do this. I think this is something that's actually really important for a lot of humanity. Just even conceptualizing this a little different. That's the thing. Even if she just puts the idea out there, even if there's nothing really to go on there, it just takes a few really smart people to say, I hadn't necessarily had that conceptualization before. It's kind of like, oh, look, here's an algebraic structure. Oh, it's kind of close to the fine structure constant. What if it was right? What would we need to do to adjust that? Subtract the Planck mass. It's a very interesting perspective. I believe Mr. Euler did this a number of years ago. It's like, well, vertices plus faces plus whatever the adjoiners are, and it's like, okay, it's always 2. Why is that the case? And I think that's some of the knowledge that we can apply here. Because here's the thing, and again, we're going to need more observation and stuff, but from what I can see, it's like, at least that's thing, it's like, it seems to fulfill the criteria that people are saying for at least a quote-unquote theory of it, more along the lines of probably grand unified or something like that, trying to at least explain. Now, does he necessarily have everything nailed down?
Metaphysical unifying principle.
We're publishing in science journals. Even if that happens to be the case,
I
and this is
know.
why I'm conflicted with eternal. Because to be fair, at least I'm not necessarily sure, not to get into that. We'll get into that on Wednesday. But my thing is, I think this is incredibly important. And the sheer fact you were saying vector fields, that gives me hope because, okay, let's take a look at it. Do we have the numbers and stuff on this? Do we know how many protons are in each? Because if there is going to be some form of, I think you had brought this up the other day with that duality, are we talking about the inverse things? And maybe it's just because the algorithm brought me to a particular sine or cosine function recently that they were talking and they're pitching towards kids. But basically, it's like, okay, to calculate this problem, it's like, okay, we have 1, and then we have like 89. That adds up to 90, which ends up nullifying it out. And they continue to do that until they get to a particular point, like 46 and 44. And then that's how they actually get the answer. I think we should just be trying to notice different patterns, see if we can kind of trace things along. And somehow, again, I feel like I don't understand what's actually going on in the model. That's why I want to learn more. It's just as soon as you said something along with the electrons, and then I did that thing about where it's like, okay, let's look at the mean electron charge radius versus the proton radius. I'm like, okay, it's 0.0018. If I multiply that by 4, that comes up to 0.0072, which is an approximation of the fine structure constant. And I did the division in there. I'm like, okay, it comes up to 137. What is going on here? I somehow feel if we can help model electromagnetism, here's the thing, even if that model's technically wrong, if it gives us the right numbers,
Are
that
you
gives us an
having
advantage.
doubts, my friend?
No, I'm saying that we need to actually do this.
What does doing this look like?
Publish a paper. Even if this is the thing, I feel like You want whatever you put out, you want it to be right. You just don't necessarily want to get any unearned credit for it, especially if there is a metaphysical or spiritual or religious component. That's the thing. Especially when you're doing science, you need to try to separate the best you can. Now, if the science actually happens to line up with one's personal beliefs, fair game. I think that's what
Well, you
Stephen
do both.
Wolfram
I'm
said.
saying just for the purpose of publishing a scientific paper, just the relevant things for that. If she wants to write a book, if she wants to write an article on the mystical implications, you do that also. But I'm saying for the purpose of the paper, all she has to do is explain how it works according to the principles of already accepted chemistry, physics.
Yeah,
She could do that in
just go
addition
with
to, but it's not going to
charge,
be part of
mass,
the
and
scientific paper.
yeah, that's the thing. Even if you don't, whether you know what's going on, if you're like, I'm not exactly sure, just give it a variable or something, or just map it. Just put it into a box. That's what physicists do. It's like, okay, it's operating within this box. Do I necessarily have the algebra, the particular geometry that describes it at this exact moment? No. Give it a variable or something. Give it a cool thing. Like Thad uses Joe. Why? I think it freaking looks cool. And it also helps differentiate the things that are going on. And that's the thing. This is how science works. We build upon it.
Blessings to Sad.
Just don't worry about it being perfect. That's what I think you're afraid of. Again, just my opinion. It's just I feel like you have a very personal connection here.
Me or
and you want it to
Doovid?
be right. Well, I
Me or
think you do,
Doovid?
and Doovid is looking for the practicality points. Like we've been talking about this for
Yeah, I mean,
hundreds
it's
of hours. Why
results-driven.
haven't we published something?
I don't think
that's
it's perfection. I think it's her character flaws. It's saying just
I think you two just spend too much time arguing. Just my opinion.
yeah,
It's adorable.
That's
but
why I'm results driven. Like I don't like wasting time or being the same thing
how about
over
this
and
right
again.
now?
So I want to
Doovid,
set
have you ever
tangible results to move
modeled
forward and achieve.
a vector map? Have you ever modeled that, or do you know some folks that know how to?
Like, there's nothing that could be easier than plotting the vector field.
I'm
sorry.
Let Doovid answer.
No, I'm not an expert. I mean, I didn't
Where would we
my new
go?
math books. I got like 80 new math books here. I think I even do have a book on vectors and tensors. I do have a few books on that, but
Is it a good or bad thing for at one point in my life, I feel like a degree in management might actually be useful? Because like so many times it's like, all right, sell these different things. You're selling these things to the customers always need no, but my paycheck is, this is something that I'm willing to actually work for. So I'm just doing it. I'm just thinking, I'm like, all right, we want to do this. Jen says we need to use vectors. We need to have some form of plotting. We are going to find experts or folks that are familiar with this particular thing. That's why I inquired to you, because I know you've
well,
done
no,
like
I'm not going to be able to do it. I might be able to understand.
No,
that's
not
the
you.
part she has to do. If she doesn't know how to do it, she has to find someone.
You don't think I know how to put a vector field on my integrated space temporal field?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I'm going to do the historical review. So like, no, I mean, like she's going to be doing that part, and that's what I mean. That like she just has to explain how it works. I'm not going to be doing the vector field. I'm going to be doing the historical review.
Right. And what you said you were going to be looking at some articles. Could you point us in a direction where there might be some established literature about? Because I know Jonathan has some things. Like some of his things, I feel might actually apply. I just need to go back and review. And I know he had a more recent.
Well, I showed him last week. I had a whole bunch of links of even last week the picture that she used was a previous model of a 3D periodic table that looked semi-similar to her. And if we move forward,
semi-similar.
Yeah, I mean, I would actually try to get these papers and read through them, but it's like less time on the bullshit and more time on the substance.
Right. No, and we got a lot
the
of
reason why this week,
if
we didn't spend all the time on the bullshit, like maybe this week would have been the week where it would have been looking through these papers of the previous scientists or that came up with 3D models.
Well,
that's why I mentioned her character flaws. That's why we're not talking about the paper of the person who came up with a 3D model this week.
I feel like that's a contributing factor, but Doovid, here's the thing. Something kind of cursory can be said, and then you might go into a 5-minute ramble, kind of explaining. Don't get me wrong, dude. I love you, man. I love you. I do. I've learned so many things from you. I've taken so many things, but some of those rambles, I don't necessarily need to know exactly what goes on in the mind of Doovid. I don't need to necessarily know the full computation every time. I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a weekend review of Doooovid. That's like it was come from
Oh, okay.
me and my ramble. And we've been trying to encourage Jennifer to
Oh no, I love your
do
academic stuff.
streams and topical, and that's why I keep on mentioning the character flaws. And saying like, yeah, she had like a Wolfram type study session on the periodic table, and this stuff like that'd be you're probably more beneficial than like a lot of like just the stupid argumentation.
Right. No. I hear you. And the thing is, Jen is passionate and she's honest about that. She can be quite intense. Like even with that earlier in the week, it's like,
Oh,
there's some
I fucked that
intensity
up,
there.
and I'm
Like,
sorry. I
hey,
was
no,
way
no,
off.
no, no, no.
It was because I didn't have
That's why
enough notice.
decisions.
Listen, I thought of something. I need to learn to talk slower. And I've been spoiled by Doovid, who talks really fast, and I'm just like expecting everybody else to be able to communicate on that speed, and it's just insane. So I just need to learn how to slow down to like, I don't know, maybe I could try to go half as fast. Do you think that might help with the communication?
Yes.
Because now it's just like I'm thinking like when I'm talking to people, it's coming across as a machine gun, and it's just like okay, nobody wants to answer because it's just rapid
fire. The
fire.
cursory way to do it that's only slightly political is how fast do people listen to Ben Shapiro? He happens to be quite a fast talker. If you can listen to that dude at 2 times and understand fully what's coming out, hey, power to you. Some folks like half speed. I'm just saying it's the velocity of information, and
I think I
depending
would
on where
get
somebody
dizzy
grew up and
listening
everything.
to him at 2 speed.
Sorry. That this is why I also don't listen to him. Whatever. Hey, my thing is there are also so many folks out there in the community where every once in a while you'll ask something, and I'll have people send me things, and I'm like, okay, maybe this isn't exactly right, but I'm seeing a lot of other things line up which give me hope. And the thing is, I feel I think I'm going to actually buy Mathematica because there are certain things in there that just are very useful that you could actually purchase for like $300 for like a year subscription or something, whatever. But I feel like there are some models that already have vector fields I was looking at. I'm not sure if they're necessarily 3D vector fields yet, but if we could start just doing a basic cursory model, maybe looking at like the amount of charge to try to see how this is aligning up. Is there anything going on with the electric fields there? What's going on with that mean charge ratio there that looks very close to the fine structure constant that's supposed to be involving electromagnetism? I'm just saying if we could just kind of just get an initial model, it's like, yeah.
Can you understand my concern that putting this into a computer is then going to make people dumber because they already don't understand it, and now delegating it to a computer, there's no reason for anyone to understand it. So I'm basically like, by revealing this thing, locking people into being dumber in the future. I mean, that's just one of the things I worry about.
I'm going to have to push back on that because while that might be the case in a number of instances,
biology and AI, 2 things that could actually use my teachings, are the ones that are the least equipped to understand them by their own admission. Just saying, sorry.
Well, the thing is, it just as fact of motivation, because let's face it, a lot of folks look at what's going on. They're like, why wouldn't I just spend my time just playing a video game where I can just be fighting dragons and stuff? I was a server first level 80 Death Knight. I literally had enough slash play that I could have earned a doctorate degree. I acknowledge this. But all I'm saying is, hey, past is a past. The future is now. Whatever we choose to do now, we can just sit there and argue about it and point out character flaws. And I was a little concerned because I heard Doovid curse, and I'm not sure I've almost ever heard Doovid curse. That gave me some concern. Bandana, I like it. It keeps my hair out of my
bullshit.
face. But no. I heard a strong F-bomb, sir. I heard a strong F-bomb, and that's why, Doovid's cursing now, because I know you actually want to see Jennifer succeed. I understand you have concerns. You're like, I've invested this time with this very smart woman. We have certain commonalities and everything. Let's get this S done. What's holding us back? All I know is I keep on seeing Jonathan publishing new works, like every couple of weeks, or his name is mentioned or something somewhere. And even Professor Wolfram at one point, it's like, I think he showed, he's like, even kids can publish papers. He was 13. Yes, he was brilliant, young Sir Wolfram, but it's, or Mr. Wolf, he was a young child. But all I'm saying is, okay, if these people are publishing papers, let's give a crack at it. You know what? Maybe it's not perfect, but there are enough other folks there we might get the attention of. Some people might notice, and maybe they had a certain intuition. They're like, this helps solidify it. People will come out. They will reach out to you. That's how Thad got that person that sent them an email that noticed, oh, look, here's this cool little equation. I'm just saying, I think most folks are good people. Again, is that an axiom? I don't know what it is. That's just my gut intuition. And if that is true, how will folks know who to reach out to if they don't see folks actually doing stuff? So all I know is if I'm looking for this stuff, dude, I lift things up and put them down for a living. I need to go to sleep after that, so I get up like 4:30 in the morning going to work. But all I'm saying is like this is something where if we actually have the chance to level up humanity, I don't think I could legitimately wear the shirt and actually not try to do this.
Well, you tell me, do we? Don't we?
Let's do it. No, Wednesday we're talking about the cosmology stuff. The rest of the night, that's up to you two.
Yeah,
I'm
what
happy
are we
to-
going to talk about? Because it would be really good to have it actually on a subject rather than freeform. Because, yeah, plus.
watch the video on me comparing the universe to an orange.
You had some
Oh.
good videos. I watched your thing with Thad, and then I watched your interview with that.
Jonathan Go right. He was the guy that gave him and Xerxes gave Stephen Wolfram kind of the kick in the keister to get that whole physics project up and running. So, he's a wonderful man.
Yeah, I mean, it's ironic your video of, I mean, maybe not the Gerard got over 100 views, and Thad only got like less than 50 views. But I watched both of those programs.
Well, it's
Yeah, I
the
didn't see either
audience
one of
and
them
folks
live.
know
If I was around, I would have watched live and tried to
Oh no,
been in the chat. But I watched them, both. So props for the programming. You're close to 1,000 subs. Definitely good to reach out and get interviews and.
Just want to answer this question real quick in the chat about like, what about AI? So most people working in it don't understand how it works, and they're brute forcing.
Well, it's hopefully we're on the paradigm new ideas. And Doovid, no, thank you for that, man. It really does mean a lot. And I actually would like to have you come on at some point, kind of explain like the multiple truth hypothesis, just because like I started listening to it, and I love the way you're going through. It kind of reminds me of what was it, the guy that did Topos or something. I forget the gentleman, Grozendieck. And I have like his 3 or 4 hour conjecture. I'll sometimes kind of fall asleep to it, but it's not one of those things where I can try to even passively absorb. I need to focus on that to actually listen, because the way it reminds me of what you're doing, but you do in a more simpler cadence-based way. So I feel like there's some way that maybe you do chunking this or that, and if we can kind of get to the Grozendieck conjecture, maybe we can figure out humanity better. So I'd love to have you on sometime, man.
Yeah, I mean, you could schedule it. I mean, I'm available. We could probably even do it this week or next week. But like you Twitter or however you want to message me, and we'll work out a time. I might say no stone unturned. Doovid, your heart is in the right place. But I tell you, don't raise your voice at me, please. I don't know if we've spoken, but yeah, I don't mean to like Mike. Just try to like storming and norming. I want to push forward progress. And to a certain level, like the bullshit. If you're like give the useful information, and kind of like the games, and to push through the games. And some people like playing the games. But I'm trying to we've been at this. This is episode 140, and I think in a lot of ways progress has been retarded, and sometimes you have to just get out there and yell to to make sure progress is being pushed forward or time's not being wasted. And it's unfortunate, but hopefully like I did it. Hopefully it'll have caused some sort of positive effect, and we'll be able to work more efficiently, move get some of this progress moving forward.
I think you're a solid manager, man. That's the thing, because you have the ability to talk essentially in the same way to pretty much everybody, and you don't always have that. And that consistency is something I think a lot of folks respect. So, hey, thank you for having me on, Jen. I'll talk to you later, Doovid.
So we'll see everybody on the Eigen Rangers
Wednesday.
channel, right?
I'm not sure if I can do it. It might be on my channel.
Okay.
Just because I'm not sure I can live stream yet on there. I'm slowly moving more content. I might need like 100 subscribers or something like that. But we'll see. I'm going to push it more. So have a nice night.
Either way, I look forward to it.
Yeah, thanks for popping on. Great work.
Thanks for coming on. Nice to talk to you. And night.
Okay. Anything else you wanted to talk about? Maybe we talk about Charles Moskowitz on T-Jump.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure. It's kind of related to just the value proposition. So I was mentioning, Charles' perspective, like he's probably trying, like you don't have to have a consistent, coherent, well thought out worldview to be successful in life, and like certain networking skills, or various things, like so what was the goal of the communication? So if Charles' goal was to sell some books, or um, you just have a good conversation, reach new people, increase his reach, try to increase his own viewership by getting on a bigger channel, as opposed to like logically well-rounded ideas and arguments. And like God forbid, because like I argue with a lot of the counter Semites, and they give like the Mein Kampf. Gradually I began to hate them, with the part where like you argue with the person, they admit they're wrong, and then they come back the next day, and it's like they nothing, like they don't remember that they conceded the argument yesterday. And I saw in the things, some like Charles, like they were like, oh well, I don't really know what I'm talking about, I don't really know anything about this, but let me profoundly state my idea. And then then he'll say, well, okay, I don't really know too much about that, but then a minute later he's going back to the same idea that he just conceded. And so there was a lot of we went over on Week in Review, when we, even the very first shows, logical fallacies, logic. I'm not sure how long you want to go tonight. If you want, I could show like 30 minutes of these new math books I got, but just
Oh yeah, absolutely.
so how do you structure arguments? So like on Thursday, Charles Moscow, God forbid, like the Amnesty International Israel report. So I was saying, like, I think from my understanding, like morally, I think Israel's kind of in the wrong. Like Palestinians are more in the right. And Charles like, no, how can you think that? And it's like, well, I'm a Jew, like I support Israel, I'm very active in Judaism in Israel, but I think from a logical, moral, ethical perspective, that the Palestinians, so to say, are more in the right than Israel. And so that's a logical conclusion based on the facts. But to separate, there's me, there's my identity, and then there's, if you want to say, like an objective reasoning of the facts. And so some form of analysis to separate yourself from the issue, like, okay, here's the facts, here's me, here's my bias, here's my side, and then even a factor to say, well, if it's an identity issue, even if I'm wrong, I'm going to be on the wrong side because it's my identity. So like, doesn't matter if Israel's right or wrong. Am I still going to be on the side of Israel even though Israel's wrong, because that's my identity? And it's not that complicated of abstract thought, but it's kind of like the moralizing of, like, where it's like, good and bad. And so T-Jump wasn't having that. And his kind of arguments, like like he gave a few kind of nonsensical arguments that didn't have basic logic, and T-Jump was pretty good in pulling through that. Um, Although I think T-Jump was kind of coming on to some of the things I was saying, although like he's probably not the type to give me credit. And but because it was mentioning that the belief in morals and karma and ethics. So Charles, like, you can't have morals without God. And T-Jump was saying, like, well, yeah, like, just because science can't explain how these things work, he was saying it's not God, and there's some other explanation that we haven't came up with. So that was the abstract thought of like multiple truth hypothesis. There's what I personally believe or tend towards, and then there's maybe like an evidentiary point of view, like in a dualism, there could be a spiritual realm, but that doesn't imply a God. So like like, I mean, I made that diagram, we covered that many times, like from atheism, that you could still have a spiritual and material realm and be an atheist. And just like saying that, just like random processes of evolution created, or Big Bang created the material realm, it also created the spiritual realm, and like a panpsychism. Or it could be like Aristotelian, just like the world always existed and wasn't created, that the spiritual world always existed and wasn't created, and it doesn't necessitate a God. So I don't think Charles understood like these logical distinctions, and so T Jump, you know, really called those out pretty well. But I think T Jump has more dissonance because, like, for Charles, even though he has maybe an inconsistent, incoherent worldview, kind of like he was an Orthodox Jew or a secular Jew. When I talk to Charles, he's an Orthodox Jew, and all of a sudden he's a secular Jew, and like, okay, there's some inconsistencies there, but he has some sort of coherent worldview that makes sense and works for him. So, like, does T Jump's atheism make sense for him? Does he have some sort of consistent, coherent worldview that includes him? So he's just like a person that, you know, was brought up Christian, thinks it's false, and now he talks about atheism. But like, who is T Jump, and why is he doing it? That's why I said to him, you know, it's just like there's just some like process in his head that thinks about these ideas. But like, you know, the physical T Jump, like the only thing in his head is like hot blondes, you know, God forbid, or something like that. You know, so I think in that sense, Moskowitz's worldview is more consistent and coherent, even if T Jump was like, I pointed out logical flaws. But like, you know, who is T Jump that's pointing out these logical flaws? So that was some of the, you know, like the basic analysis of it. And I'm not sure if you thought or you gained too much from, you know, the conversation, or if you're agreeing with my assessment that like Charles wasn't there necessarily to prove that there is a God logically in a T-Jump manner. Charles was, you know, just trying to express some of his ideas in front of a new audience. And
Yeah, to me, it's a success for your networking career. That's how I look at it.
well, so Charles is better at networking than T-Jump. So it doesn't, even if T-Jump has a more consistent, coherent worldview, in Charles, you know, demonstrated that Charles' worldview isn't as consistent, coherent, that you know, Charles, like, well, does it work? So Charles' inconsistent, coherent worldview is more, you know, works better than T Jump's more consistent, coherent worldview.
So are you saying it was a debate and it was a draw, or?
Yeah, I'd say it was kind of a draw, but I think it was a mismatch in communication theory that, you know, so T Jump is he really just trying to make money, or do a show? Like, what is he getting from like arguing atheism day after day? Is he really learning something new? That's why I said like I went on a show as kind of like a favor to you, because like I just saw like I'm not gonna have any benefit from doing it. He's just gonna like try to expose me as a fraud, and you know, of like, you know, basically all of the exposure I'm gonna get is negative. Like, there's gonna be like thousands of people that are like, oh, this guy's a fraud. And but
Yeah, I
which
remember.
is,
I thought I was doing you a favor, you know, getting you exposure and stuff, and you're all didn't take it that way. So I was just like, okay.
well, I don't think I even gained more subs because like none of the people took my idea seriously. They just wanted to see me like exposed, and even like, you know, one thing that like T Jump has some of the logic, you know, like academic, like you know, like, no, like, thank you, Doovid, for like explaining some complicated concepts. Thank you, Doovid, for sharing your research. You're just like, no, this guy's a fraud. There's something wrong with him. He's bad. You know, saying just because like I you know, expressed and talked about my beliefs and shared some of my research. So like, no, I didn't really expect anything positive. So it was like Adam Green dealing with counter-Semitism. Like, maybe I changed a few minds, and, you know, find some purpose in that. And it could be from atheism too. Like, maybe there was some purpose, but it was different also because like T Jump asked me, Charles asked to be on his show, as opposed to T Jump asked me, and, you know, maybe it makes more sense because I'm a theist. You know, Charles.
I guess
isn't
there's
really...
a bit of value proposition relativism going on here.
Well, I mean, T Jump had a value that like, okay, I'm actually a theist, so he wanted to expose and prove wrong a theist. Charles isn't really a theist, and he doesn't even claim to have like a consistent, coherent worldview. So it was kind of conversational in a way that it was almost nonsensical, the conversation. So like the people in the chat and the comments are like, oh, you exposed another one, T Jump, how weak their arguments were. But like, was that the purpose of the conversation? So like, from Charles' perspective, I don't think that's why he came on. He probably just wanted to share some of the ideas and you know, and thoughts to a new crowd and audience, and you know, he wasn't like looking at like a, you know, like a logical debate conclusion where T Jump conclusively demonstrated that his propositions were false. as where my conversation was more logical and talking about the issue at hand of atheism. But you know, it's tough to tell. It's, I mean, you know, that's like the value proposition. Like, so is he just doing it to make money, or is there anything to gain? Is there any direction, you know, to doing it? So is it a cult of like a person? In reality, like Claire said, it's like
He said he
his
wanted to do an atheist church.
Well, I mean, it's just what he's saying because like he has a show, he's trying to make some money off of it, create a community. Um, but I mean, it's probably destined to fail. You know, saying like no, I mean they just like expose people, and it's kind of an unfriendly environment, and so it's unlikely you're going to create like some sort of like friendly society of like an atheist church. Um, but you know, so it's almost like the proof against atheism that he's trying to you know, even if he was open, like you know, like if he's just kind of
Are
like
you saying
JF.
he's living proof against atheism?
Yeah, I'm saying that even if his arguments are logical, like he's arguing logically that there is no God, but like, is his worldview consistent and coherent? So, like, who is T Jump? T Jump's just an atheist that realized that the tradition he was born into and what his parents and teachers taught him wasn't true. So what became of him after that? He was like, so he was freed, and now he's trying to like free the world of religious belief, and you know, like he thinks that people, if he wants to be like this great beacon of morals and ethics, and he thinks that atheism is going to be the standard that you know it brings enlightenment to man. So I mean, there was a little bit of the argument, and I mean, T. John might have got the better, like because Charles is kind of like like Hitler, Nazis, atheism, and so that was maybe a little unclear, maybe kind of like a drawish part of you know, like does atheism lead to moral erosion and bad behavior? As where I talked more metaphysically, I wasn't talking like historically necessarily like bad actions in the past. Was it caused by atheism? But like metaphysically, can there be such a thing as good or bad without a spiritual realm? And T Jump might have side skirted that to say like you could be an atheist, and he didn't call it a spiritual realm, but I think he was basically talking about a spiritual realm because that's what I was trying to argue is that you can't have a factual karma without a spiritual realm, that there is no mechanism for karma to work without a spiritual realm. There's nothing in the material realm that could record whether an action is good or bad. And so I'm not even sure T Jump understood my argument on that point. I mean, you understood what I was saying on that? That there's not like purely metaphysically, if there is such a thing as good and bad, that there can't be a demarker in the material realm that signifies the event as good and bad. It has to be some separate realm that has the demarker that this was good or bad.
If you want to
And to
argue
have
conscious, where you are arguing the root of consciousnesses, there's sort of an argument on either side of that. Not to be difficult, but it does appear to be that.
well, if T Jump is saying mind emerges from matter, that mind emerges from brain, and that good and bad is a figment of is an emergent property of brains.
He's
It's
saying
not
that it's a universal law of some sort. Like it's a bit tough to. I don't want to speak for him. Hard. It's a bit tough to understand what he's saying.
well, I mean, it's nonsensical. It's basically like Stephen Molyneux, but he's saying like, but his is true. But you know, saying that mind determines good or bad, or there's an objective that you objectively, when someone does a deed, that there could be some demarcation that this was good or bad that's independent of mind. And so if he holds mind is an emergent quality of the brain, and so the mind is the determinant of good or bad, then I mean maybe information theory, but I didn't see that was my argument that good and bad necessitates some sort of non-material realm, that the concept of good and bad can't arise from the physical, and even a recorded memory that like for karma to be like action reaction, that there has to be some non-physical record of the action of whether it was good or bad. And so this was my argument for the necessitation of a spiritual realm. And so he was kind of saying that, like, he wanted the best of both worlds, where he's saying, like, yeah, there is something like that works, but he just posits that somehow it happens in the material realm, even though he can't give any explanation for how that might occur. I mean, is that your kind of take of what he was saying?
It's basically a 2 more weeks type of thing, where it's like, well, in the future it'll be demonstrated to be so that this will be a law of physics about morality. It's very hard to follow.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically just like consciousness, just like saying, like, eventually, they'll solve the heart problem of consciousness and show how the consciousness arises from the material. That he's also saying, like, eventually they'll solve the heart problem of karma and show that karma arises from the material, which was the basis of my argument. They're saying the material realm will never explain karma or consciousness, and therefore dualism makes more sense. It has more explanatory power, that these phenomena that we observe of karma and consciousness are observations of the spiritual realm.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody, like, I mean, from the comments, I argue with people in the chat. I mean, there's some people like that came over to Week in Review from that show. I don't think anyone there understood what I was saying. And that's why I said, like, I didn't think anyone was there was going to understand. I don't even think anyone took it seriously. It seemed in the chat, they were just like, oh, another fraud exposed, which is, kind of also like an argument against atheism, how unfriendly the nature of it is, that, like, that no one thought they could learn something from me. They all just wanted to expose me.
Well, I guess it would seem like an opportunity to be getting better at debate, at least for me.
Well, yeah, I'm saying that, okay, like debating counter Semites or something. Like, yeah, I mean, like iron sharpens iron.
I mean, just debating just in general. Like, you saw me debate T-Jump. I didn't think that was a waste of time. So, yeah, that was my reasoning. I guess you don't agree, and that's fine. So,
well, I mean, you debate on modern day debate, like I'd say, but I was saying hanging out on his Discord, I'm not sure, or it would try watching those conversations. No, I'd say it's a waste of time. Like I was saying, but just the communication theory. Like, are you actually learning something or making progress? And if T-Jump is saying that, well, he's not at this point making progress or understanding ideas better, he's just trying to make money and increase his cult or renowned. That could also be okay, the progress that, like, he doesn't think he has anything to learn left. But I want to learn, and I think there's a lot more to learn and cooperate on ideas. And I try to take people's ideas seriously. And it's kind of the formal logic, break down what people are saying into formal logic, and that's the multiple truth hypothesis, recognize there's uncertainty and explanatory power of ideas in the the reality of uncertainty.
Yeah, it's tough. I guess I always thought something would eventually get published. It's not in the forefront of my focus right now.
I mean, from yourself, that you always pictured yourself publishing, or relation to T-Jump?
Oh, I guess I was just thinking about the publishing the paper there.
Well, you have to avow yourself to the process, and he's saying that once you avow yourself to the process, you like, publishing will probably come, in a relatively scheduled short amount of time. But, like, that's, I'm gonna call it like character flaw, but once you avow yourself to the process, you'll put yourself into the pattern where you're going to publish. And for whatever reason, you can't avow yourself to the process. Till you avow yourself to the process, you're not going to publish.
And I have to publish because
You don't have to publish. I'm saying, like, but if you want to publish, you have to avow yourself to the process. And if you don't avow yourself to the process, you're not going to publish. So this level, like whatever reason you don't want to avow yourself to the process, so then you come back to I really want to publish, and saying, well, because you have dissonance or reasons you don't want to avow yourself to the process, therefore you question, like, do I really want to publish? Because you have a dissonance and reasons that make avowing yourself to the process like a negative, pejorative, that disincentivize you to do it, and therefore you'll decrease the value of the goal of publishing. So it's not particularly complicated.
and it's just inconceivable that the goal of publishing isn't at the top of my list of things, even though I keep trying to explain why.
It's very conceivable, but I'm saying publishing is not super complicated. I'm saying, okay, like a master's
You can
degree,
say that till the
accomplishment.
cows come home, but that doesn't make it so.
Well, I'm saying it's something that has a process, though, that if you avow yourself to the process, you'll accomplish it, whether it takes a few months or a few years. But it's difficult enough that without avowing yourself to the process, you're not going to accomplish it. So what that at the end of the day, it's about you and avowing yourself to the process. And if you don't, you won't accomplish it. So but it's a process and it's an effort, and there's dissonance between the process and your current state, and therefore then you question like that even though you could say, like, yeah, it'd be nice to publish, but here's this process that I'd have to avow myself to, that there's many reasons why I don't want to. So then you look to say, well, how important is publishing versus this learning curve or dissonance, energy exertion of avowing yourself to a process.
What do you mean dissonance, energy, exertion of avowing myself to a process? What does that mean?
That there's a dissonance between your current state of being and the process that it would take for you to accomplish publishing. So I mean, if you look at it right, like, yeah, I'd like to publish a paper, and then you're saying, but the publishing a paper requires the avowing to a process to accomplish that goal. And then you see that you start seeing the process, and you're like, wow, this process has some things about it that cause me dissonance. So then you go back to question the ultimate goal of publishing.
Uh-huh.
Is that making sense what I said?
Not quite.
We said, like, of course you want to publish, but it's not just like you can't just publish. You have to avow yourself to a process. It's like I'd like to lose weight. I'd like to learn French. I'd like to something, but I could probably learn French. I'd have to avow myself to the process, and then when I look at the process and like, oh man, do I really want to avow myself to that process? They're like, well, how important is it to learn French? And so like that for anything. So you're looking at like publishing. So like your first glance, like, yeah, of course I want to publish. Like, why would I want to publish? Like, of course. But then you start looking, what does it take to publish? And there's a process you have to avow yourself to. And when you start analyzing the process you have to avow yourself to, you see things that work, and things that are going to cause dissonance between your current state and the process that you have to avow yourself to. And so to resolve that dissonance, you lessen the value of publishing. So we're just like, oh, I want to publish. Here's the process I'm going to vow myself to. But it's saying that, okay, I want to publish, so I'm going to examine the process that it takes to publish. And now that I've examined the process that it takes to publish, and I see how all that it entails, I no longer want to publish. Not because you didn't want to publish, but because you saw the difficulty of the process you would have had to vow yourself to achieve that goal. So you resolved the dissonance in your head by saying, not necessarily that like the process was too difficult for me, but to say the goal wasn't worth achieving. It could be all one and the same, because you only have a certain amount of effort, and life is so short, and there's only so much you could do. And so if you're looking at it like, okay, like publishing is a sizable time and energy, and even metaphysical, philosophical, identity commitment, that that's too much for you. So saying that that your life will have to go by, just like having a kid or something. You say, well, I'd like to be a mother. I'd like to have a kid, but then you look at the process. Like, what's the process of like having a kid? And do you want to value yourself to that process? And be like, well, yeah, having a kid's not that important. So it's the same with anything like that, any decision making process.
And I think publishing is important, but can you acknowledge that some other things may be more important?
Yeah, just I said, like being a mother. Like how come you don't have any kids? So
That's a completely
you don't think
different
being a mother,
question.
you don't think being a mother is important, having kids is important?
Oh.
Well, I'm
It's
saying
going
like,
in a completely different direction here.
well, I mean, it's similar. It's the same process of decision making. That you say like, well, yeah, I mean, of course I want to have kids. So like it's a big failure when I look at myself. One of my biggest failures is that like I'm not a father. Um, but like obviously there's a lot to life, and then go, okay, like, is it that complicated to find a woman and become a father, and say, well, yeah, I have to avow myself to the process, and that process would be a huge commitment and on my life and the decisions I make in my life, and therefore like, well, is it really that big of a deal if I'm a father? So I mean, it's similar.
Well, it's a big deal if it's a big deal for you.
Well, I mean, it's kind of your arguments. If you said like you're left, you're in the world, like certainly, like probably having a kid would be a bigger imprint in the world than publishing a paper. So you're saying like, okay, you're not sure, like that's you want your one thing that you leave in the world. So what do you leave in the world? So you leave in the world a few things, but like presumably like a child would be some bigger than publishing an idea. But you look at it in that manner that it's similar, like that. But yeah, I mean the dissonance of anything is like, okay, like in order to be a parent, you have to avow yourself to a process, and then you could look at that process and be like, yeah, I don't really want to be a parent. Change my mind. So I mean, it's similar to writing a paper, getting published.
I really don't think it's quite the same thing.
Well, the processes are different. But I'm saying the overall idea of the dissonance, that here's the goal, and then you see the process that you have to avow yourself to achieve the goal, and then you may reconsider that goal. Where if you ask, like, of course I want to be a father, like, of course I want to publish a paper, but like, you can't just like magically be a father. You can't just like magically publish a paper. You have to go through a process. And then as you start to look into the process, and you say, well, I mean, that process is a lot of work, and it's going to cause a lot of pain and a lot of different factors that like I'm not so sure I want to go through. And so the dissonance process would be by discounting the goal. So instead of saying that it's too difficult to publish a paper, because the process is too difficult, or it's too difficult like to be a parent because the process is too difficult, you discount the goal. So I mean, that's just how cognitive dissonance works. Is that to relieve the dissonance, you discount the goal. So so the reality is like you discount the value of publishing the paper, but that's just how you resolve the dissonance of realizing that the process is going to be difficult, is by discounting the goal.
Well, that's a very reasonable supposition.
It's the science of cognitive dissonance. Like, I mean, that it's the same for any process, any goal. That you have the goal, and then you have the what you want to achieve, the desired outcome, and then you have the effort that it takes to get to it, and then if you see the effort that it takes to get to the goal is more than you want to commit to, then you discount the goal, as opposed to saying that the effort that I have to commit to it is too intense. So you just discount it and say the goal's not really worth achieving. And the practicality is just in the person's head. So you want to give me a full screen on the camera, and I'll show you some books?
Oh yeah, sounds great. Just do that right now. And thank you, Dark Matter and Battle Rap. I appreciate it. Always nice to hear. I'm not against publishing. Yeah. The whole MGTOW thing. I'm thinking like SIGTOW, scientists going their own way type thing. But that's not even it, really, because I am, in a sense, quite the conformist. Anyway.
I showed a few last week, and I got a whole bunch more. So a few of them I might show a second time. So here, this is a famous book. I think I read this when I was a kid. Maybe I'll look at it again. Satan, Cantor, and Infinity, Mind-Boggling Puzzles. So, obviously Cantor and the origins of set theory. So this is a famous book. This is also a famous book. They made a movie about it. The Man Who Knew Infinity, The Life of the Genius Ramanujan, biography. So it's more a biography about math that includes some math. So these are ones I plan on reading that are more less mathematical, more biographical, informative. Here's a famous book, Studies in Logic and Probability, written by George Boole. Obviously, Boolean algebra, Boolean logic, a precursor to computer science. This one's a little more intense, so hopefully I'll be able to look at this. The actual he wrote other books that but I think this is the only one that I had. A Mathematical Introduction to Logic. Those are talking like T-Jump. Always good to review the basics of logic. Here's a Brian Greene book, The Fabric of the Cosmos. So I'll get to that. You have other books like Mikio Kaku. He's probably up there with Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's always been interviewed on TV. So this book's Parallel Worlds, The Journey Through Creation, Higher Dimensions, and the Future of the Cosmos. Are you a Kaku fan? Do you see him? He's always on popular TV. Here's Future Proof, The Greatest Gadgets and Gizmos Ever Imagined. I have a bunch of books on these, but just kind of cool, different. Speaking of Neil deGrasse Tyson, Origins, 14 billion years of cosmic evolution. Neil deGrasse Tyson, famous Cosmos book. Here's another popular, Edge of the Universe by Paul Halpern, A Voyage to the Cosmic Horizon and Beyond. And another big name, Lawrence Krauss, Hiding in the Mirror, The Mystery Allure of Extra Dimensions from Plato to String Theory and Beyond. So these I put on my desk, actually more books that I put on my desk, but those are books I pulled out that I put on my desk, and I'll probably get to these in the next year. More, I think I showed this last week, Fermat's Enigma, The Epic Quest to Solve the World's Greatest Mathematic Problem. I guess that's Fermat's last theorem. The famous x to the a plus the Pythagorean theorem to higher dimension. My dad had multiple copies of this one, so it's probably a good book. I put a few up for sale because I had a few extra copies. An Imaginary Tale, The Story of the Square Root of -1. We've discussed that on the channel multiple times. I've shown links, very important factor. So, I'll read Nahin's history of the square root of -1. Very important. Here, Princeton Science Library Gamma, exploring Euler's constant. You familiar with Euler's gamma function? Gamma constant?
I don't think so, actually. What is it?
Gamma is defined as the limit of the sum of 1 plus a half plus a third up to 1 to the n minus 1. I guess it's a numerical value of like 0.5772156. I have to look into it. It's an important constant. I have to look more into it. So here's the book on the history of mathematics, Springer book.
Is it integral from 0 to infinity x to the power of z minus 1 times e to the minus x dx?
Honestly, I'm not sure. So I'm looking at it. I'm reading. My dad recommended this book. I'm sure if you've heard of this, A Mathematical Journey in Code by Sarah Flannery. Sarah Flannery.
I have not heard of it, but cool.
She won Ireland's Young Scientist of the Year award for extraordinary research and discoveries in internet cryptography. I guess she became kind of like a famous personality in physics. Here, The Man Who Loved Only Numbers, the story of Paul Erdos and the search for mathematical truth. Have you heard of Paul Erdos?
I don't think so.
So yeah, it's a biography of an interesting mathematician. Here's a similar book from the Gamma from the Princeton Science Library, The Story of E. More well known than Gamma. So I look forward to this one also. George Cantor, his Mathematics and Philosophy of the Infinite by Daubin. I actually had 2 copies of this. I put one up for sale. Someone wanted one for sale on my eBay also. But, Cantor, the father of set theory. Okay, so these I showed last week. Oh, I got another big one. So the Princeton Companion to Applied Mathematics. So it's a huge textbook, kind of like encyclopedia. So these are the ones I put on my queue and desk to read. And so I have many more than that I'm probably going to keep. But I kind of just like textbooks. I could sell these. They're actually worth a decent amount of money, but I'm holding on to them. So this is an important book. The little book of bigger primes. So just kind of the science of what we know about larger prime numbers and the various theories that we went into finding bigger prime numbers. I might add this to my queue. Important book, How to Prove It. Things we could look into, we can review. Just becoming more mathematically intensive, like going over proofs. So just probably like an undergraduate textbook for like a junior, senior level and a course on proofs. Here's a little pamphlet on the gamma function. So what's the gamma function? Do you know what the gamma function is?
I keep hearing about it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I pulled it up. I mean, if it's this one, I know what it is, sure.
It's like Gauss.
Oh.
So yeah, I'm gonna look at that here.
Did you say gamma function? Because according to Google, it's Bernoulli who came up with it.
Could be. doesn't even say on.
Oh, I've got gamma function up right now anyway.
It is
So if anyone in
Gauss.
the chat knows and wants to correct us, so.
That one's a small pamphlet even. So here's a graduate text on cardinal arithmetic. So I don't necessarily know what cardinal arithmetic is. It looks like a pretty complicated book, like it's all mathematical, logical language graduate text. Here's the Oxford Text in Logic. It's like 50 volumes. My dad has like 40 of the 50 volumes. Here's the first volume, a first course in logic, and so my dad had a duplicate of this, but he has almost the whole, not the whole series, but the majority of the whole series, the Oxford Text in Logic. Here's methods of solving number theory problems. Another Oxford Logic Guides, number 22, recursion theory for mathematics. You know recursion theory. These are really textbooks. So I mean, my dad has a master's degree in math, and then he, just kind of like buys books his whole life, and so I was organizing his library. And over the years, he sometimes just buys lots of books, like a lot or collection of books, and he'll get duplicates. And so I was just organizing, and so these are actually all duplicates of what he had. Here's a book, old one, on magic squares and cubes. Magic squares are interesting mathematics. Are you familiar with the magic squares? They go back to ancient China, like where you have these, like all the numbers in the rows and columns add up to the same number.
Like Sudoku kind of thing? That sort of idea?
Yeah, they actually go back to ancient China, and it took the Arthur Benjamin. You could make magic squares, like in your head. You could design magic squares for like any numbers, and so there's an interesting thing, and it goes back to ancient times. Here's the Moscow puzzles, 359 mathematical recreations, and I think these from a certain event, like a mathematical event, 1956 in Russia. I have more books on like Moscow mathematical events, but that's a collection of puzzles. Here's a graduate text. Maybe I had this last week also. Higher and Infinite. It's a popular theory of large cardinal numbers. The set theory, graduate text, and there's undergraduate text in set theory. Advanced calculus, introduction to classical analysis. So look at this, what type of stuff it has. Sequences and series, and I got quite a few of these. Like here's a Dover ordinary differential equations. Here's undergraduate.
ODE books are good because it shows you how it's actually put into a form that is computable by
elementary analysis. Model theory. You know what model theory is?
Well, it sounds like the theory of models, but that's not anything I've studied in any detail.
Yeah. Here's Lang. I actually have two different second and third edition of I guess it's a famous undergraduate textbook in linear algebra. You heard of Serge Lang?
Maybe.
Here's a introduction to the theory of numbers. These are all textbooks. Here's a textbook, graduate text in mathematics on algebra. So what a graduate level review of algebra. Here's a series of books. This is also a student mathematical library of the AMS, of the American Mathematical Society, a terse introduction to linear algebra. Here was the book I was thinking of memes when he was mentioning A Student's Guide to Vectors and Tensors. So always good to review your vectors and tensors. I might even take this book and add it to my queue. Here's another from the American Mathematical Society, Problems in Mathematical Analysis. I think a graduate text, Methods of Solving Complex Geometry Problems. Methods of Solving Sequence and Series Problems. My dad had 5 copies of this book. I put one up for sale for $25 and it sold right away, and I put another one up for $30. I got an offer for like $23 and then tried to bid it up to $27 and they didn't buy it. But I have another copy up for sale, Linear Algebra Done Right by Sheldon Axler. So it's a popular text, this 3rd edition on linear algebra done right. Have you ever heard of that Springer series? Here's another Springer series, Advanced in Linear Algebra. This one's a graduate text. I think I mentioned this. These books I showed last week. Okay, so here's Enumerative Combinatorics. So I pronounced incorrectly last week. So Enumerative Combinatorics, Cambridge Studies in Advanced Mathematics series. This is the same book of that Cantor, the Devil, and Set Theory, the author Raymer Smullyan, First Order Logic. Another interesting book, Principles and Technique of Combinatorics. An Introduction to the Theory of Numbers. Visual Complex Analysis.
Parmendi says that Buck Depository has hardcover linear algebra done right at 200, but you're not holding a hardcover copy, are you?
Which one?
Lin Alge done right.
At 200? I mean, I looked at the value like.
Are you holding a hard copy or soft copy?
Hard copy. I sold it for, I mean, on eBay, it was going for like $20 to $30. So I mean, it could be someone selling it for 200, but I looked at the eBay record. So I put one up for 25 and it sold actually right away. Maybe some places like $40. I'm not sure. Book Depository. That's the 3rd edition, Axler 3rd edition. So it could be a different edition. But I searched on eBay, so I don't think I think that value that I had. But yeah, some of these books are reasonably valuable. So I'm keeping these. I could probably make like $1,000, maybe more, if I put these books up for sale. I put a handful up for sale, but I'm going to hold on to these anyways because who knows? If I need the money, I could sell them. Elements of the Theory of Functions and Functional Analysis. Great one. Gödel's Proof. With Newford with Douglas Hofstadter. So I'll put this in my queue. A Student's Guide to the Mathematics of Astronomy. So also add that to my queue. An Introduction to the Theory of Sets. A book of abstract algebra. You know what's the difference of abstract algebra? Here's another one. Quantum mechanics and path integrals. Always good to review your path integrals. Well, actually, I have another copy. I think I showed one of these before, but I got 2 copies. I'll probably put this one up for sale, of the Dover ordinary differential equations. Here's Set Theory on the Structure of the Real Line. So I guess the title is kind of self-evident. Set Theory on the Structure of the Real Line. Proof Theory always, we probably should, it'd be kind of cool. Maybe we could think of, doing a week in review, like going over a famous proof or something each week, just to get our heads thinking, right. And, proofs are always very important. Set theory and logic.
Let's start small and build from there. Because I think maybe the failures to date have been from too much, biting off more than one can chew, so to speak.
I actually have another copy of this. This is the Moscow puzzles. I showed one earlier. I'll probably put that up for sale. The USSR Olympiad problem book, selective problems and theorems of elementary mathematics. I think also from one of these Moscow Olympiads. Here's 100 problems, 100 great problems of elementary mathematics, their history and solutions. Dover number theory, challenging problems in algebra. Springer understanding analysis, and an introduction to Boolean algebras. So there you have it. A whole bunch of, so I'm still selling books. Like as we're talking, I just sold a few more books. I put a few of these math books up for sale, but most of these I'm going to keep. I'm going to hold on to, even though textbooks are pretty valuable. But I thought these are pretty cool. There's a lot, like, obviously you can get like a degree in mathematics and designed and the structure of like when you go in university and take a course and try to master it. And I was shown for medicine, the theory of like a curriculum and how you design, how you understand like what is a topic, what does it mean to understand a topic and master a topic, and then writing textbooks on it, or a university system versus like a lay person who like most of the books I set aside are more kind of history and verbal explanations of what is it talking about, what's the idea, as opposed to computative, actually going through and solving problems and working on things as a lot of the textbooks are more about computation. So I thought that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a great haul. Someone said in the chat. Thanks for sharing.
So I guess that's about all I got. So if you want to talk a few minutes while I'm putting these books back, and maybe I'll sign off and let you ramble. Good job last week. I saw you went for like 2 hours after I signed off.
Well, I have the audience to thank for that because they provided me with a bunch of questions, so I was able to continue blabbing.
You have to build the rapport, the value proposition between you and your audience, and you're talking that it makes sense that you're that's useful to you and your audience, and it's interactive. And so Week in Review is on your channel, and so it's divided up between my audience and your audience, and I guess a joint audience. And that's why I thought setting positive goals like publishing, actually writing something on the quantum periodic table would be productive and useful, and maybe make the show more interesting to that people maybe expecting something that not just like endless rambling. I mean, you had a blog post and there's interesting ideas or guest, but expecting something like in a few weeks they're going to see a paper on the the quantum periodic table, and it might cause the show to have more direction, to have kind of goal-oriented expectations that hopefully can be met.
Oh yeah. I'll think about it.
Okay, so it's about 11:40 here. I'm gonna sign off. As said, 9:30 in the morning tomorrow. I'll post it on Twitter again. Let me just share the link one more time with Jai Davy on out of Australia, and
I'm looking forward to that, by the way. That should be a good one.
okay, yeah. So 10 hours from now, and hopefully it'll be interesting. So I'm not too familiar for channel, but hopefully it should be good audience. And if you're there in the chat, I told her she should talk to you too if she's interested in reincarnation. So you'll see. It's always
Great,
good
another horrible interaction I won't be able to live down. Just kidding. I'm sure it'll go over really well. She seems like a sweetheart.
Okay, so take care. Have a great week, everyone. And
You too.
if
See
you
you
keep
real
on
soon on
rambling,
your
I'll
show.
try to. I watched your ramble and what you talked about, like in 2-speed at least afterwards. So if you do that again this week, I'll try to catch up with
thank you.
during the week.
Oh, that's awesome. Appreciate that. Will books ever become obsolete? That's a good question. I think some books will and some won't. Because you're asking sort of, will stories be obsolete? I don't think so. But then it's a question of, are books the bearers of stories, or is that people or something else, or whatnot? So my guess is that either autobiographies, unsanctioned biographies, that type of thing of characters, historical characters, if you will, that's probably always going to be a thing. So to that end, books will never be obsolete. And then there's some stuff that just makes more sense to be in book form. So is book the best format for all forms of knowledge? Clearly not. And yeah, sometimes that fact needs to be repeated. Okay, so I wonder if my spirit would allow, oh boy, I wonder if your spirit would allow another person to write my words. Yeah, I would much prefer someone else write it than me. I have a hard time knowing where to start because I don't know where the misunderstanding is necessarily. Book of How to Share, the Book of Love, and the Idiot's Guide to Friendship. Yeah, if those things existed, they'd be uncontested for what they were. Yeah, Don Will says it was a lively stream. That's true. Well, I repeated myself so many times, it doesn't seem like anybody understood, so I have no clue where to go from here. Next step would be to try to figure out why people don't understand, but then I just think it's going to antagonize people and whatnot. So I hope people check out my blog post. If nothing else, it's got some awesome pictures of these water bead things. It seems like it came through really well. That was one thing I wanted to mention, was the, I mean, I've got it super zoomed in now, so it's on the top left corner of the display right now. And it's, to me, it looks like waves on the surface of water. But it's actually a water droplet on an angle. And so it's on such an angle that it's starting to shear. And the shear is looking very similar, at least to me, like, I don't know if anyone is much of a sailor, but this looks like a certain type of wind that's just on the surface of the water. And it usually comes in with rain. When you feel the rain, like the pressure difference, and sometimes this front has an enormous flatness, and it sort of reminds me of it. I thought it was interesting that it had this apparent motion, yet was obviously still. So that's the full version. Yeah. Pretty much what I said about the books. Like, will people ever stop wearing shoes? We might realize that, oh, well, wearing shoes is actually, one of the worst things you could do. Well, there'll still be people wearing shoes. Daryl said something. How do I know it's nonsense? Because Daryl said it. I start by assuming the target audience is not stupid, and I'm not so far above them they can't possibly understand. Daryl, what are you talking about? They do not understand because you do not explain it in a reasonable and logical way. Could I explain my position in the paper publishing like you were explaining it to a 12-year-old? Well, what's my theory really saying? I mean, it really just depends what we're trying to get across. Some stuff's actually a lot easier to get across to a child than an adult. An adult is often quite distracted and, overestimating their abilities. It's like, why are you less likely to get in a collision, or why are you less likely to get injured if you're not wearing a helmet? That's counterintuitive. Well, it's because you're being more careful, If you're wearing the helmet, you're just lazy. You're not thinking about it. You're thinking, oh, I'm fine. It's just like, why? Some people would be better drivers when they're slightly effed up, because it's like, oh my God, it's like overcompensating to the point where you're better than if you're sober, where you're just like, I'm fucking awesome. Being an adult confers this, I'm so good at stuff because reasons. And a child is usually more open to possibility. And so the fact that 3 + 1 dimensions exist, that's not something a child really would argue with. It's only something an adult would argue with. Why? Well, there's tons of reasons, But you just have to examine your own beliefs to understand why. Because if you don't examine your own beliefs, you cannot really theoretically understand other people. Complaining about logic, it's like, I'm sorry, this is logic. It's suppositions and the conclusions of those suppositions. So this picture here is basically trying to convey a complicated concept, but a relatable concept is just the idea that there's a connection, and we don't know what it is necessarily. That doesn't matter. Between the fact that we can perceive, well, it's either 3 + 1 or it's 7 colors, however you want to look at it, and that has some material connection to the periodic table. And it's not self-evident what that means. I was just going from there as a material supposition rather than some sort of null hypothesis where it's just whatever, and the only supposition is that, well, we can model it with a vector space. Don't get me wrong, I love vector spaces, but clearly this is not a vector space. So, if someone understands something, can they explain it? No. Not necessarily. Explaining something is a whole other level of coherence. Plus, there isn't really an explanation that everyone will accept or understand or see meaning in. Am I going to be able to summarize my teachings to a single paper? What do you think? You know, whatever it would be, whatever would be going into a single paper, that would be highly reduced version of the full teaching, because it just wouldn't fit. Okay, that's a fact. Whoops, that's a fact. So it's necessarily something reductive, which confers its own set of problems, which nobody seems to give a shit about. And that's where we're at now. So, okay. So it's not 3 because of, okay. 3 plus 1 is an ordering principle, and we're just sort of going through and looking where the ordering principle manifests itself. And by recognizing it, look up chicken sexing. How do you learn how to be a chicken sexer? Well, you just have to be around someone who knows how to do it. So yeah, there's this fundamental 3 plus 1 in the periodic table, but it's not just 3 plus 1, it's 118 microstates. Yes, it has a 3 plus 1 structure, but it's going from the 118 to the 3 plus 1, and then realizing that that's what you're using as your starting point, and that stuff is deformation relative to that starting point. Now, since I've lost most people, so this is the point where I'd normally talk about this image here. Okay, so Dark Matter and Battle Rep says 7 is the limit, but things refer to a lesser energy state, which is 3. That's what I like to see. You know, just give it a try. Saying bullshit like this makes no sense and yada yada and all this other garbage, it's like, let's just try, okay? Because I'm doing my best to explain it. It's very hard for me to understand how people don't understand. I can't explain exactly necessarily why that is a fact. So the thing is that there's 3 plus 1. That's it. 3 plus 1. But the 3 plus 1 can unfold under dualism, which means that it's 3 plus 1 reflected. That's why you've got this axis of symmetry in the periodic table. So any given length of this object is at most what? Well, from one perspective, it's 4. And from another, it's 7. Because if I line it up on the axis of the green ones, then there are 7 green ones, right? 7 green ones. Just gonna pull up my... The idea is that the shapes are forthcoming from this original shape, and the number of steps to go from the OG periodic table to your various other transcendentals, quote unquote, that's going to be, in some sense, predictive of the formation energy, which, according to already established stuff, is going to say something about probability of formation. So basically looking at a, maximizing cheapness principle, and energetically cheapest stuff will be formed in greatest proportions, but it's always subject to statistical distribution. So even though you've got maximum energy state, 100% of the stuff in that state almost never happens unless it's not subject to quantum state exclusion, right? Hmm. 3 plus 1 is the measurement limit. The shape that shows us the measurement limit the most is the entangled 3 plus 1 complement, this thing here. So what is this? This is the topological complement of the third, at least complicated knot. And knots themselves have a non-trivial existence. It's not a line tied into it. If that even thing, it's tubular, man. It's like a straw. So it's the same information in a way in this one as in the quantum periodic table. Just every sort of component of this, give it an extra axis of symmetry within the electric field, because that's the, I don't know, say the only difference here, but essentially that's 3 plus 1 without any electrical dualism, and then the periodic table is 3 plus 1 with electrical dualism. So it does appear to precipitate more states, but is that really what's happening? So 3 plus 1 under dualism, that's how you get all the way up to 118. And that's where it's 7, but it's only 7 in terms of how many rows there are. It's 4 in terms of the cardinalities of those rows, i.e. 2 and 3, like 2 is a reflection of 3. 4 is a reflection of 5, 6 is a reflection of 7. This is a symmetry principle that the QMPT abides by. Looking at things being ranged along an ordering principle, which is fundamentally a counting principle, which I suppose makes sense looking back, but beforehand, to actually get to the point of seeing it, I'm trying to go back to a good periodic table, but for some reason can't find one. Here we go. I hope I'm not losing people here. 3 is special because there are 3 spatial dimensions. So that's basically the same thing as saying that spheres are special. It's accounting for why we observe so many spheres. And the problem with the model right now is, well, we can't really account for any of it, but if anything, we can account for spheres by saying, well, minimized formation energy is a sphere. Then how do we account for snowflakes? It's like little crystals and atoms. It's like, I don't think so. That doesn't make, it's not compelling as an explanation, to say the least. Okay, I realize I have this clicking problem with my headset, and I really apologize for that. I hope it's not too bad. So 3 plus 1 is the only thing that exists. 3 is privileged within 3 plus 1 because there's 3 spatial dimensions. And then with the 3 plus 1 geodesic, we can account for things like snowflakes, because a snowflake is just a number of steps deviated from this shape. So this is really just a rotation. What are we doing? We're dividing by the s orbital. What does that mean to divide by an s orbital? This is to get the influence of the s orbital. What does that mean? Well, it's in a linear formation initially. See here, there's the s orbital is green. Dividing by it means aligning the object such that it appears as a point. That's how division works. So now you get, what are we looking at? Well, it's not a hexagon quite. It's something that if we collapse it one more time onto itself, into itself, we can see how a crystal that resembles a snowflake might come out of that. And because it doesn't take a lot of steps, you know, you think of the rotation and fixing of the axis, that's one step. Because we want these steps, these computations and whatnot to line up with what? The physical process associated with it. So why we have this favoritism? Well, we can argue for favoritism of the six-sided shape multiple ways, but one of them is, though, it just doesn't take that many steps to go from the fundamental space-time event simulator generator object, aka QMPT. Just really not a lot of steps to get there. And there's your demonstration. It's really just a rotation, which you call a fixing of an axis. We're flattening out a line to not a point, but as close basically that we could get to it. Hopefully that is not more confusing than helpful. Yeah, Anders, pretty much. That's I don't exactly know how to say it, but the most important thing is that no axis is longer than 4. If you're acknowledging this central, I don't want to say it's an axis. It's not an axis of symmetry. It's a point of symmetry. But then if you don't acknowledge the central point of symmetry, then you say the longest is longer than 4. But then there's a question of like redundancy. So it's hard to explain. So just sort of bear with me here. Just based on what people are saying, it's just such a big chasm to cross. So if 7 and 4 is a reflection and all there is the universe is 3 plus 1, but it appears to be 7 because of dualism. Yes, you can have dualism because in the luminous regions of the universe, you can have dualism because it's a higher energy region. I don't know if that clears it up again. I'm doing my best here. So what's the conclusion? What's it there for? Jeez. What's the conclusion? Knowledge is awesome. That's one conclusion. Among other possible conclusions. I won't pretend to understand this, but I like to try. Yeah, it's relatable to me too. It's very, very abstract. And then it's the question of, can you use something without understanding it completely? And the answer is yes, but you do have to put faith in it. And I just think it's good to acknowledge that faith goes into valuation. Are the reflections you mentioned like some kind of copy? It's dualism. So if you want a basic model, think of it like in thermodynamics, where you have a bunch of micro states, and the macro state corresponds to the micro states of lowest energy. Except in reality, the lowest energy state is not the only one that has population, because that would violate another principle, which is quantum state exclusion. There's only so much room, and they'll start to spill over into adjacent states, but you're always going to see observation of lowest energy state, highest population. And then the rest is a statistical distribution from that state. And so we're looking to converge on the state from which all the other states emanate as quick as possible to get all the information associated with the system. Parmenides saw a book about 3+1 numerical relativity. Yeah, there's definitely people who have started to catch on to this stuff. Perhaps the Collatz conjecture could be said to be in that direction. I'm not actually sure how, but it seems that way. Basis of numerical relativity. It sounds like an interesting concept. Is it maybe along the lines of numbers past? Like, are you? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're talking about, Parmenides. You have to maybe rephrase that. All right, Anders. 6 is the number for materiality. 7 is for the spirit. 6 plus 1, oneness consciousness is 7. I'm speculating here, but I like those kinds of esoteric connections. Yeah, that's why I always say numerology is the first step towards insanity, because we just have this thing as humans to love superstitious stuff like horoscopes and crypto and stuff like that. Yeah, so I see if I've reached the end of the questions. Mark Smith, what happened to Brooke? Not sure. Okay, so this is an existing book, and it'd be cool to look at. Well, no one's asking if cubes are six-sided. Well, yes. Cubes are definitely six-sided. Yeah, so it's because then another one, 6 plus 1. 6 sides, 1 existence. Who was that guy? Jason? Jason hangs out with well, I met him through the Think Modern Day debate, and he's really into peer review. And we had a lot of super interesting combos. He has some contacts possibly that I can pass on a theory to see about whatever, possibly getting it published. And yeah, that's basically the story this week. So hope everybody enjoyed the show and enjoyed at the very least the images in my blog post. And I'll try to come up with some better explanations. Because I do have some stuff that I'm working on, just like for a lot of reasons, can't talk about it. Don't want to jinx it, / it's just not the place to talk about it. So. Thanks for trying to keep the convo going. I appreciate it, Parmenides. I'll just maybe quickly take a break and come back in a minute and grab a drink. See if I have anything loaded up here. I got a video, but all right, I'll just replay the last one. that was not very long, but I got right back. Right back. Yeah, let's see. Thanks. Been working on that for a while. An artist I really like is MC Escher. So I don't know if anyone else has answered that. It's I have a book. Let's see here. I'm assuming most people have heard of Escher if they're subbed to this channel. But anyway. Lithograph? I don't even know how to say that word. It'd be cool to see how that worked. I don't have a whole lot of experience with astrophotography, but from what I can see, you're looking at pretty much the level of expertise of operating a 3D printer where it's mostly in the calibration finesse. Because you're tracking stuff. You have to decide how long you want to expose for. I don't know to what extent the software can compensate for stuff like I'd be concerned with overexposure and whatnot. I definitely didn't concern myself with any of that stuff when I went to do it. It was just like, oh, this sounds like fun. I was basically like a skiing friend. I just always do awesome stuff. And astrophotog sounded great. And I'd just really like to get back into it. And if I got donations from people, I could build a glass wall in my backyard, but then it's like, well, that's kind of self-indulgent. Might as well make something that people can at least in theory use. What topics can I talk about? And where can we see that content? Okay, we'll see if I say what it is I can't talk about. I'm kind of, you know what I mean? There's only certain things I can talk about. I can defend the honor of the teachings. Okay, I can show people things who deserve to be shown things. I can facilitate particular exchanges, but there's not most stuff I can't talk about. Esoteric meanings are usually hidden behind symbols, including numbers, and without the direct connection to the deeper knowledge, it just becomes mumbo jumbo. Well, to me, it's like an ordering principle is about counting up how many states there are. And to be able to see how that works, it's good to start with something where the ordering principle is really obvious. And people are saying, well, you're showing us? Okay, this is how I'm understanding it. Showing the ordering principle of periodic table, that's the most obvious, non-contestable ordering principle. And people are saying, well, I don't get it. It's like, okay, it's a bit disheartening. But what can I say to that? Whoops, here we go. Alluding to the ordering principle once again. Why can we recognize the same pattern in a two-dimensional shape as we can in, well, is the periodic table 3D or is it 3 plus 1D? So again, it's a bit of 6, so 1 half dozen of the other. No matter sort of dances on the edge of 3 and 3 plus 1. Why do scientists call some of our DNA junk? Can this be activated like some say? I am not too sure. I suppose, I mean, it sounds like it's some part of the code that couldn't be tied to a particular functioning. Well, it can't tie it to a functioning. It's junk. There's a question as to whether stuff could be reactivated or whatnot. It's ultimately about where the prime mover is originating. Carmandi says Escher was self-taught. That's pretty cool. I wonder if that means that no one else has ever used his method. Green is the color of the heart chakra. Scientific people are scared about woo information because they're not sure if they can subconsciously entirely dismiss it. Yeah. There's an ordering principle. It's mysterious. If you can learn to work with it, it can give you a lot of information, and there you go. It's pretty. How does it work? Can I write it in a step-by-step process? Well, that's a different question. I do think I could explain a very basic model. But my main concern is fueling the idiocracy thing. You can understand. If you can't understand my concern, then we're already beyond. My concern is that people will understand less if this stuff goes into computers. And there's no understanding already. So yeah, let's put it in computers so that we can understand it even less. No. That seems not good. Counterproductive, if you will. Can I fit my framework into Euclidean quantum gravity? There aren't any straight lines anywhere. So for there to be parallel straight lines is a big problem. And how do you divide out that error? It seems like, well, sure, there should be a straight line. Seems like there ought to be straight lines. On some scales, sure. For a particular moment, if you have two systems with well-defined boundary, for a particular moment, you can approximate the distance between their centers of mass as a straight line. That's fine. But that's not the same thing as saying that two parallel lines are parallel forever. I've got to compensate for this pressure going in a direction of eternity. It's the very fabric of the mathematical substrate is trying to flatten when all that reality knows is entanglement. Just want to see if I'm up to speed with all the questions here. I don't think they're. I think maybe the one is frozen here. Let's see. Let's see. Got my potato going here. Euclidean means geographically. Okay, John, geographically? You sure you don't mean geometrically? Because geographically, that has to do with, maps. Like, it's go to Toronto. All right. Oh my God. Seems like can't even tell if like these look like completely different comments on two different screens here. Have I heard of a third strand of DNA that's synthetic and can merge with two strands to make a triple strand? Gold and silicone? No, I haven't. Mark, remind me what the big fat green element in the middle of the model is. Good. It's fine. It's every sphere is two elements. So that's the first two. And what are the first two elements? Hydrogen and helium. In physics, they changed Euclidean quantum gravity into Lorentzian framework. Would it fit there? I don't deny the basic idea behind the Lorentzian transformation, which is that space and time are emergent from light, aka they arise from light. Super counterintuitive, but this model is the one that makes predictions. So again, a Lorentzian framework that's still using Euclidean axioms, like the Pythagorean theorem. That's works under Euclidean axioms. I'm not saying jettison Euclidean axioms. I'm saying they only work when it's appropriate to model your coordinates that way, which is not all the time. But the basic premise that space and time are functions of light speed plus particular configuration, aka mass, well, that's definitely true. It's just a question of what mathematical structure is the best to support that truth. Euclidean means geographically, anything less is uncivilized. Okay, you're just fucking trolling. Do we have straight lines in our body? Well, yeah, in a way you could say there's a straight line from the center of mass. Your center of mass to the center of mass of the planet, there's a straight line from one to the other at any given point. It's not always the same straight line, but you can approximate that distance with a straight line. That's what I said earlier. It's fine to make that approximation on a moment-to-moment basis, that it's a line and that's straight between respective centers of mass with calculation of gravity. That's fine. It doesn't generalize, but moment to moment it is fine. But it's not a straight line. Between moments, you look between moments and notice the line starts to curve. Yeah, how can lines be parallel forever if space is warped? So yeah, there's like a question of, can the current mathematical infrastructure, or whatever you want to call it, support the ideas in nature? And I'm saying yes. Calculus is a really good approximation for what it is, which only really applies within a particular range. And this is the other range, the quantum range. Yeah, Titan's saying an important thing, which I brought up or tried to bring up, and I don't think I was really successful in my slightly less of a total trade wreck than those other two evolution debates. Just what the theory seems to say, or at least on some level might be saying, is that there's a connection between genetics and phenotype that could be established. And you go to look at it and you realize some of these amoebas, like single-celled organisms, have really long I don't even know chromosome codes. Like, I don't even know what these things are called, but they're long compared to humans. I looked it up. So that's confusing, to say the least. You're asking if you should learn Mandarin or Russian? I don't have enough information to answer that question. Within the framework of Hawking and Neil Turek. Well, I'm not familiar with Neil Turek, I'm sorry. I pretty much endorse the idea of Hawking radiation. That's part of my model, that all these effects from the creation of stars to the cosmic microwave background, which would be the zero point energy of this particular spectrum of effects, those are all matter self-interfering and basically self-enforcing the quantum state exclusion, which is understood abstractly as the notion that there does exist a maximum density in the universe. Light creates space-time will bug me. Using light to prove there's space-time, yes. Well, it's a bit challenging, but we can definitely integrate what's already out there. There's no reason we shouldn't, and I want to whatever extent we can. And there are already understandings of space-time events in physics that you can look up, and I encourage people to do this. So the image on the right, I didn't generate that, and I'm arguing that if you spin the QMPT around a fixed axis really fast, the image that you get is what is currently being called a space-time event. And so we're already at a point where people accept the idea that there's a heavy composition, if not unique composition of the universe, of space-time. It's made up of space-time events of the universe. That didn't sound very good, did it? Can I show my article and comment on it? Sure. I do have time. I have a lot of time. It's quite nice, in fact. Where do I begin? So I was going to write this article. I realized somebody couldn't visualize a point, and I was baffled. Because I don't want to say I always think in 3 plus 1D, but I love thinking in images. So if somebody can't visualize a point, I'm just thinking there's got to be some sort of a, that can't, seems almost inconceivable, but what can you do? So if people are interested in getting better at visualizing, I figured I'd write an article and thinking about what is really going to sell it, quote unquote, to whatever extent I can do that. So I thought some pretty pictures would be good. This is actually not even the article. This is an addendum to the article. I realized I have to write this before I can even think about the article. So that's on pause. And not really in a rush for that. I just wanted to get this one done before the end of before we can review. And I did, so I'm really happy. So the effects that we've got on full display in the water blobs is kind of alluding to the notion of entanglement. So we're starting at 100% entanglement, and then there's degrees of deviation from 100% entanglement. That's the model, generally. Okay, well, what does that mean? All right, well, there's this totally state, and then there's this other slightly less abstract state. And then everything is just, vibrations upon these fundamental states. And I'm not too sure what you want me to comment on for this. This is a specific, very specific application of the technology, which is visualization, which can help, I think, for a lot of things. That is just a good virtue to have in general, although maybe not everybody thinks that way. So if your thinking is already conducive to this, make it better. And the idea is to do it in two ways. And by giving two visualization techniques at the same time, I think it makes it more clear that that's all they are, is visualization techniques. It's not meant to be a ghost that gets chased as being more real than a model. The point of the model is always to allude to deeper truth. And in this case, it's a very general notion. I guess I'm trying to say fundamentally that the boundary of two well-defined things can have properties that are different, arguably different. And so the ability to account for different properties arising from the boundary of two things, that would be a model for emergence. And if we're going to get a good model for emergence, I think it's pretty important to be able to visualize it. And so there's a couple of properties of that visualization that are important. Boundary connectedness being one of them, which the water droplets exemplify. So we're looking at the overlap between the boundary of the water droplets and this shape here. Excuse me. I've put one video in here and it's great. And if people can find any more, it's also great. I have not seen much. It's one of those really mysterious things. I think I actually do have a link in that post, though, to a pretty detailed derivation of the complement of the hyperbolic figure eight. So kind of all over the place with this one. But I think the way it ties into my model is that the measurement limit is unobtainable, but all the states except the measurement limit are attainable. So one version of that would be your basic quantum state exclusion. You can have incredible density in the high numbered elements, but you can't have simultaneously two fermions in the same quantum state. That's technically what it is. All right, I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought. I'm trying to do too many things at once here. Whoops, somebody just remind me whatever we were just talking about. Let's see. Wow. Can't believe I still have 18 people watching. Thank you for your support. And I'm sorry that this isn't easier to explain. But basically, it's never been easy to explain. And this is probably the easiest format of it because it ties directly to something slightly intuitive, which is dimensionality. And we can all agree there's 3 + 1 physical dimensions, 3 spatial and 1 temporal. Well, we can argue as to what that means, but we can agree at least on that. So I'm sorry, I'll go back to the post that I was originally discussing, which someone had asked me to go over it. Sort of meant to be the overlap between this shape and the boundary of the water. That's the animating form for all matter. And so once you can situate that within a biological system, you can treat it like a pump, which is the other article that I'm currently working on. The basic thermodynamic step-by-step approach of how this thing induces motion. Well, I'm glad there's at least one person in the audience who appears to love visualizing as much as I do. Okay, now I remember what I was thinking. Arg. Okay. I'm gonna have to go back to what I was at before. What is the significance of figure 8? Oh, God, I feel bad that I've been asked so many times. So many times I keep forgetting. Okay, let's go to where it actually comes from. So do we know what complement is? It's a bit vague. It means something a bit different in topology, but the basic idea is where something isn't. So we have this knot, which is the third least complex knot. That's the hyperbolic figure 8 knot. Excuse me. The complement of that, that's the one that's significant. So the knot that's the simplest, I think what that represents is the measurement limit, which is 3 plus 1. So it's 3D folded into itself. And then every state except that one, aka the complement. So what is a complement topology? It's everywhere where the knot isn't. What does that mean? Well, we admit every state except for the limit state, because that's 3 plus 1, because it's measurement limit. And so this state that represents everything that isn't the limit point, hyperbolic figure, the complement of the hyperbolic figure 8 knot. We got to get a shorthand on that. Yikes. Gives us a simulation of the microstates associated with matter, which is a shape that is able to be deformed in a way that will reveal the secrets of the growth of organisms. And that's sort of the next topic I'll be going into. Okay, Andrew says, realize I can look at all kinds of information, all the way from new age fluff to hardcore science, because I'm uncertain about most of it. Well, there's that quote, right? That quote, it's a mark of an educated or something. Mark of wisdom to be able to contemplate a thought without accepting it. Yeah, maybe there's truth to the idea about inoculating oneself against information that one finds abhorrent at first glance. All right, so I'm always trying to think of how to explain this best, and maybe it's a counting principle that takes into account not just entanglement, but also the restriction on dimensionality. Like mushrooms, very simple. It only takes one pump to build a mushroom. Great. Well, does that apply to animals? Well, it takes way more than one pump to build an animal. But you can build an animal with just pumps. Parmandi says, some people have to be careful because they stack so many logical conclusions on top of the other. That's why you want to be good at reasoning and not necessarily 100% making, I guess, deductions. it's a bit of a house of cards. So if you have 10 suppositions and one of them turns out to be wrong, everything's going down. And so if you have less suppositions, that's better, but it's even better to just be able to understand the relative strengths of suppositions, why they're used, where they're used, just sort of see the science of suppositions rather than being married to a set of suppositions. Oh, you're welcome. No stone unturned. I'm happy to do it. It's hard to know what to say sometimes. But if there's questions, I'm always happy to answer them. It's not just about being educated in terms of certainty. Yeah, there's some of that. A certain manufacturing of a perhaps not entirely authentic sense of certainty. And what they call, what do they call that anyway? Imposter syndrome. We yearn for certainty. I won't deny that I do. But then when you don't get what you expect to get, you get crushed. So that's no good. And then if you expect nothing ever, you also get a little sort of listless and no point in anything. And a good balance is just having expectations of yourself and then maybe expectations of others in a reciprocity sense, ongoing, realistic friendships. Wow, we're really scraping the bottom of the questions now, eh, Parmenides? Favorite ancient civilization? How can you pick a favorite? You know, for a while, I used to think, if I could, would I want to sit there and watch the entire development of the planet from start to finish? If I had the chance, would I do that? And I was wondering, you know, if I watch that continually all that time, would it be possible to remain sane over that many years? Because we're looking at billions of years. Crystal, okay, Anders, I thought you came out of Wolfram streams. You seem a little metaphysical. Crystal is an esoteric code for something else that makes it tricky. Well, crystals are mysterious because it seems to be order from chaos. Can anyone really give a satisfactory accounting for how snowflakes are formed? How can we account for irreducible complexity? There we go. So on the one hand, we have the irreducible complexity of the QMPT, and that matters when we're looking at electrically differentiated systems. And then hyperbolic figure eight not complement, that's important when we're looking at net non-charged systems, aka living systems. Causality is an unsolved problem in science. Talk about uncertainty. Well, some people probably want to have strategic uncertainty. But ultimately, I guess, to put it succinctly, can't know something, there's a level on which you can't deceive yourself anymore. You can superficially have a certain level of denial about beliefs, but past a certain point, the cognition's no longer conscious. Causality is unsolved in philosophy and quantum mechanics. Not science generally, it's good enough for government work. Not sure what that means exactly, but the ability to resolve causality depends on your framing. And I'll just come back to, let's see. So if we're just looking at things in a Euclidean paradigm, then the resolution of the space-time event is going to be like on the right. It's not going to be very high resolution because the framing matters a lot. And if you don't frame it with the right pre-physical suppositions, you will get an answer that isn't wrong, but it's not as right as it could be. And the way we're looking at things right now doesn't give us any way to negotiate into a higher resolution version of a space-time event. Now, it's a shame with a lot of the philosopher people. They could do a lot better and push things forward by just acknowledging that not all the results have the same level of certainty. You know, you want to deny something like the uncertainty principle, well, there's a big burden of proof there because that explains the results of experiments in a way that is pretty salient. So if you want to deny that that's what's going on, well, you've got to posit another thesis, I think, that's got to be at least as compelling. And we're not seeing that. I mean, don't worry about the mystery school stuff. I'm just saying, like, that's a distraction. That's something that to be good at science, you have to acknowledge and move past our tendencies towards superstition. So then fixation on numerology should be a bit of a red flag. I mean, if you're really serious about this stuff, if you're getting derailed in numerology, that's kind of a sign, well, my lower mind is trying to distract me. And that's actually, it can actually be a good thing because that does tend to happen before meaningful development. You just have to sally forth through the uncertainty. Some people think crystals are healing. What do I think? Frankly, I haven't studied crystals in this life. I've studied the stuff I thought would convince skeptics. So, I mean, crystals is the thing about crystals is that, like, I love crystals. Don't get me wrong. I love crystals. I just don't think anyone in all time has been convinced by crystal. So, I have a girlfriend who had when her kid was a baby, he was like fussy from teething, and I think she gave him an amber necklace, and she swears by it. So I'm not gonna say it's not a thing. Just hypothetically, if it could be tied to something here, would be on the level of if it had some potential to meaningfully stabilize your consciousness through its capacity to engender resonance through its shape. Not saying that's how it works, just saying there's no reason it couldn't. Whether it does is a different story. Do crystals cry? Well, it depends how loose of a definition of crystal we want to use, right? Because is the QMPT a crystal? kind of. It's a permanent crystal. We're crystal-ish, but we undergo non-zero deviations from the crystal lattice shape. But on average, we're crystal-y when we cry. So I would say let's not go with crying crystals, because that's on the same level as like pet rock. I think the pyramids were lined up with a very fundamental understanding of space-time and cosmology. A good understanding of cosmology is a good sign that people understood space-time. And the fact that we can't really predict much with regards to that cosmology, that should encourage us to improve ourselves. No one says causality is in a free will paradigm. Is that a contradiction? Well, only if causality is deterministic. And I mean deterministic in the sense of physics, which means that if you have the excuse me, quote, equations of motion in the beginning for a system, you can predict the future state of the system with perfect accuracy. We've discovered the uncertainty principle, which tells us already there's like a Nyquist type effect in the universe, a fundamental waveform nature to things. That deterministic causality, as far as I'm concerned, by those definitions, is precluded. So that certainly it does not make the future an inevitable, domino fall of the past. But anything free would appear to be ill-phrased. Crying gets rid of uric crystals. People in the chat here talking about weird shit. Uric crystals can accumulate various pathways, and crying can get rid of them. Therapeutic crying can be quite relaxing for that reason. Numerology and astrology eventually turned into astronomy and math. It's hard to say what turned into what, right? Like, I don't necessarily think we can conclude that. That's where it came from. I mean, I'm talking to people, a lot of people cannot even account for why science works. So if they're not at that level of understanding, then this higher reasoning is going to be pretty tough. In 2050, what innovations do I think we'll accomplish? I really think it's going to depend on the choices we make right now to some extent, because if these speculative peak, what have you, for various base materials are accurate, that's going to be quite disruptive. So I'm always optimistic that things will go towards a more care-oriented paradigm, and we'll accept that can't intimidate people into being virtuous. We just have to facilitate the virtue and also espouse the virtue. If one wants to lead, and then things could be going in a direction where the thought of perpetual reincarnation isn't a horrible proposition. Because I know it seems probably like hopeless now, but for anyone who's ever had any meaningful spiritual growth or seen Fight Club, you know that there's a truth to this idea about rock bottom. So that's what I'm hoping. Are we at rock bottom now? We say, okay, what we've done has a great aspect. Yeah, let's do it. But it's got a missing piece. And we're going to do it. And whatever it takes, we're going to put our pride aside and whatnot to do what it takes to make the next reincarnation worth living, put it that way. I actually feel like duty of care towards not just ourselves, but our immediate environment at the very least. Like I see people feeding fucking birds. Okay. That's fucked up. I can't remember one time. I was walking on the street and I saw a chicken bone on the side of the road and I was just like, what the fuck? And I was just thinking to myself, like, this is not a civilization. And I know I was just being like, obviously, my usually overly poetic, but there's truth to it. Like, people are looking at civilization the same way a trucker looks at a road as he hurls a fucking piss jug onto it. Sorry, as he hurls a piss jug onto it. If we can change that and realize, okay, we don't want to be living in idiocracy and looking back to a time where we weren't, this dysfunctional. Everything wasn't this decayed. And that starts on a level, as cheesy as it sounds, on the personal belief level. If people can think that it's possible, yeah. I am optimistic. It's just a question of, like, have we had enough of this equating intimidation into compliance with virtue? Because that's not virtue. That's just compliance. Do I think the ancients had more advanced science than we do today? Oh, well, come on. In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. Like, it's pretty obvious there's unprecedented, you want to call it technology, you want to call it, science. I just don't think it's comparable. The arrow of time is something science is struggling with, such as proposing a Big Bang with very low entropy. Well, that's because they're trying to put a beginning in time. Time's not a metaphysical primitive. Time can't be a metaphysical primitive because time arises from space-time, which can be shown to have material existence diagram. So, in terms of a precedent here, I mean, not to be melodramatic, but Boltzmann did kill himself, and it's said that it's because of the treatment that he got for his thermodynamic microstate simulation type theory. And, I'm sure people have seen people's bad reactions to me as well. There's just something about it, perceiving the arrow of time, quote unquote, correctly, that at least in the current scholastic environment is met with hostility. So we have CPT invariance, the idea that you can meaningfully reverse the arrow of time. And that's another parallel lines theorem. It's a round hole, square peg type thing. Yeah, just like you say, Anders, the laws of physics work the same both directions. It's not a fact. And there's two directions. There's dissipation, and you could call it ordering, but because there's a limit to how much dissipation there could be, aka 3 + 1, eventually there's a recollapse into itself. So something is expanding, but then there's a boundary around it. It has a force of expansion, but eventually reflects against the boundary, so it looks temporarily like it's contracting, but it's not. It's just expanding into itself. Highly counterintuitive, but luckily stuff can only expand into itself 3 + 1 times in perpetuity. Oh, well, what does that mean? Oh, well, it's inconceivable. Oh, but let's just use some models. And how do we know the models are right? Well, they're going to have the right dimensionality. Oh, what does that mean? Oh, it's counting principle. Okay, well, we got to go back to first principles, aka linear algebra, which is why I went to university to study this stuff and got an A+ in, you guessed it, linear algebra and spherical geometry. So Big Bang is an impressive feat of human imagination, but frankly, that model is saying that the beginning was the highest energy state and everything has been decay since the beginning. highest energy state started out at the Big Bang, and everything else has been nothing but a downhill. It's just not how it works. And another huge conceptual problem appears to be a problem reconciling, well, or not reconciling. There's no accounting for the Hubble. There's no coherent fucking accounting for the Hubble effect. It's the same as my inflation with Big Bang people. Why are more distant systems measured to be receding faster? Why? We need an answer for that. And it would appear to be contradicting, or at least really hard to mesh up with the result of special relativity, which is saying that, first of all, it's not even possible for something massive to be accelerated to the speed of light. But we're measuring galaxies giving off light that obviously have mass to be receding faster than the speed of light. That's a problem. We should be thinking about that problem. Not even necessarily saying we have the solution right away, although obviously I do. But it's definitely a problem. The conclusion to make from that is time as a primitive does not make any sense, because time has a beginning. If something has a beginning, the most reasonable conclusion is that it has an end, because the simplest construct is a boundary. The beginning, end, that's just a boundary. That's reasonable. If we can just let go of the idea that time has to be symmetrical, something that doesn't really have any reason to be believed in, we'll get very simple solutions that'll take the form of simulation of a statistical distribution of thermodynamic microstates. And what we're looking at here are the most basic microstates that we can use directly to simulate macrostates. But the further argument is that, well, this is transcendent information, and so we should use it as an ordering principle to guide other systems that are based on counting principles, because 3 + 1, quote unquote, orthogonal dimensions is in some sense an optimized set of solutions. If all time exists at the same time outside of this dimension, does that mean that nothing is happening, or that it's already happening? Oh wait, or that it already happened, or it's always happening? I love that kind of question. All time doesn't exist at the same time. Time is only one moment of time per space-time event at a given time. The idea is that there's different stars are each their own space-time event. So they each instantiate their own time event. So to say that all time exists at the same time, well, no. Maybe what you're thinking of is that causality arises all at once. Like there's one universe ongoing. Sure. That's true. But it's not just about what's true. It's about what mental training tools or techniques or mnemonic devices are useful in understanding concepts about how space and time how they exist in relation to each other. Wamby's sad about missing the nerd fight. I have a feeling it won't be the last one. I have a really big feeling it won't be the last one. If we could leave this dimension, we could go forward in time, but not backwards. Well, it's a question of what does that mean to go backwards in time? No, you can't meaningfully go to the past because of entropy. It's always expanding. There's an ongoing expansive pressure of entropy in the universe. So you can't go to the past. You can access information from the past. Will there eventually be a reverse Big Bang? Well, the way I understand it is that matter is cyclic. And there's not really a Big Bang in my understanding of it. There's a beginning of time locally. And so the reverse of the beginning of time locally would just be the system returning to the energetic minimum, 0-point energy, the undifferentiated matter. So where there's no QMPT and it's just mass. Could more distant systems just be appearing to move faster? Well, they are appearing to move faster. The question is, how do we account for them appearing to move faster? And what I'm saying is that you can account for them moving faster if you understand that they were formed sequentially and that each time a star was formed, that's a new time bubble. So every time there's a star, there's a bubble of time that's additive, acting like a lens through which we're looking. And they're adding up on top of each other. That's why the farther away you go, the more temporal lensing your system is subject to. So you don't have to violate. I mean, this is the value of it. And why it's so funny when people are like ragging on me that I'm not paying my dues to science is like, this is the way to save special relativity. Do you want to save special relativity? I think so. It's a pretty cool idea, and it's written in an algebraic formula that is probably pretty easy, maybe just slightly harder to understand than the Pythagorean theorem. So yeah, they're definitely only appearing to move faster. The question is just why. And I'm saying this seems to account for it in a way that doesn't contradict SR, because all SR is saying is that you can't accelerate mass to C. But you can exclude mass to C, because each exclusion is adding vectorially onto the perceived velocity. And since there's tons of matter in the universe, you can eventually add up to more than C through exclusion, not acceleration. So we just through some, not 100% semantics, but yeah, we don't have to contradict SR. Woo-hoo. Lee Smolin have talked, and others have talked about our universe being a white hole of a black hole. An apparent universe seems better than a Big Bang from some fluctuations to me. It's really just a matter of accounting for space-time. To me, it's also about making it accessible to as many people as possible, even if they don't have a background in physics, if they're genuinely curious. I put a lot of emphasis on pedagogy that's accessible for as many people as possible. Do I believe in the theory that magnetic poles of the Earth could switch and cause chaos? I don't know. It's interesting. I could probably figure it out, but I would need to research it. And it's not a problem I've set in my mind to solve it. Space-time events are happening in a buble where the time is only relevant in that buble. Okay. This is where the thinking it through yourself is very important. What are we sure about? What are we most sure about is that all the planets in our solar system are approximately the same age based on a technique that has multiple cross-checking vectors. Strong technique. I would say very strong technique. Not every scientific technique is equally strong, but radiocarbon dating in conjunction with emission and absorption spectra, that's tight. So I'm starting from the idea that sun plus all the planets in our solar system were formed in the same event because they're all approximately same age, which means that delta T between their formation to now is about the same. Well, only way we count for that is that they come from the same formation event. There's no reason to believe it would be any different anywhere else. So if everything is just formed in the same way, well then you're golden if you can figure out how to form one, which obviously I can't. I'll pull it up. I'm sure sure people are sick of seeing this. At this point, I've probably brought this up, I don't even know anymore. A lot of times. Have I published anything? No. But I did act cranky in certain comment sections and complained a lot. Now, there's this here. It's a prediction of the model that there's a maximum density space-time continuum has a maximum density, and because of gravitational collapse, there will be non-trivial effects of this maximum density. And so we can predict that we would expect the non-trivial effects, aka new stars, all the way down to cosmic microwave background, to be happening around regions of maximum density. It's exactly what we got here. So yay. So that's something that I reasoned out. The combination of, it can't just be a coincidence that all the planets in our solar system are measured to be the same age. That would be, it's just too much to be coincidental. And really the Pauli exclusion principle, and having studied chemistry so much, the periodic table kind of in its own way being an instantiation of the Pauli exclusion principle, in the sense that, there's only two elements, or sorry, two valence electrons, then 8, then 18, and so forth. You can't fit a third valence electron in the first shell because of quantum state exclusion. So in terms of a well-established principle, it doesn't get really more well-established than that. Wow, Daryl said something that wasn't a complete asshole thing. Thanks. Must be getting tired or something. Okay, if Sky Daddy's the creator, who is Sky Mommy? I'm not sure I'm ready to grant Sky Daddy is the creator. Time is an absolute. You cannot go backwards in time any more than you can go backwards in space. That's not really what absolute is, Sweaty. Something being a first cause and something being absolute is not quite the same. So, and something being necessarily unilateral and something being absolute, also not the same thing. Again, highly concerned that you could conflate those things. Just because you can't go backwards in time doesn't mean that we can extrapolate what we're calling time to the fucking beginning of the universe, if that even makes sense. A beginning means meaningfully starting something that wasn't there before. How do you justify a beginning? Oh, I know a bunch of people who want that to be true. The God people. Have I thought about joining Wolfram Physics Project? I'd love to help. I just, again, don't want to be causing any, I'm just sort of going based on these past exchanges. I always think things are going to go so well, and then it doesn't always go as well as I think. And so I don't necessarily put pressure on people or make them feel like they have to answer me to collaborate. I can hopefully help them from a distance, and if they want to chat more later, that would be fine. I love how Daryl's so sure that if we switch the arrow of time that nothing would be any different. You know, I think they did a Red Dwarf episode of that. Space and time are absolute values. Well, space is subject to, I suppose you could put it that way. I wouldn't put it that way. Because then our current way of looking at math is going to be hard to keep if you want to look at it that way. You're sort of into semantics at that point, Daryl. Absolute has a meaning in math, but then it also has a meaning in English. So I try to label words with the accurate meaning. So because space and time are emergent from space-time, I would call them fleeting rather than absolute, even though the sense in which you're using it, I think, is fine. They can't be negative in the sense that they can't be negative, in the sense that you can't go back in time or have a negative space. Gravity doesn't pull clouds to the ground. Can we make humans fly? Well, I suppose if you reproduce the principle that a bird flies on, you could make some sort of flying machine. I mean, my dad is obsessed with those, like, what are they called? Squirrel flying machine type things. So yeah, you could do a lot in theory. Atoms contain mostly space. Why can't we walk through walls by disrupting the energy field of atoms? Well, you're presuming that space doesn't have any effect on anything, and that's not really how it works. Because you're not talking about something empty hitting something full. You're talking about a bunch of almost empty things interacting with each other, where the center of such entities is difficult to zero in on. And so it can be helpful to model things as boundary vibrational properties. We're already almost doing that in calculus. All I'm saying is, rather than saying it's the XY axis where you're presupposing orthogonality alone between space and time, I'm not how it works. Just make the right suppositions. Much better predictive value. Is God a blind watchmaker? I guess you're into the territory of does it make sense for God to sacrifice himself to himself? Is that a contradiction? Is God making time? Is a watchmaker someone who makes time? Yes. Is God blind? Yeah, I profess the impersonal God, so not really sure that that entity has eyes per se. I know what you meant, Daryl, about absolute, but when we're teaching people, we want to be careful with the words that we use, because we want to have authority, you want to have people who, if they're looking this stuff up, take us at our word. And that comes from accurate assertion of expertise and of words. We don't want to be exaggerating. It's absolute. That's the whole problem with things right now. We're thinking that space and time are absolute, so we're not seeing the pre-spatial and the pre-temporal facets of reality. Are space and time quantized? My amateur understanding is that Planck constants are very well established, so my guess is that the universe is pixelated at that scale. Well, space-time's quantized. And if space and time arise from space-time, if space-time's quantized, then space and time should also be quantized. So your default position, if you accept that space-time's quantized, which if you look at the periodic table, those are quantum states, 118 states. So yes, space-time does appear to be subject to quantization. So space and time should also be subject to quantization. What does that mean? Well, I think the pixelation metaphor is a good one. But ultimately, I'm trying to think of what the best metaphor is for, because this is about the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and quantum state exclusion. Because remember, delta x, delta px are greater than a constant. That's connected to the measurement limit, which is basically that 3 times. So when we're talking about, like, is it 6 or 3 or 7 or 3 plus 1, it's like, is delta x, delta px 1 variable or 2? It's like, well, it's a relation between 2 variables. So they have some degree of what appears to be independence, but it's not. Not to be pedantic, but it sort of depends what we mean by quantized. According to Thad's research, yes, there's what Wolfram likes to call, the correspondence notion between math and physics. There is a physical correlate or physical thing that corresponds to dx and dt. And according to that, it's a number you can actually produce from the topological decompositions, don't quote me on that, of the hyperbolic figure 8, not complement. Jen, people need to hear your ideas. Is there any way to connect with people you could bounce ideas off of? People who know all about this. Well, I have been talking to people, and there are people who are somewhat interested, but there are a lot of them just very busy in their own lives, and I certainly don't want to distract them from their own passions and whatnot. And it's a lot of work to plod through these ideas. That's why I'm sort of waiting for people to be interested. Isn't being frozen in time like absolute zero? If people are interested in getting better at thinking this stuff through, I suggest a thought experiment. Try to prove to yourself why absolute zero is not observable. So think about what it takes to observe something, and think about your absolute simplest observation device, and how if you went to observe a system that, even if you granted that that system existed at absolute zero subsequent to the measurement interaction, hint that you wouldn't be able to establish that you had a system at absolute zero, even if it was. Because I was trying to think, like, step by step, okay, how do we get to the point where it's obvious? Well, I'll just, tell people what I did first. I did that proof. I was probably still in university. Not 100% sure, but I feel like I reasoned that out before the age of 25. We'll give that a try, write it out, show to me. I won't be too harsh. Working on being less harsh. Seasoned veteran. I visualize God as a child. Cool. There's lots of things to learn in theology. That can be helpful. I think all the personalisms wouldn't have arisen if they didn't have value/utility for whatever. I'm an impersonalist. And I respect personalism. Daryl says there's no evidence for the quantization of space or time. Zeno's paradox, dipshit, periodic table, literally everything. Heisenberg uncertainty principle, everything. Nothing other than our own sense experience, not valid when it comes. It's like, it's not, no reason to think our at a glance sensory experience would be insightful for the fundamental functioning of the universe. Yes, it seems like space and time are continuous, because that's what our consciousness, that's its job. It's made of light. Light's pretty dang continuous. It's not subject to quantum state exclusion. Mass is subject to quantum state exclusion. I thought the periodic table quantized due to continuous waves having to go full wavelength around the nucleus. I've seen that model. I think there's different ideas out there. It sort of falls apart. Like, I'm not even sure there's a consensus as to what the meaning of the orbitals is. I've seen people speculate about more than SPDF. There's no reason to think there'd be more than SPDF. And, big surprise, 3 + 1 again. Probably not going to find more. Why are quantum physics and classical physics at odds? That would take a very long time to go into. It's mostly historical. And it's really, there's a gray area for sure, because you look at, I don't know if there's any books that talk about just the least action principle, but that one it sort of threads through classical and quantum. I don't want to say they're misnomers, but you cannot really understand them without going into a bit of a historical study. And it's really hard, because we have the benefit of retrospect, that when it came out, they didn't know that. It's completely new. The tech advanced faster than the understanding. Oh no, Daryl, I understand that you're trying here, and the 2 brain cells you have, you're rubbing them together, dear bear, but that's not what I meant. I'm saying assume the system is already at absolute zero. I get the whole, it's impossible, and I agree with you, but let's first do the domain of proofs that are actually accessible to us, because if we want to say comments, if we want to comment on everything, we have to talk about the observable and the unobservable universe. Like, what does that even mean? Well, maybe the unobservable universe is limited. So let's, for a while, just talk about the observable universe. We'll preface that that's all we're doing. It's all good. And then maybe once we have a transcendental understanding of the observable universe, we'll move on to what the unobservable universe, what does that even mean? So anyway, I don't think classical and quantum mechanics have to be at odds. They aren't at odds in all ways. Perhaps some of these approaches are at odds with themselves. I think the normalization condition and entanglement are computationally incompatible. Does any of my work or ideas offer an explanation or better theory than the 2 together? think so. Maybe the universe was in a state of absolute zero, or maybe that's silly. Well, you're wanting to make a list of all the possible contenders for an explanation and then find the least silly one. They're probably all going to be pretty counterintuitive. But I would say that whatever state of energy the universe is at now, how could it really change meaningfully much from that at any point? Unless you want to posit an extra universal creator. And that doesn't seem to be substantiated. Daryl says a paradox is not evidence. A paradox can be evidence if you accept certain things about paradoxes. Like if you accept that there's no paradoxes in nature and that all paradoxes are a product of language, then if you can establish that a language has produced a paradox, you can say something perhaps about the language. Can light be particular? I would say, I've been thinking about whether light is quantized, and I think it's fine to model it as quantized, because what we care about with regards to light are its interactions with matter, like even in chemistry, the transitions, based on chemical reactions, which are mediated by photons. The way we understand that in a model, and it's accurate, is that it's the currency for the shifting of bonds is photons. And that, in some sense, is a fixed quantity of light energy dictating the reaction. Another piece of evidence that is said to establish the quantization of light is, I forget who did this video. I'm one of the science bros, but the idea was like, if you look at distant stars, really distant stars, they're not just perpetually getting dimmer, which is what you'd expect for continuous light. At some point, if they're far away, sufficiently far away, they start to blink. So is that establishing that light is quantized? I don't really think it does. All it's saying really is that mass is quantized and that light is subject to mass. But it's fine to understand light as though it were quantized, because we don't really have access to light that doesn't behave as though it were quantized, because all the light we have access to meaningfully is in some sense bounded to a mass field. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Trying to see if there's where we're at here. So let's see here. Having trouble seeing if I'm at the end of these comments yet. So on the one hand, it looks like pi. And on the other hand, it looks like it's got a blind watchmaker. All right, well, we've been going for a while, so hopefully that was helpful.